This may be my last video, but I'd be damned if it isn't one of my best. One of the biggest points against DMC Devil May Cry is that it's ashamed of the previous games, and that the developer Ninja Theory didn't like the old Dante, and the main reason was that Ninja Theory called old Dante a gay cowboy. But what if I told you that was completely made up? Here's proof.
Well, imagine Dante in a Western movie. Capcom, this is the first sentence Capcom told us. We tried. Well, maybe, they didn't mean that. But we thought this was actually the movie, we really liked it, because it's cool.
As you can clearly see, they weren't making fun of Dante, but rather the term Western, because the first thing when you think of Western is cowboys. This is a lie to such a point where even the mainstream DMC community believes it without doing their own research. These are the many things I'll point out in this video. Hit it, Splinter! 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's bland, it's very simplistic, but I must say it's probably the thing I most enjoyed out of this game. Just because it was a break from all the monotonous dull combat.
Dante was just a half-demon hybrid that liked killing things and being crazy. He was never much deeper than that, and he didn't really need to be.
I wish there was more of this type of police drama throughout the story. We don't even get a name for the city we're in, or the police department that's doing this raid.
When you played Devil May Cry and the difficulty was putting you on edge and you were on the verge of quitting, you remembered Dante. Would he give up? Would he stop in the face of peril? You can't let Dante down, because no matter what stands in his way, he fights till the end. Not for himself, but for his fellow humans. Because as part human himself, he has that humanity that separates him from his foes.
Oh my god, please kill me. Hello ladies and gamers, so let's cut to the chase. Why is this video so long? First, know that you don't have to finish the whole video. I'll explain about this more at the end of the intro. This video is the end of Splinter. I'll explain more about that in a minute. And finally, there is a lot to say about DMC Devil May Cry that not many people have touched upon. Group arguments, bad form, critique, and more. DMC Devil May Cry is a very controversial game, so there are tons of weeds to burn just to get to the core of it, and I intend to do that just for this video. So if you screenshot the time, post it on Twitter, or whine about it on Reddit or YouTube comments, I'll tell you this, that's completely unfair. Have you ever put your heart and soul into something you're proud of? But that's what these longer videos are to us, or to me. So brushing it off just isn't fair. And get this, not every game, TV, or movie analysis don't fall into the 30-minute or shorter video length. Have you ever loved a deleted scene, or a gameplay that you wish made it into the final product? That's the great thing about a YouTube video. The video can be as long as you want. Just because Persona 5 takes near 100 hours to beat, that doesn't mean it's a bad game. Of course not. So I'm sorry, but this point is trash for the reasons I've stated. And as an added bonus, you don't even have to finish the whole video. Isn't that cool, or what? Because after all, this is the end of Splinter. After this video, I really don't want to come back. In the end, all I wanted was to be a filmmaker, but YouTube just doesn't do that for me anymore. At this point, I need to focus on the things that make me happy, and YouTube just doesn't make me happy anymore. I never got that success that I wanted, or looking back, I'm glad that I didn't. Because honestly, I don't want to be a YouTuber for the rest of my life. I'll touch upon this more at the end. But for the future, this will be my last video. One of the reasons I don't want to continue is because of my past. When I was young, I made a lot of bad choices that I still regret to this day. So if you know me for my old YouTube behavior, or dear God, my Reddit post, know that that isn't the same Splinter I was all these years ago. I'm not excusing it, but rather moving on. So let's move on to the juicy bit. You heard me right, you do not have to watch this whole video. This video is ridiculously long, so having you watch all of it is just too much to ask for. So if you look at the bar, there should be timestamps, meaning that the bar can show you what you can watch. So if you want to watch it in whatever order you want to check out a certain response for a YouTuber you know, go for it. Or maybe you want to check out the stuff about the game, go for it. You can do that too. Then once you feel like you're done, skip to the last section to finish it off. Yeah, that's all you need to know, but here's a quick guide. Personally, I love my Sphere Hunter J reviews and MangaKamen sections, and of course, check out my sections on the core gameplay and story. You don't have to check them all out, these are just my personal favorites. I will talk about DE in videos that came out before DE, I'm just doing this for the sake of consistency. Know that I mean no harm to any of the people that I talk about, I don't condone death threats or strong hate of any kind, and no, I will not tell you what I think of the game right off the bat. I did this so you can listen to the individual arguments about DMC Devil May Cry, rather than me just stating it right off the bat so you can instantly dislike and leave for no reason. Anyway, have fun, because while I do make serious points, I'm not here to take myself too seriously. So, enjoy. So, this is a brief history of DMC. If you know nothing about DMC, this section's for you. Now, if you do or already have played the games, skip this section, you don't need it. DMC 1 is a pretty simple game to talk about. DMC 1 is just basically the start of the action game series in general. DMC 1 is by far the pioneer of action games. If it wasn't for DMC 1, we probably wouldn't have a lot of action games that we would today. Games like Bayonetta or Metal Gear Rising wouldn't have existed. While most people understand it was good at the time, over time it really hasn't aged all that well. The story is meh, it's really cheesy, and the gameplay, while good at the time, in fact great at the time, is now just kind of hasn't aged well. A lot of people say that this is a good game, and a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia about it. The last thing to mention about DMC 1 is the fact that Dante was a cocky protagonist. DMC 2 is basically the game that not a lot of people like talking about, mostly due to the fact it had very few time and development, and it basically is a mess of a game overall. There's a lot of bugs and things that just generally don't function about the game. Pretty much everyone hates the game. There are a small minority of people that do, but I'll get to that in my DMC 2 versus DMC Devil May Cry section. But overall, Dante was kind of stripped away of his cockiness from the first game. The story wasn't good either. Nothing about that game has a good saving grace. DMC 3 is the game that pretty much everybody loves. It has a lot of good mechanics that still hold up to today. While limited in terms of how many weapons and styles you can equip, it is still a great game. The story is also probably the best in the series as well, and most people agree about that. There is very few people that dislike DMC 3. The last thing to note about DMC 3 is the fact that Dante returns as a cocky protagonist, but this time he's a lot more energetic than DMC 1 Dante. DMC 4 takes place after all the 4 games, since DMC 3 was a prequel of sorts. This is where they introduced the multiple style system with more weapons as well, on the fly switching, and of course they introduced Nero at this stage as well, which was a new character in his own right. DMC 4 had yet again a bad development, much like DMC 2. While it does have a troubled development just like DMC 2, it's a much more finished game than that game, but still unfinished nonetheless. It only had like a year in development, so the story felt rushed, and so did the gameplay. There are some group of people that really like this game, called hardcore players, that take advantage of a lot of the glitches and tech in the game. But most of the people think that it's an okay game at best, or an average or mediocre game. Some people will go as far as to say it's a bad game, but those people are like 50-50. Then of course we have the game that I'm talking about today, which would be the DMC reboot. DMC 4 didn't sell as well as much as Capcom wanted to, so they opted for making a reboot. So they sent it over to Development Ninja Theory, and they worked together on this project. A lot of people have a lot of mixed feelings about this game, but I won't go too in depth since I kind of talk about it a lot in this game. If you want to know more about the game since you haven't played it or something, then I suggest you go to my sections where I talk about the game. DMC 5 took place after the reboot, which is basically means it took place right after DMC 4. They are not connected, but DMC 5, a lot of people feel like it brought the series back to its core roots, with returning characters such as Dante, Nero, and the new character V. I don't want to spoil it for you in case you haven't played it, but there's a lot more to the story than that. A lot of people say that the story is pretty good. I'd say it's okay. It has its issues. And then the gameplay is probably some of the best in the series, but there are a vocal minority of people that believe that DMC 4's gameplay is better. So, yeah, pretty much. That's your history on DMC. You can watch other videos on it in case you want to, like a timeline video. I'm not going to do that in this video. But yeah, that's all you need to know. You really don't need to know that much about the DMC games going into this. You just need to know a basic understanding of the games to go and watch this video. So there you go. In this section of the video, we'll briefly go over certain words I want to use to learn and get rid of. You can skip this if you want to, but if there's a word you don't understand, then come back here to get the full understanding. Fun, feels good, flashy, and cool. Fun, I'll explain in my Sphere Hunter section, feels good. While this is nice when you're talking to a friend, other ways of describing it are much better. Flashy and cool, these words need context in order to work. They aren't bad on their own, but they need to have more to back them up. Stylish is what the series is known for, but these two words need to have more groundwork due to how broad they are. Adding words. Chaining, refined combos, setups. Chaining is a word that I came up with for switching with weapons mid-combo. This is for clearing up what combo means. Combos, in this case, is a full action of a weapon that you press over and over again within that weapon. This is the only thing to mention when talking about combos. Setups. Setups are when you use a move or a weapon that can assist for juggling or air combos. Learning words. Inertia, tech. Inertia is carried momentum from another action. This is something not in DMC Devil May Cry or DMC5. Tech is cancel an animation, bugs, or move that is used to play the game at a high level. With that out of the way, let's begin. Well, this is the call to action, the start of the hero's journey. This section of the video is part of a larger video in which he covers all the DMC games. However, we will only cover his DMC Devil May Cry section of the video. The only time we will bring up his past sections is if he contradicts himself. With all that being said, what's my favorite son been working on?
No, this is not a veiled threat. This is a direct one. Should you fail to comply, the collapse of the economy will be on your head. I will make sure that you are stripped of power, shamed, and hated. Is that clear enough for you? Yeah. Friday it is then. You have a good night, Mr. President.
Did you get it, my darling?
Over $1 trillion.
Oh.
Soon I will own everything worth owning.
Wow, this scene. It's written so poorly that I can't believe it. First of all, this is Mundus. Yeah, Mundus bros not like this.
So let me quickly mention that Mundus from DMC 1 isn't close to deep. He is an opposing demon that was the king of the underworld. He didn't have much of a character. The point of him was to be intimidating to the player, and that's all he served. It's like as if somebody adapted Nello Angelo into a different kind of rival character. It's the same position of the character, just done differently. Nothing big has changed about Mundus. And yes, I will give you leeway and say that it's not the most intimidating version of Mundus. One, he's more realistic. He isn't shooting laser beams in the sky, and most of the game isn't sitting in a chair. Two, we now understand the character more from his scenes. We'll talk about that in a second. First, let's continue. But what happens, but this is what happens, when Twitter's in DMC. You won't hear the last of that, by the way.
So he's gonna be our big bad. But I can genuinely see someone thinking about how to make a villain hated and seem like he's powerful. Well, what if he's blackmailing somebody? That's bad, right? But wait, what if he's blackmailing the president? Yeah. And he's blackmailing him for $1 trillion. It's just so corny and really poorly delivered. It seems like something from those free movies that are on Tubi, or something Neil Breen would write.
How though? You just described the events and then said it was bad. Man, if I had a red orb for every time they just described a scene without explaining why it's bad, I'd be a rich man. But let's be charitable here. He says that he doesn't like the actions in the scene. But how? Everything he said about this scene could be turned into my favor. The first scene shows so much about the antagonist. His theme is power and control. This is shown by the phone call blackmailing the president. So we know the theme. So I don't see the problem. Maybe if he was more specific, then it would make more sense. At worst, you can say it's simple, but nothing you've pointed out shows it to be bad.
This whole thing is so jarring, especially coming off the back of Devil May Cry 4, seeing this wholesome story about Nero saving Kyrie, finding his destiny and saving the world, and being realm swamped into some other universe where Dante says fuck a lot and drinks booze.
Your point? Buddy, that ain't my problem. Of course it's jarring. One, it's a reboot. Of course it's gonna be different. They ain't even in the same continuity, my man. Second, you just said at the beginning of the section that this game is going for a bigger audience. So of course it's different. So this point doesn't make any sense. Comparing DMC4's ending to the reboot's beginning is strange. An example of this is if somebody were to compare the ending of Spider-Man 3 to the beginning of Amazing Spider-Man. Sure, personally there is a change to be expected, but if he was saying that as a personal experience, it would make some sense. But then at the end he says,
realm swamped into some other universe where Dante says fuck a lot and drinks booze.
Meaning this is a negative point, meaning that the jarring aspect is a bad thing, even though I've been over that, but it just doesn't make any sense. I think he's still mad about the fact that Twitter
needs to be in a Devil May Cry game. Just my opinion.
Let's also mention the fact that Nero's arc in 4 is non-existent. His whole journey is because of Kyrie, but as you may have noticed, she barely gets a handful of scenes. Kyrie isn't a good character, and neither is Nero. In 4, he's just a less interesting version of Dante. In 5, he's much better. But 4, this isn't the case. So yes, I will take Reboot Dante, a character that has arcs and payoffs compared to a character that has none of these.
Here, we're introduced to another large change DMC makes to the series, and that's platforming. In previous games, platforming was used very sparsely. Maybe 1 or 2 pretty small sections had it, but it was never really the grand focus. DMC puts this into a major focus, making it almost equal to combat.
The fuck? For every 1 platforming section, there are 3 combat sections. But if you've played the game enough, you know that already. Platforming sections are pretty quick. They're just there to break up the pacing and of the combat sections. Adding on to this, I'd rather have a quick and interesting platforming instead of just walking to the next set area that I've already been through. I'll touch more upon this at a later point.
As Dante makes his way across the pier, a white wig lands on his head, and he looks at himself in the mirror, exclaiming, "Not in a million years." It's laughable how confident Ninja Theory were about this version of Dante, how they thought he would be the definitive version moving forward, and how that vision just fell flat on its face.
This is such a bad faith interpretation of the scene. Nearly everything Dante does at the beginning of the game is to set up for the payoff later in the story. The white hair is a perfect reflection point. Dante says not in a million years when the hair lands on him. Sort of like a nah, that doesn't look good on me moment. But at the end of the game, his hair turns white, symbolizing the change of the character. I'll go over this at a later point in time. If this was supposed to be a diss at the OG DMC, that doesn't make any sense due to 1, he gets the white hair at the end of the game, and 2, near all the interviews we know that this is a prequel of sorts, in which Dante is leaning up to become the Dante we all know and love. I think people don't think about Dante in the bigger sense. The negatives are always clips rather than the broader character. Nobody criticizes the arcs, the motivations, or the payoffs. It's either an out-of-context clip or, oh, he's not like OG Dante, oh.
This is our first boss fight, which after about 20 minutes of building this guy up to be unbeatable, he should be pretty difficult. That's where you'd be wrong. The mechanics here are incredibly simple. The hunter slashes at us with a dagger which can be evaded. Sometimes he'll do a spin slash or crawl into the shadows, launching a spinning blade at us. He's easily dealt with by hitting him in the face until he's staggered, and then doing a lot of damage while he lays there. This is one of my biggest problems with DMC, is just how simplistic the boss fights are. Bosses are really the bread and butter of the Devil May Cry series, and without those, what is there?
Well, that's not true. The DMC experience is more than just bosses. I say the very core of the game is combos, hence why we have combo mads more so than we have videos about boss fights. Typically I wouldn't care too much about what he's talking about when it comes to bosses though, but I want to be the better man here and talk about his points. First, you missed the part where the hunter jumps onto the high area where you can parry him or wait for him to come down or shoot him down. You also missed the part where he charges at you multiple times. How did you miss both of those key details? If you're trying to summarize something, leaving out important things isn't right. Sorry, I'm looking a bit into the future here. So let's talk about the staggering thing about this boss, since I want to point out The staggering isn't 100% a win. In DMC3, AR were staggered very easily as well, but that doesn't make them a bad boss. It just sets them apart from other bosses. The idea behind the boss management here is that the hunter's theme is timing and patience. Timing the evades and parries, as well as waiting for certain moves to pass. If you're good at these two things, you'll probably enjoy this boss. However, if you're not, sorry. Point is that yes, there is still staggering, but all the bosses have this in some way, even in the older DMC games. So if you want to talk about something unique about the hunter, then the timing and pacing is something you should talk about the most. Now let's talk about the issue of summarizing things. Every time he wants to describe something, he'll just say what it is, then follow it up with a statement with it's good or bad, rather than building a foundation and skipping over the part of how it affects the actual game. He just jumps right over into the good or bad. The same thing can be said about the hunter, in which he summarizes something and then says, well, thing bad, without any legwork, and it's hard to understand or respond to. Then we have the final thing, the challenge. Oh boy. Alright, get your swords out for this one. He said that the boss wasn't much of a challenge, but going over the video, I found it to be a bit of a fun detail. At the beginning of the boss fight, you can see that he's taken damage before, yet in the next cut, we see him at full health. So, meaning he died and he covered it up. What happened, buddy? I thought the mechanics were incredibly simple. It's okay if you want to die to a boss, that's fine, but don't tell me it's not challenging after that. Wow, talk about no foundation.
On top of that, there are very few bosses in this game, 6 in total, which is staggeringly low when looking back at previous entries.
Hey, you, what the fuck is wrong? Sorry, anyway. DMC4 had very repeatable bosses. DMC4 only has 7 bosses, but it feels much more because the game loves to reuse them a ton. Sure, the reusing of them is an issue, but just because it has less, that usually doesn't mean that it defaults to bad. Thanks to some feedback, I haven't even mentioned the fact that DMC1 bosses repeated 3 times for each boss. That's an insane amount to reuse for 4 bosses. But I guarantee that if I had you in the oceans of the internet, you wouldn't make an excuse for less bosses in the game. But thankfully, I don't need that.
Like I said before, fighting multiple forms of a boss in this game was always bizarre. I would expect the next form to be so much harder than the last. I was always surprised because each form was miles easier. The conclusion that I came to still stands here. We've learned more about the enemy, how to better fight them, more efficiently and smooth. We've also gained power-ups along the way, more health, more Devil Trigger.
This is the only time he mentions the repeatability, and he never addresses the fact that there are only 5 bosses in the game. Later games have much more than this. But hey, if you find this shocking, you haven't seen anything yet. And notice how he hasn't explained why it's bad. He just mentioned that it was less and simple, so therefore bad. Also, notice how he barely went into any depth about the boss. He just mentions the weakness of the boss and said, yep, it's bad, and quickly moved on. It's funny, just because the video is long, that doesn't mean it's in depth. Before I move on, I think that this guy is really attached to boss fights in DMC. So much so that even if there's one less, he thinks it's a bad thing. Which I don't think every DMC game should be judged based off of their boss fights.
I think this dichotomy could be interesting. Introducing the 2 sides into the story has some good opportunity for storytelling, but I don't feel like they explore it to its full extent here.
I disagree. I think it's in the story enough to where the differences between Vergil and Dante helps the story in a way that gives it more texture. Like Vergil being more angel-like in his mannerisms, yet being a devil in true form. Things like this are simple but work. I think it's interesting, but it doesn't need to be the focus.
When Cat creates a rift to Limbo inside of the factory, words like obesity, stupidity, and poison are plastered all over the world. This pops up throughout the whole game, even sometimes appearing as trapped whenever Dante finds himself in a bad situation. This is incredibly overt and is a great example of the old show don't tell rule being completely ignored. This type of symbolism and metaphor is just so in your face that it makes any sort of message pointless.
You know what? I kind of agree with this point. I think the message is honestly too on the nose. However, I don't think the message is suddenly meaningless. but I do think the good atmosphere and it adds more depth to the environment. Seeing all the messages fly by is a cool use of the world, and while you may say that it's in your face, it adds so much to the character of Limbo. Throughout this world, the game Limbo is treated like a character, with messages, prisons, and twists, all to the real world, adding this exaggerated nature to the world. But taking it away would remove a lot of the charm and depth to the atmosphere of the game. In other terms, would be getting rid of Limbo's character.
The game has a lot of timed sequences like this, where the world is either changing and trying to swallow Dante up, or he has a time limit and has to platform his way through the area quickly. This does well to create a tension and a purpose for the platforming. There are quite a few other platforming sections, though, that don't have this purpose, and just exist to pad out the time and fill the game with more environments, rather than give them a reason for being there. These sections become extremely tedious about halfway through the game, and really start to drag on near the end. This is mostly because what we've seen from the platforming so far doesn't really evolve for the rest of the game. The hand has already been shown, and we're not really going to get anything new, aside from a dash forward.
But again, this only lasts less than a minute, and you never cite an example of which level. Did you not like it in the plan? Was it the Furnace of Souls? Or maybe one of the Nephilim sections? Just give me a proper example. In addition, what's basic is just fine. I much prefer to breathe and take in the air and then quickly move on to the next section. Beforehand in DMC series, it was always walking. Like, I really wish they put more effort into it. It's better than nothing. At all. Anyone with a deformed brain can do these sections. They're simple to understand, and that's okay. Not every mechanic needs to be in depth. Sometimes the act of just doing something is okay. But also, later on in the video you say that
this transfer to movement as well, being able to pull Dante around on platforms and throw himself in the air, is something great.
Weird how many statements I can find of you contradicting yourself.
We get to see how Dante facing big demons has changed, and this Dante is far less witty and much more annoying.
No evidence, fully subjective, you have no power here. I feel like this is an appeals to emotion rather than logic at this point. Every time that somebody tries to take down, they just end up spewing a bunch of personal stuff rather than actually trying. And it's not like there aren't problems. There's just not a lot of them. Point being that you need to try a little bit harder.
These cutscenes are where the bad writing is really turned up to full.
Tell me why, please. It's not that hard for you to actually explain your reasoning. If I did this for another Dante, I would be grilled to the stake, but I guess I have to disguise that fact.
He ended up rescuing her from her foster home, and now she wants to deal with every demon left. This is kind of a parallel to Lady, clearly. Lady took umbrage with her father for killing her mother, and her motivation was to take out the rest of the demons.
I mean, sort of. I wouldn't say that they are the same. Cat is much more soft-spoken and way less over the top than Lady is. I can see why you made the connection, but I don't think that makes sense for her character.
First of all, not a big fan of how it looks. Dante's DT mode has always been a special part of the series. Past games would even see them bringing industry veterans on just to design that one look. Usually Dante touts a demonic form, steel armor covering his body, wings sprouting from his back, but here, his coat just turns red, his hair white, and the world changes color. It's like they regressed the character Dante as a whole and then expect you to be surprised that his final form is just OG Dante.
There are two answers for this. One, from the development standpoint, they were originally going to make an angel trigger and a devil trigger in the game. However, due to unknown or variety of reasons, they never made it. The reason why I'm telling you this is that the angel mode gives him the white hair with a bluish cooler color, while the devil trigger does something similar. 2, after the backlash, NT wanted to do something for the fans, and that fan service would be turning his hair white and turning his coat red. Sure, I do agree, I would love to see a Nephilim form, however what was given to us was fan service, and for fan service it's alright. At the end of all this, this was supposed to make the fans happy, but as you can see, they were never going to be pleased. Also, another reason for this is the fact that Dante hasn't gotten to the point where he's fully changed into an angel/demon form.
Second is the way Devil Trigger works. Dante gets increased power, speed, and armor, and all enemies just begin to float around him. This causes a huge issue in that Dante has to pull every enemy to him, or pull himself to every enemy, which just wastes time when DT is active.
1. You pull enemies towards you with the demon pull. 2. You can get pulled to an enemy. 3. You can pull near all enemies towards you with the Aquila. 4. You can disable this in hardcore mode, which you have. 5. You use this for combo potential, either saving the enemy before the fall or the start of a new combo. If you expect to use this like other DTs, that's where you're wrong. You need to use it for long periods of time if you're going to use it for heals, and or if you use it to break up your opponents, or, like I said before, combo potential. Like I will continue to say throughout this video, DMC Devil May Cry is a different game compared to all the other DMC games, so trying to force yourself to use knowledge from previous games that doesn't apply isn't the game's fault. And yes, you will need to use the claw, but that's alright, it doesn't take that long. I don't see the problem here.
It also keeps the fight interesting. Unfortunately, we have to do the same thing to Bob 3 times to down him, while he uses the same attacks on us.
Actually, good sir, you're wrong. You fight him 2 times, as shown here. From 1 to 2, to 2 to 3, then you're done. Wait, hold on. Yes? Sorry folks, turns out my argument is wrong, and here's proof.
I'm sorry, but I really don't think Twitter needs to be in a Devil May Cry game. Just my opinion.
Just when you least expect.
Dante having to watch while Cat is beaten and shot is incredible. The split between the human world and Limbo has been set up the entire game, so having it come to a head with real consequences here is actually a high point of the story. I'm afraid there won't be many more of those though, so don't get your hopes up.
Why not though? The whole Cat capture arc was pretty well done. Every scene was tense, leading to even more extreme scenes. And if you don't agree with that, at least tell me why this scene is so much better than the others. Also, notice how there's always a backhanded compliment when it comes to people talking about this game, but mostly the story. I like X thing, but the rest of the game doesn't have X thing, so therefore it's not that good. That type of mindset leads more and more people to dislike the game, because every time you show something positive, you then back up with a negative statement, so they cancel each other out, while they don't do this for the negative parts of the game. Something I just noticed, that's all.
There are these little sequences where Cat's chalk sketches of the building appear over the real world, showing the way towards the objective. I thought this was a nice stylized touch and brought us closer to Dante's thoughts. There are some moments like these, sparse throughout the game, that show Ninja Theory had some good ideas in concept. The execution and placement of them was just a little off.
My last statement might as well can be applied to this one as well. But to be honest, I don't think that's his fault. I generally think he thinks the game is bad, but the way he goes about it isn't the best. And I think he's trying to make a compliment to this game, even though he goes about it in a very unfair way.
The enemies are just varying combinations of the demons that we've seen throughout the game, and the combat and platforming just started to get tired.
Dude, give me specifics I can work with, man. There are only so many times where you can state exactly what you're talking about, but I will do my best. I think you are missing the point of what action games is about. And I think many people do as well. It's not about the flashy action scenes, the story, or even the boss fights. It's about the replayability. The need to play the game over and over again. And it's not just to get an S rank or to get more footage. It's for the sake of just doing it. Just because something clicks with you. Bayo, DMC3, and of course DMC Devil May Cry did that to me. So while you see it as a wave of enemies, I see it as another thing I can replay. But if you don't see it that way, that's fine. But at least give me a better reason than I've seen it before.
I really think the Devil May Cry games are done justice by their bosses. There are so many boss fights that act to split up missions, chapters, deliver narrative information. When you go so long without fighting a boss and you're just fighting these same groups over and over, you start to see how monotonous it all is.
Bro, you just had a mini-boss last mission, and less than 3 missions, you'll get 2 bosses back to back. Ugh.
This is really dragged out by fighting a group of enemies at the core and back at the central area each time a core is activated. It just all feels so slow, and because we're fighting these same enemies, it doesn't feel like we're getting any new challenge or variety.
I've already said that most of the game is replay value, and these enemies work in that favor, but I will say that it is half decent point. However, I do think that it's an improvement in this game versus the other DMC games, because if you know DMC, this is usually when all the bullshit enemies come out to play. I rather face normal enemies than new ones that make me want to burst with rage.
They live moment where everyone can see what the advertisements and media really represent, which is done with no amount of subtlety whatsoever.
Of course not. They appeared in real life, my man. People would be freaking out.
I'm sorry, but I really don't think Twitter needs to be in a Devil May Cry game. Just my opinion.
Lol. What the fuck? Oh, I love that quote.
This little twist that isn't really a twist comes way too late in the story and just feels like it was out of left field.
We'll go over this later, but no, this is not out of left field.
I'm sure you could have guessed that we'd be fighting Vergil, but making it appear in the last 5 minutes of the game isn't really the choice I would have gone with. I would have liked to see Vergil and Dante split before the end of the game. Having this fallout happen earlier would have given reason for Vergil to attack when Mundus was down.
But how would that make sense? How will Dante be able to take down Mundus with just Cat? It wouldn't make sense. And even if they did split earlier, how would the end fight work exactly?
You remember fighting Vergil
yes.
in DMC 3?
Oh, give me those
how we
member berries.
built up over the
give me
course
that
of 3
nostalgia.
fights?
Because it's not like there's a difference between these two fights. One that has a lot of the game built around it, while others just end the fight. But sure, we'll continue to compare them, even though it stands on its own, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Vergil is incredibly easy. He has some quick attacks that are easily dodged, and then he just stands open for Dante to attack.
He's usually leaving out the part where Vergil sometimes is waiting, and he'll usually deflect the attack.
He'll jump from above, slashing downward. He'll slash forward and teleport to you and slash some more. That's about it, other than shooting some ethereal swords at you.
Dude, you just described the boss fight in the most broad way possible to somehow make it less than it is. Talk about bad faith. Imagine if somebody did this to the other DMC games.
There was a DLC released for the game called Vergil's Downfall. It was made to set up a sequel to DMC. You control Vergil as he makes his way through hell, confronting a vision of Dante, Cat, and ultimately growing his hatred and corruption for his brother. Vergil uses Yamato and ends up with a Hell and Angel version of the weapon. Its gameplay was interesting, and I enjoyed playing as Vergil, even if some of the angel pulls didn't work right most of the time. The story kind of falls flat, though, just like the game itself.
Evidence? Of course not.
Obvious problems with the game's writing and design, everything deciding to be a little too Western for its own good.
Why would that be your best foot forward? Like, dude, what does that even mean? If I said that Metal Gear Rising was too Japanese for his own good, would that be a fair point? No, it wouldn't. And secondly, the whole game is a Western game. That's the whole point of it. I can't think straight anymore.
I think this game would have been served so much better if it wasn't called DMC. It could have been called Hell World, and the main character and his brother could have been Derek and Victor instead of Dante and Vergil.
I think we can both agree with this statement. I think if we lived in the world where this game was its own thing, I'm sure that most of the game's criticisms around the game wouldn't destroy the game's reputation. I know that a lot of these points are group arguments. It wouldn't even happen. I know for sure that Dante and the story wouldn't be heavily criticized. I know the style ranking wouldn't be heavily criticized. I know that for sure the same wouldn't happen for the color-coded enemies. I know that everything wouldn't make this video possible, because at the end, what would be the point of hating on the game anymore?
Itsuno clearly didn't want this to be the new Devil May Cry.
No, this is false. Itsuno wanted DMC Devil May Cry 2 rather than a DMC 5. But since DMC 2 wasn't possible, he got to do DMC 5 instead. Either you are blatantly uninformed or you are lying. So honestly, I'm disappointed by this one. Usually there would be something to spice up the video, but here there's no such thing. The main problem with the video is the specifics. It feels like most of the video was summarizing rather than making actual points, like the Bob Barbas section in which he blasts through super quickly, never pausing at a point to take in anything. And he does the same thing with Escapist, not even mentioning if he thought it was good or bad. Even though this video is 40 minutes long, most of it is summary. Son, let me teach you a bit about these videos with summaries in them. Summary can't dominate more than 80% of the video. When watching this video, it feels like a slog. I was just waiting for him to actually talk about the game, but he keeps on
Mundus
going.
and Lilith are conversing
And going.
and
going.
Stop.
I said stop. Look, he just missed the parts that I wanted him to get into. Every time I summarize something in my video, I would always make sure that the commentary is more than the summary. I don't want to give off the impression that I want him to cover everything, but I think this video would greatly benefit from a shorter and quicker summaries. That isn't the only issue though. His editing is really lazy. He will just play certain amounts of footage for a long amount of time. When talking about something, he barely cuts or adds his summary of the video. It's really slow. It's not because the video is long, because Susie and Fox nearly have the same, if not more, runtime, and yet they cover the game in way better depth with better editing. But in the end, it's not a bad video on the reboot. Meh, nothing really strikes me as being, super bad. It's just passable and slow. But in the end, I wouldn't say that most of the video is in bad faith or super unfair. Just nothing worth talking about in a broader scheme. So son, you did an average job, but don't worry, you're still my favorite son. The next one we'll be covering is Foxcade. Foxcade is probably the most good faith person throughout this whole video, so I see him as a worthy opponent. So, let's dance.
But while I can see where Ninja Theory was going for with their Dante from a structural standpoint, the problem all comes down to the subtleties, with one of the biggest being that Dante is, to put it bluntly, kind of a dick. And by that I mean he just isn't that likable as a protagonist.
Right, let's cover something really important. Is Dante a likable character? To me, I'd say no. But like 1,000 people have said before, that's subjective. But for the sake of letting this play out, we'll say no. Does that make him a bad character? Not even close. Let's take an example. I love Better Call Saul. It's a great show. Jimmy in Saul is a very likable character. He's down on his luck, which makes us want to root for him. His questionable antics are enjoyable to watch. However, let's take away his likableness. Let's say he's not likable as a character. So is the character bad now? Most certainly not. Characters are more than just likable or not. There's so much more: motivation, backstory, an arc, and of course the character's actions. These are what makes a character at its core. Let me use my board. Alright, so apparently people need to be reminded that this exists. It says, great characters should be dimensional, fascinating, believable, compelling. Alright, let's look at false goods. Likable, relatable, sympathetic. Sounds innocent, but can ruin storytelling. Note, these can be okay, but are most often misused. This is from the main writer of Avatar: The Last Airbender. I think this guy was onto something. This is what characters are about. They are more than just likable or not, funny or not, enjoyable or not. They are mixtures of so many different things. So no, likability doesn't make for a good character. And every time this comes up, I question something. Are you guys really fans of Dante? Dante is more than likable. He has an arc, a purpose, and motivation. I thought we liked Nero from DMC5 because he was more than likable. If we take away his likabilitiness from Dante or Nero, at the end of the day, we still have good characters. As a community, we need to figure this out.
And most importantly, fun to be around for the audience. None of which Ninja Theory does particularly well in my opinion. A jerk is almost always forgivable if the audience can enjoy their antics. If the jerk isn't enjoyable to be around, then their bad behavior and attitude is much more noticeable. And that is Ninja Theory's ultimate failing. This Dante just comes off more as obnoxious than fun to be around.
This is highly subjective. I can't stop you from liking or disliking Dante. However, arguments instead of pure subjectivity would be nice. But while I'm on this topic, while I think Cat is a bit weak, that doesn't mean that Dante's arc is bad now. Cat more or less is a representation of humanity rather than being an interesting character. I don't think that Cat is bad, but she's a placeholder for a greater arc. Over time, after seeing what the demons have been doing, he begins that journey to care about Cat. It's only a part of the arc, not the whole thing.
But the dialogue tries way too hard to be crass for the sake of it, and doesn't have the finesse or maturity required to execute the same sort of quirky charm that the original character had.
But that's the difference. That's not what this Dante is going for. This Dante is often rude, a bit rough around the edges. This Dante is just starting out. A Dante that's willing to say fuck you back to the opponent. This Dante is more upfront, more willing to shit talk. This is what makes the characters different from others. His personality directly connects to the rest of the character. Him acting like a jerk plays into the arc becoming a better person. Besides, if you had him act over the top, it could easily damage the tone.
Like taking an impalement only to just shrug it off. Dante is essentially Bugs Bunny in a world of Daffy Ducks.
But Dante wasn't always like this. In DMC 1, sure, he was lighthearted, but he would never make a scene about his dick. And the same thing could be said about DMC 2 Dante. So sure, this may be true for 3 and 4 Dante, but that just isn't the case for 1 and 2, and sometimes 5 Dante. But what you're describing is just antics of the character rather than what the character actually means as a whole. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure that a lot of people like Dante just for his antics, but I want to put a spin on something different. I believe what makes the character interesting is the lack of care for the world. His trauma blocked out with the persona that he plays rather than asking for help. But look, this ain't a video about OG Dante, so I'll move on. Point is, while that makes the character funny, that doesn't mean that's the character or what he's solely about.
The writers attempted to imitate a character they didn't quite understand, and because of this, failed to capture what people enjoyed about them. Which is why this Dante's quippy one-liners turn out much more cringy than they were probably planned.
And I got a bigger dick.
As I will say many times through this video, cringe is very subjective. What you think is cool can be really different from person to person. I personally like Dante, and I like a lot of his key moments in the game. However, somebody can see it differently. The only thing that's concrete is the character moments and backstory. These things bring us closer to the universal truth that we can work to. Also, by the by, Dante didn't say that line, Vergil did. Also, by the by, this line is just brotherly banter with each other. Before they were trying to one-up themselves, trying to see who's better in a brotherly way. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I'd also like to mention, sorry for all the alsos, nobody ever talks about their scene after, with them connecting in a really good way.
As long as they didn't get hit or interrupted, your style rank wouldn't go down, and any point lost from using the same attack meant almost nothing because of how quickly you could get up to the triple S rank.
This isn't true. Sure, it doesn't go down as far as the other games, but it still goes down. That's the whole point of the style meter. I may also add that DE made it better.
However, while the combat does have a lot of interesting ideas going on, the complexity of DMC's gameplay is a bit surface level once you really get into it. Which is great for newcomers who want to be able to pull off cool, stylish combos without needing a 10-week training course, but when it came to the old hardcore fans, the game lacked the extreme mechanical depth that DMC 3 and 4 had in spades, which led them to being more critical of the reboot in terms of it not meeting the expectations of earlier games, especially since there was no longer the style system from 3 and 4, so there was less variety in approaches to gameplay or nuances to the mechanics like roll parrying or jump cancel combos.
Yes, you can do jump cancel combos. Guaranteed it's not the same, but you can most certainly do them. In fact, it works just like DMC 5. Weird coincidence. The in-depth stuff. Yes, kind of, roughly speaking. Sure, there is generally more stuff, but that's not a reason for it being better. I think things like inertia and overall moveset give them the edge. But here we run into a massive issue. Most people say that Dante is a mix between Dante and Nero, but that's not the case. The only connection with Nero is that he can grab enemies, but that's about it. Blue Rose is close, but doesn't really play like Dante's guns. Ricochet is more from Dante's kit, and the bombs function differently. Koobley is a detonation weapon, yes, but it's made for setups and massive amounts of damage. And yes, the shotgun charge is close, but when it comes down to how you play with each, the Blue Rose is only a weapon that you have because it's a gun that does piss poor damage, meaning you'll most likely hold down the button. While on the other hand, the shotgun can be used a way for backing up enemies and doing lots of damage. Or, sending enemies flying. Well, I'm saying on paper they're the same, but the execution is played differently, and the same could be said about Dante v Dante. They have the same moves, but in the context is very different, and the same thing can be said about the gameplay overall. So, tying this all back, sure, on paper it has less depth, but it's a different system with different skill ceilings and depth.
But this effectively turned the DT from a powered-up form for when you need a slight helping hand into an easy mode button.
First, the DT gauge is only so big. You can only use it a certain amount of times. You can't use it to win every single fight. Secondly, DT Explosion in DMC3 is massively overpowered. It quite literally removes any enemy in the range, even on the highest difficulty. Third, you quite literally have hardcore mode in DMC DE, which turns off the flying enemies in the air.
Which is all about fluid movement and keeping on the offensive. But if you even graze one of them with a weapon that doesn't coincide with their color, Dante bounces off them like he just hit a wall.
I'll cover this at a later point, but now you need to understand that in other DMC games your options are limited in many ways more than just the color-coded enemies. And the color-coded enemies are better than people give it credit for. To see more about this, check out my section on Sphere Hunter and or check out my core gameplay section. Also, this was fixed in DE. Stabbed me in the chest already.
The trade-off for this, however, is that there is significantly less allowance for exploration in DMC, as the levels effectively put you on rails. Very good-looking rails, but rails nonetheless.
I think for DMC, that's just fine, even if we were to compare other DMC games. The games are incredibly linear. Sure, you can take away some of the mission sections, and it can work as an open world. The problem is that the open world is incredibly linear. 90% of the time, you're just heading forward. There is a set path with little exploring. For example, the castle in DMC4 is straightforward, quite literally, and then there are rare times where it would open the world, and when it does, it's a nightmare. Either you are lost in the damn tower, in which I need to remind you need to run back and forth trying to figure out where's the end, or you'll end up with the boxes, which have to be the worst form of platforming I've ever seen. Putting all this together, most of the time there is a straight line, and when there isn't, it usually doesn't work out. So yes, I'd rather be on rails.
DMC actually has the inverse problem that Bayonetta does when it comes to telling its story. Bayonetta has fun and likable characters with charming dialogue that engages you into their personalities, but a terribly convoluted story that makes absolutely no sense. On the other hand, DMC has a clear, well-structured story that's easy to understand, but terrible dialogue and characterization that sours the entire experience.
Fox, man, buddy, my dude, my fellow gamer. Can you and others please break down the scenes that you were talking about? No, not just showing the scene without any commentary, like actually explaining the issues with the writing. But the only person that's done that is my favorite son. While he didn't do a great job, it's better than most. But I guess that's why he's my favorite. I also want to mention that I think the characters really carry this story. The interesting backstory with Kat, Vergil's calmly insane brother who adds a lot of help, but also is a blade, and Dante for having a great character arc.
There's a pretty big misunderstanding with the idea that DMC's women are simply prostitutes with guns, especially with Lady.
True, I think downplaying the other ladies was a bit of a mistake, but in the later games this becomes more and more true. Lady and Trish start becoming certified cameos rather than characters. 5 and 4, it's at its worst, and while Kat may not be the best in your eyes, she brought a lot more into focus than the ladies in 4 and 5.
Kat is a fairly nothing character, with only a passing hint of a motivation that is briefly touched on in a scene with her and Dante.
How about quiet, controlled, calm, closed off from the rest of the world? She's sort of a quiet, smart kid from school. There are traits, but she's not a loud character in the same way the other ladies are. If you want to know more, then go to my MangaKamen and story section.
With Kat, she just tells Dante her backstory at some point, and then she's suddenly the most important thing to him. There isn't enough in this story to reinforce that Kat should have any genuine influence over Dante's personality, yet it is still the driving force for most of his actions. Considering the big part of Dante's character arc is rekindling the humanity he thought he lost, Kat should have been the one to bring that out of him by showing the best of humanity. But she's just a blank slate that we the audience are meant to associate as the representation for humanity, because she's the weak human of the group that Dante falls for.
Alright, let's do this line by line.
With Kat, she just tells Dante her backstory at some point, and then she's suddenly the most important thing to him.
It's not just one scene, it's a bunch of their interactions that connect with Dante's arc. Notice that at first Dante didn't like Kat, but over time they open up and they connect. It's not just a backstory dump, then they like each other, it's the fact that they have to trust each other and to work together to take out a common goal. And those things connect with people.
There isn't enough in this story to reinforce that Kat should have any genuine influence over Dante's personality.
Why not? Her being able to go through so much to help Dante in near all of the scenes in the game is going to make an impact on him.
Yet it is still the driving force for most of his actions. Considering the big part of Dante's character arc is rekindling the humanity he thought he lost.
Exactly, that's why Dante's arc works.
Kat should have been the one to bring that out of him by showing the best of humanity. But she's just a blank slate that we, the audience, are meant to associate as the representation for humanity.
But she's not a blank slate. This character has a shit ton of backstory and character actions, but that doesn't mean the characters are flat.
Because she's the weak human of the group that Dante falls for.
But she's not weak. Through the game, it shows how capable she is, how suffering through torture and barely getting out any info. And that's weak?
Since almost every boss fight can be boiled down to dodge huge telegraphed windup, do 1 or 2 combos, demon pull glowing object that's been highlighted in order to trigger next phase of the boss fight, repeat until finished.
You can say the same thing for quite literally every other boss in the series. Andar is dodging charge attacks, parrying simple attacks, and when open, then lastly killing them off in the same way. This type of describing the boss fight is unfair to the game. Every boss can be boiled down to this idea. Do this, then do this. It's a really annoying tactic. Sure, if there's a lot less to do, then this can work, but it only should be used under very rare circumstances. I don't think this is super bad faith, just unfair to the game in this case. I can boil down the other fights with Vergil in the same way.
Which kind of undermines him as this all-powerful ruler you're meant to be intimidated by, since we're often told how he controls the human world more than actually witness it firsthand.
This is just wrong. He controls the human world with the club, the drinks, the news. In the first scene that we see of him, he takes control over the president. Basically, all of Limbo shows this, and quite literally proves you false.
On top of that, the boss fight itself isn't anything spectacular. It has the most thought put into it of all the other boss fights, where it's a proper rival battle between someone of equal strength to you, with him even using summoned swords and teleports like classic Vergil did. But beyond the doppelganger mechanic, his move is almost identical to the Dreamrunners that you fight earlier on.
Like I said many times, that challenge isn't what the game is going for. This game wants to be for more people, and that's just fine. And remember that there are higher difficulties, and GMD mode is a great challenging start point.
But regardless, the reactions on Dante and Kat's faces during this moment are correct. Because aside from the morally questionable shooting of Lilith in the back during a hostage exchange, and not wanting to give up Dante for Kat, there's very little justification or setup for this character turn.
But that's the context to the twist. Ruling out the actions completely undermines the twist. These things show the character. In these moments, we see the real Vergil is revealed. This is something that I don't understand about criticisms of DMC Devil May Cry. The shooting of Lilith tells us exactly that Vergil is ruthless. He did this to piss off Mundus, to weaken his grasp on the world, and to lose something great to him. He also knows that Kat can lose her life in this situation, but doesn't care for that consequence. This directly adds to the fact that he doesn't care for others. Then, to add up on top of this, Vergil fights with Dante not to give up Dante for Kat. Then, because we're not done with this yet, in the added scene, Vergil shows his determination when it comes to his justification of why he did it, showing yet again his messed up mindset that he holds close to himself. And all on top of this, Phineas foreshadows the whole event. All this put together that the twist for Vergil was inevitable. Sure, he doesn't openly state this, but it's shown through his actions and his dialogue like I've previously stated. And the worst part about all this is that we shouldn't exclude these scenes for no reason as for why. Sure, he doesn't openly state this, but this is shown through his actions and his dialogue, as I've previously stated. And the worst part about all this is that he shouldn't be excluding these scenes for no reason as for why. If you gave me a reason like, it wasn't expanded upon, or it wasn't clear enough, but he just rules them out entirely. Why? I need a proper reason why. If he has a reason, I'm open to hearing it, but to cut this out and say it doesn't matter is a key problem to me. That goes for nearly everybody that makes this point. To X out these scenes is a massive issue with your point. These scenes are crucial to the character and the twist, and you people just throw it out. Fuck me and call it Sunday. What? That would be like me taking out the emotional scenes from Dante in 3 and saying he's a hollow character. This is important for the character. If we remove all the actions like this, that makes the plot twist come out of nowhere. This problem is self-made, not something wrong with the twist itself. We have multiple scenes showing this. If you don't mention these scenes, then you're blind. I'm sorry. But I don't think that Foxcade is doing this intentionally. After all that, I still don't think Foxcade is a bad content creator. I think that this is a bad video. In fact, while I disagree with some of his points, I think that this video is good. He's fair, there is actual meaning behind his points. However, I think his points against Dante are a bit weak, and ruling out the evidence for the Vergil twist is quite bad. However, this doesn't mean that he didn't give the game a shot. Even through most of this controversial stuff, he continued to be good faith. Even the Shakespeare quote. He saw what it meant, and that actually means a lot to me. So yeah, good video. No intro, let's just jump into it. I'm glad to bring you the more in-depth breakdown of DMC Devil May Cry's combat. To make others that I'll talk about on the surface level like fools, but we will go deeper. In 15 pages, I'll show you why. Weapons. Rebellion. Rebellion is a simple weapon to understand. It's a neutral weapon in your kit, meaning to help you connect between the two weapons. Alright, let's go over its moves real quick. The first combo is this. It's for a quick sense of damage. The second combo is this. Notice how both of these throw the enemy back. So finishing the combo will keep you safe. Combo B is temporarily to help you with crowd control. Dante completely twists around while doing quite a bit of damage, meaning Combo B is by far one of the best moves in the games in terms of crowd control. Now let's talk about Stinger. It basically works the same way as past DMC games, but there are differences. One of them is the fact that the Stinger can now turn if the enemy is out of place. Then there's the fact that any special move can cancel Stinger into the move that you want, which is a really great move due to how useful it is. Next move is Overdrive, in which you hold down the button and you use for long range. This is much better than the original. In past DMC games, Overdrive used to be really weird. You had to hold down the button and it wouldn't work very fast and it wouldn't go very far. In DMC Devil May Cry, this isn't the case. It's now much better. I think everybody agrees that this is a good change. The next move is controversial. The special move for Rebellion is Helmbreaker. Helmbreaker does exactly what it does. Okay, that didn't make any sense. But it's a bit contentious due to the remapping of the buttons. I'll get to that at some point, but not yet. Then you have the air moves like A does this, Combo B does this. Combo A is for quick damage, while Combo B is for chaining others as well. I'll get to that later. I think it has better combos than previous games. The first button of the combo is quick, but how effective it wasn't all that great. But sadly, the rest of the combo sucks, so I think that this is a good step up. So the Rebellion is good, not great, but good. It keeps the stuff that Rebellion needs to have while adding some worthwhile changes. Osiris. Osiris is where things get fun. There is one move that we've seen before, and that's prop. Other than that, it's a pretty creative weapon to use. Combo A is good for light crowd control, while Combo B lets you spin the weapon, and Dante for maximum effect. Using this with other moves is super important. It's mostly used for a quick follow-up, then chaining with another ability, like using it before launching an enemy in the air for a quick follow-up, like prop in its last games, and of course, Osiris' own stinger, which sounds the same as the other stingers, but there are key differences. First, Osiris can hold enemies in the air with this move. Second, your positioning is very different based off of this. And lastly, it can help you build up charge. Speaking of which, more you attack, the more damage it does, which helps the player use the weapon more. Then you have the hold move, in which holding the button, Dante will spin upwards. Great for launching multiple enemies in the air and good for finishers. Alright, the air combos are fantastic and something that DMC needed for a long time. With Osiris you can hold multiple enemies in the air with combo A and B. Combo B has a lot for good airtime, and DMC needs more weapons like this. That feeling when you have multiple enemies in the air and there's nothing like it. And the reason why it feels so good is because a lot of the system is based around it. A ton of weapons are built around crowd control, so gathering multiple enemies is easy but effective. I also want to mention that against solo enemies it's great due to the range and the speed of the moves. I haven't even talked about the rake move, which hooks enemies below you and lifts them up to you. This is such a great move, and I wonder why this hasn't been in DMC games before due to how useful it is. Overall, this is a great weapon to use, but guess what? That's not even the best weapon in the game. Arbiter. Arbiter is a very straightforward weapon, or so it would seem. The first move is the selling point of the weapon, quick and heavy. The moves will even knock backwards, and it's great for setups. This move is also used for hitting shields. The next one up is for contention. If you forward the attack, it turns into a projectile. On the ground, it does a cross, while in the air, it goes downwards. This can be useful for long-range situations, or it can be used yet again to throw enemies, which led me to the next move. The special move allows you to, in line, knock multiple people in the air, which is a great move that you don't see often in DMC. These moves are all great for control over the enemies in combat. The control and power makes this weapon a keeper. However, the air moves need a lot to be desired. The projectile is nice, but I wonder what the trimmer really needs to be used in the air. I mean, I get it, it's like cancelled onto attack on its own. I must ask if it's necessary. We already have 2 downward attacks, so it seems like Trevor really isn't all that important here. I think that the game would have greatly benefited if they had a different move. Either way, a projectile or a type of attack, or even a different kind of setup we haven't seen before. Having said that, there are simply just too many options to call this weapon bad. While the air moves are okay, the rest of the kit is really powerful. In fact, most people love this weapon because 1, it's easy to understand, and 2, it's extremely powerful. Speaking of which, is it too powerful? That's the question. Trinity Smash is a very big move in many different ways. For one, at the end of the combo, meaning that you can use it for chaining other moves. And the move itself can hit the enemy 3 times, giving the move a lot when using it for certain playtimes. For a big enemy, this move is great. But is it too good? The answer is yes and no. Yes, because it does a lot of damage, and no, because this is one of the few moves that are actually this powerful. And 2, this move has been nerfed in DE. So it's still good, but not broken. Overall, it's a pretty good weapon. The amount of control and power makes the weapon special. Eric's. Eric's is a weapon I am not too fond of, and it's a weapon that I think that doesn't have the staying power as the other weapons. But first, let's back up. First thing to talk about Eric's is that the most people can agree on is that the weapon's design isn't very good. My bitches, it looks like a Toys R Us Hulk hands with fire on it. This wouldn't be a problem if you had more customizability like Osiris and Arbiter, but there is no customization design, so you're stuck with it. Other issues for the weapon is that the weapon can be already has been done in other DMC games. So people are going to compare it, and the first thing they'll compare it to is the moveset, and Eric's moveset is strange. Nearly all the moves that Eric's has is doubled than the other versions, and that's can be okay. For Rebellion, that's because the weapon is a stinger launch attack, so it works for that weapon. The biggest missed opportunity is the diagonal kick from previous weapons, and the real impact being replaced with Rising Dragon that makes the weapon lose some of its draw to the weapon in the first place. However, there are good things about this weapon worth mentioning. When looking at the weapon as its own for one massive amount of crowd control, Osiris and Eryx can deal with it a lot of enemies, making Eryx the go-to for massive crowd control damage. On top of this, as a bonus, the weapon can change mid-direction unlike previous versions of the weapon. The last thing I want to mention is the fact that the charge moves in the air is great and something that needs to be looked at for other versions moving forward. But tying this back to the beginning, I think parts of this weapon are good, but the time it takes to use isn't all that great as Arbiter. And if more people would criticize it, I'd be on board. But at the same time, it's definitely not useless. Like I've mentioned in my positives, the stuff that it does is okay, but overall the weapon could be better. Aquila. So let's talk about one of the best weapons in the game and one of the best weapons in the series. Aquila can be broken down into 3 parts. 1, the projectiles, 2, the mobility, 3, the crowd control. So let's go over the projectiles. So there is only one move in the weapon that adds to this system. Round trip is in this game functions very differently compared to previous games. In previous games it was more of a move that Rebellion used, and once you threw it, you had to wait for it to come back. While in DMC Devil May Cry, you can throw multiple of these things out without consequence, and on top of that, you can charge it up for more damage. Sure, they are similar, but the combat feel very different. Now, mobility. Mobility is a very key part of the weapon. Big Slick is used to get Dante from ground to air in an angelic fashion. This can be used to set up multiple enemies. Caliber is by far my favorite. If you're facing towards the enemy, you can move in that direction. But there is a lot of funny rules to how this moves and lets you move differently even with changing the directions. Then you have a crowd control element of the weapon which lets you grab multiple enemies at once, but that's not the selling point. But buy-in is fantastic in every way. It can bring an enemy towards you in the air, on the ground, anywhere. And if you're downed an enemy, you can use it to send them flying. Overall, this weapon is amazing. It's incredible for everyone to use, and that I've mentioned. Not only does this work great, but on its own, but plays into the other styles of Dante's kit. Ebony and Ivory. Ebony and Ivory are pretty much the same as previous games, but there are a few differences, 2 in particular. 1, the gunshots now shoot twice as fast. In previous games, pressing the gun button would do 1 shot. In DMC Devil May Cry, pressing the gun button once does 2 shots. Now, the biggest change is the charge. In other DMC games, the charge would just do more damage or maybe stagger the enemy. But in DMC Devil May Cry, the charge gives you ricochet, something that we saw in DMC 3 with the spiral gun. These changes are really for the best. While the charge shot could be used for good, it can be used as gunslinger to make it more useful, and honestly, later in the games is massively nerfed. So having a ricochet is a much better choice. Oh, and also inverted rainstorm. Inverted Ramstorm is a shit. Reverent. Reverent is an easy gun to talk about. This gun contains power and is a way to back up enemies. The powerful shot is a simple shot, shooting at such a fast opportunity and shooting hard. This weapon is a good way to quickly shoot to keep things going. This can be used between combos or at the end for adding extra damage. So on top of this, you can use it to back up enemies and to hold them at bay. So this can be used as a quick stop to get them out of your way. A way of pausing them as you want to approach things. All is well and good. After all, the gun is been in the series for a long time. This all functions like it does in previous versions. However, this version is different. In DMC Devil May Cry, it can be used to sending enemies flying, sending them a little bit upwards, and can be used for keeping them in the same place in the air. Fireworks also is something different now, with more damage, and it backs them up almost completely. But also, sorry for so many alsos, it can keep Dante in the air rather than still moving than other games. Then, of course, there's the bomb. The bomb is great for timing the enemies for their last demise or using it to take care of a group of enemies. Reverent is all around a great gun. It's not only an achievement for what the older versions did, but adds something that makes the gameplay unique. Koobley. While Reverent is easy to talk about on paper, Koobley is the opposite. Koobley is a weapon that was inspired by Lucifer in DMC4. In DMC4, you can attach the pins to the enemies and the trigger when it blows up. Koobley takes the same idea and makes it a bit more streamlined. In DMC4, you had to get close to an enemy or line them up in order to land. The idea was good, but it was a bit too much for the average player to understand. Not a bad weapon, but took a lot of getting used to. In DMC Devil May Cry, Koobley is a gun now that can be shot at range. A shot can guarantee a pin on an enemy, making a gun much quicker to use. Then, just like past weapons, you can stack them, leading them to big damage, or spread out damage, or even interesting air juggles. If you're smart and know how to use it in the right time, this gun rocks in every way possible, and in the player's hands that knows what they're doing can be devastating. And yes, just like Lucifer, it takes a lot of getting used to, but it's amazing. So no, it's not slow or useless, it's the core of what the gameplay is trying to do. The Demon Claw and Angel Claw. When creating Dante, there was a certain element they wanted to keep from Nero, and that would be his claw. In DMC4, Nero could pick up anybody he pleased with the Devil Bringer. If you locked onto an enemy by pressing the Bringer button, you can bring enemies to you, or you to them if they're a big enemy. So Ninja Theory wanted to keep this idea and to retool it a bit, so they made the Demon Claw and Angel Claw. With the gun button holding down with the said mode that you will use one of the claws. Demon brings the enemies to you, versus the Angel Claws, you go to the enemy. I think this is a great thing to have in DMC. Some people will say that this takes the skill away from the game. I completely disagree with this statement. This just expands upon the creativeness the players can have while attacking, and this adds to help the new players understand the game more. Just because you have a button to get to the enemy quickly doesn't mean all skill is lost. Auto combos and enemies that only function one way is a loss of skill. Remember, hard doesn't always mean skill. You can have an easy game that takes a lot of skill, but there is even more with the claws. When you use the claws, you can hit the button at the last second to use another move. With the Demon Claw, it's a kick that knocks back the enemy. With the Angel Claw, it's to knock them up. These are small details but can give you new options, and even if you do it on time you get a close-up animation. Overall, the claws are great from the game, and I think taking it away would damage the game overall. The Angel and Demon Dodge. In DMC Devil May Cry, there is an Angel mode and a Demon mode, and just like the claws, the modes have a different advantage. Enter Angel and Demon mode for a special dodge. But first, let's go over the regular dodge. The regular dodge is simple. It's a button that you press to get yourself out of danger. Pressing this at the last second will give you more style points. You get a brief dash in the air, and if you're simply holding it in the air without moving your stick, you do a backflip. Which is great for keeping you in the air. So let's talk about the Demon Dodge. When you're in Demon Dodge, everything plays the same, except for when you dodge at the last second, it boosts your damage. Meaning if you're really good at this, it can be deadly. It will not only help you increase your style ranking, but also help you destroy enemies with ease. This is one of the greatest moves in the games, and it takes skill with high reward. Then you have Angel Dodge. Angel Dodge is very different. With the Angel Dodge, you can freely dash around the arenas. Angel Dodge is a lot like Trickster from the older games, and you can use it fast multiple times. Overall, the dodges are great, and I think a lot of them can be expanded upon. I'll be talking about this combat part. The Angel Glide can be used for 3 things. 1. Getting away from enemies. 2. Going into enemies aggressively. And 3. For combos. For getting away, I can't even describe how useful this ability is. It's the quickest and most effective way of getting out. This and the Angel Dodge. Being in a pickle only to fly away is so satisfying, and it's something that the player can depend on. Getting aggressive with Angel mode isn't as helpful. With the glides, it's one of the few moves you use when getting out. You have a ton of ways though to get in, like Snake Eyes, Stinger, and more. The glide isn't as helpful when it comes to attacking. The last one is to talk about the combos. You may see it in Combo Mads, in which the player will use it to fly around the enemy or away to then come back to the enemies in multiple ways. This part of Angel Gliding is quick and unique and worth trying out. Overall, this mechanic is pretty good and more people should use it. Yeah. The tech. So there's quite a lot of depth when we talk about DMC Devil May Cry's tech, but we'll go over the most notable ones. I love the 180 degree turn, it's one of my favorite. I use it when I feel comfortable and to get your positioning. The Reverent Launcher is always great if you want to use it to throw off an enemy out of your way. The double charge shot is mostly fun but stupidly broken, but my favorite move is the Reversal Caliber, where you can go towards the enemy but you move backwards at the same time. Overall, it's clear that you want to check out Nix's document he made. What I said about the other DMC games and DMC Devil May Cry have different skill ceilings because of their different gameplay. DMC Devil May Cry should be seen as its own thing if you want to judge the tech properly. Chaining. Chaining term I came up with for this game. In case you forgot, chaining is when you do a combo with one weapon then switch to the other one to finish with another. I think we all need a second to talk about it. Some moves can be way more useful with chaining, but I think that there's a small issue with it. With less used weapons, it's really good. Combining one weapon with another is great for a combo. However, the weapons that already are good tend to overshadow everything else, like Trinity Smash and Buy-In, which can be abused quite a bit. I'd say I like the chaining overall, and it's a great mechanic due to how good it is for newcomers and greater to know what you're doing with over time. It has its problems, but in total it's a net good. The mobility of the weapons. The mobility is also something that makes DMC Devil May Cry very different. Instead of just having across and up, we have diagonal, up, and around. Things like that in DMC haven't really been done before. Even though I miss diagonal down a lot, a movement here is quite good. But the thing I like about this game is that there is always a variety of movement. There are multiple ways to go across with all the different weapons available at once, meaning you have a ton of choices to move, whether if it's to hit a few light hits or hitting one hard. The choices give you the freedom that before DMC 5 we didn't have. Gun cancelling. Gun cancelling is one of the easiest things to talk about, mostly because even the most basic players can have an understanding of it. Gun cancelling is when the gun animation cancels another animation. This can be performed with weapon attacks down to nearly everything you can do in this game. It's a bit tricky at first, but it's pretty reusable over time. Like I already went over in my tech part, in previous DMC games the guard cancel just completely overshadowed this mechanic. But since there are no guard in DMC Devil May Cry, the gun cancelling sticks out, and can be used for multiple variety of play, like using it during prop or to back up with Eric's. I suggest that more people try it to see if they like it. The projectile of weapons. The projectiles that you have of your weapons are quite limited and situational, meaning that you're using this quickly throughout and to move on, so your timing must be key for it to work. You have 1. Angel, 2. Demon modes. Round trip is a good way to keep the enemy staggered to do real damage, holding them still for the kill, while you also use the enemies at bay while you can retreat and focus on other enemies. The more you charge up, the longer and harder the damage will be. This may sound a bit overpowerful at first, but it takes a long time to fully throw a charged one, so it's not my recommendation. The other one is to flush and aerial flush. Both of these moves are meant to back off the enemy. This gives you time to jump in or to do damage from a safe distance. Well, there is a secret one that I've been holding out for now. You have Drive and Overdrive. This is great for keeping the enemies in the air and have a great crowd control, making these one of the choices in between the two extremes. So while the projectiles are limited, that's the key idea. This pushes the player to focus more on enemies, or let the guns do the job for you. Either way, the projectiles are built to give Dante enough room for more people to play and also keep him in check. The crowd control of the weapons. The next thing up on the good old bucket list is crowd control. Crowd control is very important to this game, not just for Angel mode but for all of Dante's kit. In different ways they all play their part. Eric's when you charge and you launch them all backwards, unless it's Trinity Smash where the effect is small with Arbiter. With Aquila you can control them where most of the enemies are, and Osiris hits a lot with the combos. It doesn't control them quite as much, but prop is your saving grace. All of these weapons have a sense of control over the enemy, some more than others. The key takeaway is learning how to deal with hordes of enemies without letting it consume you. In previous DMC games, the crowd control was very limited, but here it's very focused and the key part of DMC Devil May Cry, and one of the many reasons why DMC Devil May Cry's combat is different from the other DMC games. The connections with moves between weapons. The next thing is something I want to point out. With every move has its shadow. Arbiter and Aquila have projectiles. Orisa pulls enemies up while Eryx knocks them down. Aquila and Eryx are the best for crowd control. Arbiter and Osiris both have moves that tend to focus on enemies. Osiris, Arbiter, and Eryx knock enemies up, while Osiris, Eryx, and have wide moves for parrying. That's what, yeah, I nailed it. Things like this is something that I wanted to point out. The reason why I wanted to call attention to this is because of the opposite moves create more range and understanding of the combat. Air combat. Wow, this game's air combat is a trip. There are some really high points, but there are some really low points as well. Let's go over it. First, let me say that DMC Devil May Cry has the best ground combat. It's simple to understand, but complex to use. The reason why I'm telling you this is that the air combat is not that simple. So, let's start off with the gravity. The gravity in this game isn't really consistent. The moves will keep you in the air, but sometimes you just drop like a rock. But here's the reason why it's so jarring, is that most of the moves that keep you in the air for an insane amount of time. Most of the moves even take you up, which is a major change to the system. That's not all. There are no forward inputs in the air, so you feel like your moveset is limited since it only covers the basics. On top of this is that the demon weapons can't be used for chaining, but on the flip side you can finally juggle multiple enemies in the air. And the options for both up and down control is more to be excited over. But again, there is no inertia and JCs feel a bit stiff. But because of JCs are now much easier, it allows new people to understand it no problem. Overall, I do like juggling in this game, but the air combat is a bit weak and needs more work. This does damage than I care to admit. Sorry, by the way, it's raining outside. Hopefully you guys don't hear that. But I'm determined to finish this anyway, okay? So deal with it, okay? This is my video. I do what I want, okay? Angel weapons and angel mode. Angel mode and angel weapons in general are about speed and control. Speed is to dash quickly and control from multiple enemies at once. Angel mode is great for having the player understand the things around him. And the same thing could be said about the demon mode. I think that they can be used a bit more. They wanted to have something that would replace the style system in the future, but for now we have something that's passable but could be much more. Guns. Overall, the guns are very impactful. They may seem small, but the little things add up, like Inverse Rainstorm. I can't tell you how many times I've used this, and the same could be applied to all the charge shots. In the past, holding down the button wouldn't do much unless you were in Gunslinger in DMC3, but in DMC Devil May Cry it puts a whole new spin on the idea. The ricochet and bomb, that's not even mentioning Koobley, and that it takes its own mindset just to keep track of. The guns are so important in this game, and by far the most underrated part of the game. The changes are small but tend to be big in all the right ways. Fireworks keeps you in the air and channels certain moves. Rainstorm keeps multiple enemies in the air, and Koobley can be used for careful but for added combos. Everything about the game is super important, and I think a lot of people should talk about it more. DT. DT is something that I covered in depth before, but I think the reason why it gets such a bad rap is because how older DMC games work. Before, DT was just a boost, but in DMC Devil May Cry, DT is a helpful friend with air combos. And to give you the chance to catch your breath, the overall idea of both are not the same, and are used very differently. Sure, the bar is quick, but it fits the game. If it were to last as long as previous DMC games, it would be too powerful. Knowing how much is in the bar will help you understand what purpose you're going for. Are you going to use it for healing? Are you going to use it to clear enemies as quick as you can? Are you going to use it to take care of one enemy? And how much of the bar will be how useful it is. See, DT is more than just clearing enemies. It has a purpose. Just like all the DTs, something you must learn from it. I think while DTs can be super powerful, but DT is held up to the individual player and how they want to use it. It's more like an extra tool that we should treat it as such. Dante overall. Honestly, I don't know what to say. That's all it. Every detail I could pick up on this game is core combat, and yeah, I do think that Dante in DMC Devil May Cry is a great character. But there are a lot to build on here. Something that I wish we could see more of. But at the end of the day, while I wish for more looking back, this is a great system. This was the groundwork from Heavenly Sword was to understand, as Enslave has the bricks of the past of DMC games. I know that people don't think that it's as deep, but I encourage them to break down the tiniest level to understand the system of DMC Devil May Cry. So yeah, that's my full breakdown of it. See, isn't that so much better than saying it's just cool or fun? Well, here I am. Welcome back to another response where the train of stupidity never ends. Today we have Escapist at the forefront. The Escapist is known for his jokes and quick reviews, so let's see if this video holds up.
So the first controversy is that Dante the cocky swaggering well-dressed man in a bleached mop top has been supplanted by Dante the cocky swaggering 9-year-old who throws on the first wife-beater and dressing gown that could be persuaded to peel off the kitchen floor. With short dark hair no less, why don't you just come over and put your cock through the middle of my Devil May Cry PS2 disc, Ninja Theory?
Well, that's a sentence I never thought I'd hear. The inner child in me wants to try it out. But first, the way you described it is almost going with what they're looking for. The lack of care in his clothes is the lack of care of the world and others. That's one of the biggest changes from older Dante to new Dante. Even if it's different, that doesn't mean it's necessarily disrespectful to the original game. Now let's try out that diss joke.
Not that I think the original quippity douchebag Dante is sacrosanct, I thought he was an absolute knob-end, but all you need to do is establish that new Dante is an equally big knob-end and then we can all move on.
I mean, it kind of is established. At the beginning of the game we see that Dante doesn't like the others due to his past. Sure, these are times where he's meant to be cool, but most of the time we see him make bad choices earlier on in the game. Something he grows out of at the end of the game. And it's never really shown that Dante is all that smart. So yes, DMC, Devil May Cry Dante, is a knob as well, just in a more subtle way.
There are so many weapons that my standard pattern was to completely forget about most of them until accidentally using one while randomly smashing the buttons, whereupon I'd use it for the rest of the fight and wonder why I don't use it more often before forgetting about it again.
Oh god, where do I begin? So I get that not everyone's going to pick up and understand the game right away. Usually people can easily understand a third-person shooter right away, due to how many there are in the space. For example, for many people that play first-person shooter multiplayer games typically understand the ins and outs of the game. Their sensitivity may be locked or the key bindings may be made, but I'm not saying all first-person games are the same, like Overwatch and Battleborn just to name a few. It is a very different feel, but what I'm trying to say is that the popular things tend to have a set category in people's brains, and for action games that typically isn't one of them. So picking up a game that might be like this may be hard. But as a person, I would like to believe that someone that has a living state of mind should be able to back up something with a statement, with a form of reasoning that you can justify. I'm not saying that in this case this should be committed to ethics when it comes to a video game, though I do somewhat believe in this. I'm not saying that because you are a content creator, you have a responsibility to your audience. You have to try. Because if I were to criticize you but not watch half the video and say that this video is trash, that is a major point against yourself. But even if this is somehow a joke, most of the video while joking has points, and I feel free to show those points even if they're in a joking manner.
Cry, a game that held your face down in a tray full of churlish crabs saying you know you can drop down to easy mode whenever you like, and your testicles will probably be happier in my little box anyway, may be disappointed, but then this is supposed to be young Dante, back before he took the training wheels off his sword.
Good. This is a topic that I need to help people understand, leading to a bunch of people echoing the wrong idea. First, this game is a reboot. This game was designed from the ground up to be for a bigger audience. This is why the Western design is so key. Like I've been over before, the difficulty is in the same boat. More people are likely to play this game if it's easier. And I know you may think that this is a betrayal or whatever, but one, DMC is more than just being challenging. I thought one of the many reasons I liked, or we liked, DMC3's combat was because of how in-depth it was, not the challenge or not. Two, no matter the reason, easy means more players. I don't care if your reasoning is if it's bad, it doesn't connect to anything reasonable. LEGO Star Wars is easy, but it's still great. Let me also get this through people's heads. DE has been fixed this shit day one. A good majority of its problems or balance-wise are gone. Demon Evade was nerfed, the axe was nerfed, and there is a mode called Hardcore Mode which nerfs DT's main move is gone. To say that NT didn't account for this is annoying. And if NT fixed all this, then don't talk about it. This leads me to my next point. You have other difficulties. Do those. Enjoy those. The enemy patterns are different. I've never heard somebody say that it's easy and then not play the higher difficulties. 90% of these players make this point. They never amp up the challenge themselves. And it's not like they don't have the freedom to do it. Nobody ever compares them. DMD is still hard. GMD is literally the spawn of Satan himself. If you even look at it wrong, you'll die. It's impossible. So I don't get this. If you have an option in the game that you have a problem with it, just change it. Is it that hard? DMC5 is way easier than 4 and 3. Does that mean people say that it's difficult and bad? Nope. Is there a problem with difficulty in DMC5? Nope. Easy games are fine, but DMC5 and DMC Devil May Cry are fine the way they are. Not every game needs to be Bayo. And if you like a challenge, that's okay. I like that. Hell, I love the challenge when need be. But saying that difficulties are being subjective doesn't mean that it's an overall bad game when you can easily change it. This point against the game is kinda terrible. Or at least I haven't heard a good wording of this argument.
Although it's always annoying when optional collectibles hunting clashes with linear room-by-room combat, when there's no way of knowing which of the several routes you can take actually continues the level, locks you out of the previous section, hangs a pork chop off your ass and releases hungry dogs.
I wouldn't say it clashes with the game. One path is for explorables while the other path is for the level. At worst you can say it gets confusing, but all you just need to do is go the other way and look back. I do agree that this can be a problem, but this game is very straightforward, so there's not much of a consequence for doing something wrong here. So we've reached the end, just like so many times before. What's the verdict? Well, I have a massive question. Is this video a joke or more of a review? Because on the surface it's a bit hard to tell. At one point he mentions that all he does is basic air combo and that's about it. If he does do this, he can't really comment on the high level of play this game has, which is something crucial to DMC, to any DMC game. And if it's a joke, why would you frame it in a way where it's clearly trying to be a point? Either way, you can't say this video is bad, just a bit hard to understand due to the jokes covering a lot of the video. Video Game Donkey has a similar problem. But yeah, video is mid in terms of points, but at least the video is funny.
The combat and the aesthetics plug enough of my holes that I can recommend DMC. Holes in my rowboat so that it becomes seaworthy. What did you think I meant?
This one is by Trasher Treasure. He mostly makes chill videos with not that much editing. It's very laid back in a very simple format, so I'm sure it'll be lovely.
Not all of these reboots were bad, but a heavy majority of them couldn't hold a candle to the originals, which is probably why the very idea of even rebooting Devil May Cry didn't go at all well the minute it was announced.
Dude, we haven't even started on the game and you're already looking for the worst. This is the problem with expectations when it comes to art. Set your expectations too high or too low can affect the way you think of a game, and this can definitely be seen in DMC Devil May Cry. Before a game came out, everybody in their heads thought it was going to be bad, and see that he's already setting a narrative that most reboots are bad, so therefore this one falls in the same camp. Let's take an example. Guardians of the Galaxy was before release seen as another failure, due to the Avengers being before it, and the trailers didn't seem much better. However, once playing the game, people quickly realized that this game was much better than people thought. Hell, the same thing happened to me. People can easily get swept away by the public opinion, and that's what happened to this game. Nobody wants to look at the details, and not many people will ever, because they need to dig deep. So to start off like this is already quite unfair, but let's see what he thinks about Dante to start off with.
First impressions were not great. Fans absolutely despise the look and feel of this game, especially when it came to the redesign for Dante. Instead of a cool, hunky badass like the original games had, this Dante is much younger, scrawnier, and a lot more immature.
Oh god, what a way to start. It's funny how talking about previous Dantes, we have the best understanding of the character. It seems like most of the time we understand
Dante was just a half-demon hybrid that liked killing things and being crazy. He was never much deeper than that, and he didn't really need to be.
It seems like half of the time
Dante was just a half-demon hybrid that liked killing things and being crazy. He was never much deeper than that, and he didn't really need to be.
Seems like some of the time they understand Dante, but whenever DMC Devil May Cry Dante gets into the conversation, it's either he's not likable or he isn't like old Dante. What next? So, like I'll say for the millionth time, these are different Dantes. Just like DMC1 is different from DMC2 Dante, and it's different from 3 and 4 Dante. They all are different, and that's okay. Just tell me something about the character, please. I miss Fox.
There are also new gameplay features like a lock-on mechanic and turbo mode. Yeah, I really don't know why those weren't in the original release.
First, lock-on doesn't need to be in the game. The game isn't bad without it. You can still work with it. The inputs are fine, and the claw will help you grab the ones that you want. Second, why wasn't turbo mode in DMC5 when it came out? Or LDK for that matter? Turbo mode is usually after the main release of the game, since only certain people want it. And that's coming from somebody who plays with turbo mode and hasn't turned it off since.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Limbo City. Yeah, I bet you can't guess what the theme's gonna be. Isn't that like naming your town Hellsville? Something about that should be ringing alarm bells.
Hey, is that a callback to My Favorite Son's video? That's gotta be. On a serious note, there is a place called Hell's Kitchen in New York, so yes, it is believable.
That's impressive. It must have taken real effort to piss off Dante fanboys in only a few minutes. It's like they were deliberately trying to find every possible way to infuriate them. Sorry, getting ahead of myself.
What is this take? See, this is something that I hate about criticisms against the reboot. It's something to make shortcuts for your point. This line shows that. There's no meat here. We have a point that we can't confirm, and even if we were to have more knowledge of the subject, we know that this is obviously false. The way people start conversations like this is deeply frustrating. They poison the well with something like this right out the gate. This line is a perfect example of this. This line can't be proven, but sows the seeds of doubt in your mind. I think that this tactic is very overused and I'd like to see it go away. These shortcuts seem fine, but are dangerous in the end.
Vergil also informs Dante that they are part of a race called Nephilim, beings that are born half angel, half demon. The demon half being Sparta, as expected, and the angel half being Eva, who's no longer human in this reboot because reasons.
Yes, there are reasons why. I think it's fairly obvious, but I need to explain them anyway. First is the weapons, having angel weapons that are lighter and deal with crowd control, while the demon weapons are heavier and deal with more damage. Second is the visual aspect. You even see it on the box art of the game. Third is for the story aspect for the character. In the universe, only a Nephilim can take out a Demon King. And finally, other gameplay choices like being able to angel glide, fly, and dodge.
Mundus frequently monitors Limbo City through the use of CCTV cameras and also runs the city's armed police forces, much like the Kingpin in the Marvel Universe. Then Mundus' SWAT team locates the Order's headquarters and shoots everyone on sight. I don't know why we don't get to meet the rest of the Order before they're all axed off, but whatever.
Rewind a bit. Why does this matter? Cat and Vergil are the only characters that we need to associate with the Order. Why do we need more characters than that? This game, and DMC in general, has always had less characters in most of their stories, and that's okay. Time shouldn't be wasted in a game like this, so adding even more characters isn't a good choice. But your main problem is the fact that the Order getting axed and not getting connected to it. But Cat is the stand-in for that. Besides, what's the point of introducing fucking Joe McDonald if he's going to get killed in the middle of the game?
However, for some reason that outburst has caused the portal to the demon world within Mundus' stronghold to shrink because attacking the city drained the portal's power or some complicated nonsense like that.
Alright, let me hold your hand through this. The Hellgate is a pretty simple tool for Mundus. The Hellgate keeps Mundus immortal, but only if he's next to it, meaning he can't kill Dante on his own. That's why he needs to send other demons to do his work. But the Hellgate may have power, but it's not limitless. It can be drained. If you use it a ton, it will weaken its power, just like most things that take energy. So this means that while the Hellgate is powerful, it has a weakness, as Vergil explains throughout the game. But it isn't nonsense. It's very simple to follow. This is the source of the power and here's its weakness. Remember, this isn't something that comes out of nowhere. In Mission 3, the plan is to get Mundus angry that they'll defeat him. In Mission 16, they used the planned anger that he was hoping for since the beginning of the game. Whether it's spent or not really doesn't matter. The key point was Mundus' anger. That was always the point. I'll show you those cutscenes now.
Okay, I woke up every day, and I would jerk off and cum on the American flag, because I'm a real American, bitch. I love this country, and yeah, I won't take a needle from my neighbor, but I would die for this nation any day.
Splinter, the right one, please.
That's the Hellgate, a conduit from which Mundus draws his power. While he's connected to the Hellgate, he's immortal. But we get him away from the Hellgate, and our swords will do the rest.
So, how do we do that?
We get his attention. Mundus is petty. He's impulsive. If we hit him where it hurts, let his anger rule him, I believe we can draw him out.
You have no right to decide the fate of so many.
I know it was extreme, okay? I know there was a cost. But it worked. Mundus acted impulsively, in anger. The Hellgate is spent, and Mundus with it. For the time being, at least.
With the world now infested with demons and the city in ruins, that's where the game ends. It just stops.
Huh? Yes? The game wanted to end up on a bit more room, or much more room as possible for the next game, but yes, that's the end. Everything was wrapped up though. Dante's arc is done, the demons have been stopped, Vergil has left, Cat is safe, and everything is done, but there's still more room for the future. I literally don't see anything wrong with how this story ended.
And then right the hell out of nowhere, Vergil reveals his true intentions for stopping Mundus. He wants him and Dante to rule this new world where he believes that humans need to be protected because they're idiots that can't fend for themselves, even though Cat has been helping Vergil come this far.
I've been over this in my Foxcade section. There I addressed the fact that the game clearly shows Vergil's turn, and not showing these scenes that are clearly in the game puts a bad taste in my mouth.
Kill Mundus and then stop Vergil afterwards, which yeah, where did that come from? I know that if you play Devil May Cry 3, then you know that Vergil's gonna be the bad guy, but DMC at no point makes him seem like a villain until this very moment. He made a few stupid choices beforehand, like leaving Cat with the SWAT team, but he never seemed like an intentionally bad person. But he never seemed like an intentionally bad person. The obvious symbolism is also completely laughable. Stuff like showing 666 on beer bottles and Dante and Vergil going through a gateway with the word paradise above it. You get it?
Most of you guys couldn't pick up on the Vergil twist, so something like this must be played out loud. Besides, what does this have to do with the quality of the game? Better question, what's the point of even mentioning this? Never mind guys, we did it. I understand DMC Devil May Cry is a bad game now. It's all because there was 666 on a bottle and his home is called Paradise. I guess we have to end the video now.
It feels like a third grader wrote it who's just learning curse words, and no more is this present than with the new Dante. While a perfectly average character in his own right, he doesn't have nearly the same amount of charm as the older Dante, which you can already tell by him confusing swearing with wit. Those are by no means the same thing, and he does it constantly.
This point has always been weird to me. First, a lot of people swear, especially in the newer generation. Unless they're holding a certain clean front for other people, usually the average person does like swearing. In fact, there was a study that found people under pain feel better when swearing. Swearing is just in general a stress reliever. And remember, this game is for adults. This game isn't meant for kids. DMC-wise has never been E-rated. And let's face it, what DMC did language-wise never did anything abnormal. Dante says fuck in the anime. The fuck you response is something that we've seen before in Mindhunter. Splinter, the right clip, please.
You're the one who looks delicious, you pudgy fuck.
Thank you. In later DMC games, swearing is more often than in previous games, so if anything you should be critiquing the how rather than the language itself rather than the swearing. This all ties into the fact that no one knows how to talk about the dialogue in this game. Nobody is willing to break it down. The dialogue is more than just LMAO, dude. It was cringe. Character motivations, expositions, character moments. So let me show you what I mean. You've probably seen the worst dialogue from Rise of Skywalker, and it's one of the early lines. Somehow Palpatine returned. This not only doesn't make any sense, but isn't realistic. How did Palpatine return? Last time we saw him, he got thrown off into oblivion, making his return almost impossible. And from a realistic standpoint, this doesn't even make sense. How do you know? If he returned, then you must have an explanation why. If the character just magically appears, and there must be an explanation for it. So when I think of bad dialogue, I think of that. Lines that ruin the story and characters and worlds. Not Dante saying fuck you a couple times.
Being able to swap to another weapon and back so smoothly in the middle of your combo is a rather ingenious idea, but this does however make it far less comfortable to dodge or lock onto an enemy, since that means you have to hold both a bumper button and a trigger button.
That is so wrong. Just switch the controls. It's that simple. The game isn't forcing you to make do with the controls. You can just change them. I do it all the time.
Love the name, but damn is it useless. You shoot explosive darts into enemies and detonate them whenever you want to. It's not quick or practical enough for my liking.
Look, there are a lot of weird guns in DMC. We've had laser weapons, long barrel weapons, and even a hat. But Koobley tends to stand out for a lot of people. That's just to do with the fact that the detonation is rather than immediate, which means that this can be used for setups and big damage. If you're smart, you can spread out the damage over time, or upload it all at once. With this type of range, it's hard to nail at first how you want to use it, and because of this a lot of players don't end up using it a lot. I can't say that this is NT's fault, however. They were simply trying to add something that's complex that, let's face it, is given towards you at the end of the game. However, I fundamentally disagree with the fact that it's useless. To say it's useless needs a lot more groundwork. But at the end of the day, it's not to his liking, which I can't blame him for not liking something, especially a gun that takes a lot of getting used to. But I think this weapon should give more credit than what's given. Sure, it's complex, but not useless.
The penultimate boss especially was an utter joke. Very disappointing after all the build-up leading to it.
I think there is some truth behind this. Mundus is a fairly easy boss, but I don't think that suddenly makes the boss have bad design. The timing of the dodges are pretty tricky, and parrying the projectiles always feels great. But I can see why somebody wouldn't like this boss. In fact, I think it's the worst boss in the game. I think there is a lot of improvement that needs to be done. You can see more in my boss fight section. But overall, easy doesn't mean bad, because Bob is a simple boss, but it's one of the best in the game.
I had this one secret mission that took me half an hour to do because there were two of the strongest enemies in the game, each with separate weaknesses, and another one shooting deadly projectiles and has a shield surrounding it and can even put that shield on one of the other enemies. This was a pain to finish and one of the worst secret missions I've played in this series so far.
Bro, literally a second ago you were talking about how the bosses were too easy, yet the second you get something hard you start whining about the difficulty. This is borderline hypocritical. The color-coded enemies can be hard at first, however they really aren't that hard on the surface. Most of the demon weapons can stagger, and angel weapons have enough consistent well-timed damage, meaning that most of the time you're playing very in and out. Do quick damage then get out. You want to be careful and not charge in without a plan. You need to learn to take them out one at a time. If one is shielding another, then take the one out giving the shield. That sounds obvious, but that's the core of how the system works. Now going back to the hypocritical thing, I don't think he's doing this one on purpose, just a lack of oversight. Cause sure, this is a bit hard at first, but understanding the enemies greater easily helps you beating them. But isn't this what you're clamoring for? A challenge worth something? One time the game throws a curveball at you, that's not even that hard, then you think that it's the game's fault? But this is to test your abilities of the knowledge of the enemies, and how you think of the system.
You might want to use them as often as you can, because this DLC loves to throw every possible enemy in your way. Some hordes of enemies can go on for a really long time.
Of course, there are only 6 levels.
I think I am glad that a sequel never got made for this, because I don't know how it could have worked stretched out as a separate series without feeling repetitive like how the Tomb Raider Origins trilogy suffered.
The answer to this statement is yes and no. This is something I'll pick up on later, but in short, DMC Devil May Cry didn't get a chance to reach its full potential. That's all I'll say for now. Okay, time for this party to come to a close. Is this a bad video per se? To me, while it has problems, but it's not the worst we'll see. The Vergil twist is something that still bothers me, however. It's a problem that's in nearly every video. When there is evidence, it goes against them. The one that I expected was swearing. I think it has been blown way out of proportions. It's just a non-issue. If your problem is the dialogue, then talk about why. Don't just say swearing. If you don't care, then you won't care. It's that simple. Then you have Koobley. Koobley is a great weapon. It's simple to understand yet complex to use. Sure, it takes some getting used to, but that doesn't mean it's useless. Overall, I don't think the video is bad, just the framing is. But I can't hope for everything to be perfect. But besides, the negative stuff is shown throughout the rest of the video. There is a lot of positive for this reboot, and he even thinks the game is good, so I can't hate him. Besides, he makes great Persona videos. So this video isn't trash, but isn't treasure either. Yeah. You see what I did? I don't forget it. Play a meme or something. We start off with Mundus blackmailing the president on a phone call. We then see his mistress, Lilith. She asks if he has the world on his tips. Tips? Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Mundus mentions there's a loose end. The son of Sparta, Dante. We then see Dante at a dance club where he throws a bottle at demons, where Dante is clearly being followed by something. Dante then takes 2 of the dancers home, and we have a good wholesome time then after having sex. When we are met with the title of the game, DMC Devil May Cry. Breakdown. So there are a few things to talk about. One, Mundus is the embodiment of bad power, the peak of what not to do when somebody has power. The idea that he needs to own everything. Everything we need to know about the character is in this first scene. So blackmailing the president shows how powerful he is in the first scene. The theme of power and control is the core of Mundus and to Vergil. Funny how both antagonists share this similar goal. This is something that Dante fights against. We'll go over that over time. But for now, keep it in your head. While Mundus gets an intro that tells us everything about him, I can't say the same thing about Dante. Dante's intro tells us very little about his character except for the part where Dante's closed off from the rest of the world. In fact, we barely even get to see his face. Most of the camera angles are focused on the things around him. It shows us that Dante is more in a routine and not paying attention to the things around him. Like the fact that the demons are following him. And by the by, I don't think that sex scene was to make Dante appear cool, but rather interesting way to open the game. Like I said, not much to tell us a lot about Dante here. Mission 1, found. Summary. We pick up where we last left off in Dante's trailer. We see the news report of the leader of the Order telling the people to wake up and that demons have taken control over humanity. Bob's reaction is to legally shoot him. Dante then wakes up with scratches on his body and heals. He hears someone at the front door. The mysterious girl says that the hunter has spotted him and that Dante has left a trail. The hunter then appears from the water shouting Dante's name. The hunter then grabs Dante's trailer and Dante goes flying around trying to get his clothes. After this fight with the demons, we see that the guns don't do much. The woman then leads to the way out, but Dante questions who she is. Kat introduces herself. Turns out she's a psychic where we can see her and she has a small impact on Limbo, but if Dante pulls the trigger, she dies. Kat then continues on and so does Dante. Along the way, Dante fights with the hunter briefly, he gets his jacket and moves on. Near the end, a white wig lands on his head and he looks in the mirror and says,
"Not in a million years."
Dante and the hunter fight for one last time in which Dante kills him. But right before he does, the hunter mentions his mother giving Dante a small flashback. When Dante is walking on the sidewalk, Kat pulls up in a car asking if he would like to come with her to see her boss. Dante doesn't like this idea, but after seeing the cops gets in. Kat tells Dante that her boss is the leader of the Order. The news host is used for a transition to Mundus that mentions that Dante's trail, and that it's only a matter of time. Mission over. Breakdown. The first thing I want to mention is the first thing we hear, that mankind is asleep and that demons have taken over. So this is pretty much the setup for the game right off the bat. When I watched this cutscene, I didn't think the demon would be called attention to, but it seems like that's the main goal of the Order, is to take out the demons. When we get that set up from Bob Barbas telling the people to shoot Vergil on sight because he's a terrorist. There is a growing theme in this game about illusions and blaming other people. Bob blames the Order for being a terrorist, and when somebody can be seen as a terrorist, near everything is justified. We even see this at the end of the game. A lot of the game is talking about what it means to be an outsider, and Dante embodies that idea. Now let's talk about Dante. Dante is still in the denial of the call in this mission. So far, he rejects the idea of helping somebody else. In fact, he only acts in his own interest. Whether the beginning or the end of the mission, Dante doesn't care. And can you blame him? Dante's past has affected the way he thinks of the world, leading to him not caring. But we'll get to that later on. We are introduced to Kat. Kat's rules are pretty simple. See and touch certain things in Limbo, but that's about it. She will act as a guide for the future of the game. Again, Kat is the driving force of this game, so saying that she's useless makes no sense. And just like Dante, her past is affecting her actions. For our main three characters, the past influenced them in their actions to today. The last thing that we cover is the white hair. Oh boy. As I've said in the defensive, he gets the white hair at the end of the game, making this change important. It's not a fuck you, but rather another action for the character. The whole first mission is him in a state of rejection due to his past. So of course he looks down on his future. The whole mission is a state of denial and why it will be expanded upon. Again, this isn't a diss to the old series, but rather the old series to build up to this version of Dante. So to say that this scene is pissing off older fans just doesn't make sense. And remember, people already had a bad relationship with this game, so of course people aren't going to see the whole picture. And something that I just noticed, Dante wakes up exactly when Vergil tells him to. Nice detail. Mission 2, Home Truths. Summary. Cat takes Dante to the Order's hideout. The Order is made up of a small group of people who want to expose the demons' control over the world, with bankers, politicians, and more. Dante doubts the effectiveness of this. Dante then meets with Vergil. Dante then, yet again, shows to not care about the things around him. So, Vergil shows Dante his past that he's forgotten. Cat and Vergil takes Dante to a place called Paradise. Cat then explains how Limbo works and opens a gateway for him. Dante then sees his younger self. After this, he also sees his father Sparta and gains a new weapon. Dante then follows his past self and finds something. This takes him to another world made with greens and blues, which teaches him the claw move for grabbing platforms. Once getting out of this world, he follows his mother, which seems to be running from someone. Dante then finds a picture of his mother, which gives him an angel weapon. He continues to follow the echoes of his mother when he comes across a blue rose. This sucks him back into the dream world, where he now has access to the angel claw. Once getting out of the dream world, but before Dante walks out of the room, Dante finds a picture of his family. This is the final action that gives Dante's memory back. Turns out that Mundus found his mother and killed her, and Dante's father hid them and erased their memories to try and keep them safe. Dante then makes it back to the real world. Vergil tells Dante that Sparta has the fate worse than death. With all the pieces put together, Dante is eager to help and to find out more. Breakdown. This is the mission where Dante breaks his rejection of the world. As discussed in the first mission, Dante doesn't care about others. He can care less about what the demons are doing. Even at the beginning of the mission, Dante doubts that he can make a difference. But now, this mission gives him a reason to fight, because his life was taken from him. It's quite ironic that Mundus kills Eva and tortures Sparta to make sure that they weren't a threat. Yet because of this, Dante and Vergil end up being the ones killing him. It's a fair fate. But the biggest question throughout the game is humanity worth saving? And this question is made more interesting. Dante isn't human. That's one of the reasons why his mother is an angel, and neither is Mundus or Vergil. Cat is the answer to this question, which is something we start to see in this mission. The next thing we'll talk about is the Order. The Order is the last line of defense that humanity has. I see a lot of people compare the Order to Anonymous, but I don't see this to be the case. First, we never see them actually hack anything. Vergil hacks, but that's about it. Secondly, the Order uses other means like pop stars, politics, and more. They clearly work from the shadows, yes, but they are very different. The next thing I want to talk about is Mundus. A lot of DMC villains don't connect to much of the main character, but this version of Mundus took his life away. Remember, after his memory was wiped, this leads Dante towards a hard path, one that comes with a lot of conflict. So he has Mundus to blame for this. This also ties into his arc, but I'll get to that later. The next thing I want to talk about is the dream world. We don't know quite what it is. Is it the power of a Nephilim, or maybe all fiction? And who brought Dante here? There's a lot of questions about this world, most of which we'll never know, but that's what's so fascinating about this world. Mission 3, Bloodline. Summary. Vergil takes Dante on a trip to a playground which their mother brought them to. Vergil begins to explain everything. Mundus rose through the ranks and became the Demon King with his blood brother Sparta. But Sparta betrayed him and fell in love with an angel. Sparta was sent to a fate worse than death, but he gave his sons weapons and hid them well. When explaining this, Dante gets spotted and dragged into Limbo. After Dante fights with a few demons, Cat opens a rift, but he can't get to it. Dante finds another blue rose that takes him into the dream world, where he learns how to angel glide, and gets to the rift. When Dante is safe, Vergil begins to explain the plan. Mundus is a CEO of a business. Mundus uses the cameras that keep track of the people, while also using propaganda, and Virility uses a drink to keep them docile. Mundus uses the Hellgate to keep him immortal. The idea is to take down the drinks and the cameras to lure Mundus out of the building and then kill him. Breakdown. First, let's talk about the backstory yet again, but this time we'll cover Mundus. Not much is known about Mundus. In the fight for Angel and Demons, Mundus stood out. He ruled, and he ruled well, making him the Demon King. It's not just the fact that he was ruling, but the wording is the strongest, the cruelest. That's a very interesting way of wording it. Usually when people say smart or unbreakable, but the way it's worded, I think it describes the setup for his power. Before it was killing underlings, while DMC Devil May Cry is about words and actions over people. The next thing up on the list is the Dream World. I talked about it before, but I'll make this quick. The Dream World acts like a perfect place beyond space and time where Dante can use and get all of his abilities. It mostly looks like everything's the same. Everything gives a sense of nostalgia, and no enemies give you a sign of comfort. Everything that this Dream World is going for just simply works. The plan is the final thing to talk about. The news and the drinks are controlling the people, and we as the player need to take them down. Nearly all the villains of the game are hiding themselves, and hiding who they truly are. And the only one that's truthfully upfront is Dante. Dante is the key to all the themes working for this game. In fact, I'd say without Dante, the story collapses. Say what you will about Dante, but why Dante acts the way he acts for the story is the centerpiece for it. Again, some people may not like Dante, but changing Dante would hurt the story. Mission 4, Underwatch. Summary. We start off with Kat and Dante walking into Virility when Dante sees a man with the Virility can. Dante knocked it out of his hand, and because of this they get dragged into Limbo. Dante fights his way through a bunch of demons to see Kat once again. Kat and Dante talk briefly about her past. Dante then rushes his way through the city and tries to get out in the Limbo. When the demons try and kill him, he crashes into a church. Once defeating the enemies, Kat gives Dante a way out. Dante then crashes through the window and escapes Limbo. Bob Barbas then reports an incident as a terrorist attack and shows Dante's face, warning the public about Dante. Mission over. Breakdown. So let's clear something up. The cameras and the demons work pretty simply. In order to get Dante, they have to find a way to drag him into Limbo, either through people or through cameras. This is your best bet on beating Dante. I love how the way Limbo works in this game. According to Kat, even the city itself will try and stop Dante, meaning that it's a living thing as well, which is very creative. Let's quickly touch upon Kat's past. It seems like there was a time in her life where she felt lost and alone, and was tortured by nightmares. Until, one day, Vergil saved her, gave her something to be good at, and gave her meaning in her life, something she struggled with. We'll get to more of it later on, when Kat and Dante open up more. Next, let's just give a round of applause for Dante just being peak here. He's knocking out cans out of people and hates church. Based. I just love Dante in this level. When he knocked that can out of that guy's hand, he wasn't wrong doing it. It could be nicer, but this tells a lot about the character in one action. And the church line was really good too. And I can confirm, church really does drag on. And the way he delivered it was great. Mission 5, Virility. Summary. Kat and Dante then enter Virility. Kat and Dante then open up about each other's past. Kat being told that she was crazy at a young age, and Dante can relate to that as well. Dante even gets a whole animated cutscene, which we'll go over later. Kat mentions that she knows the layout of the building from being here as a child. They then head to the back rooms where they yet again open up with each other. They then head towards the warehouse part of the building, which we get a reaction that I love using. Dante travels through Limbo fighting demons that get in his way. Dante then heads back into the mixing room where we see the awful truth. Dante fights the demons for a final time, then mission over. Breakdown. There's a lot to talk about. First, let's mention how Virility works. According to Kat, there has been a giant succubus that controls how the people drink and think, keeping them docile and less prone to outrage. So, doing this for a long amount of time seems really messed up for certain people. And to think about it, Coke has actually been around for 1886? Which is a long ass time. Coke has literally existed before the dinosaurs. That's crazy. So Virility being around for so long really does keep the people in check. No wonder not many people have discovered Limbo. Now it's time to talk about Dante's past. In this scene, Dante talks about his past, him realizing the fact that he was an orphan and was on the run by a bunch of demons, leaving him betrayed. In pictures, we've even seen him fighting the police. This shows at such a young age, Dante had to be closed off from others. This leads Dante to be such an asshole. But that's what makes his arc so satisfying. Now let's cover the part that everybody loves bitching about. Dante reaching for his heart to test his durability, and also symbolic of him understanding who he truly is. But the only point against the scene is that it's too edgy, and okay? That's a tone at the end of the day. There's nothing concrete about that. That's like saying Dante riding a rocket is goofy. So what? That's not the point against the game. Let's yet again go over Kat's past. becomes more and more tragic the more you hear about it. The demons tried to pull her in on the drugs and wanted her to be in a terrible state, but Vergil pulled her out of this, leaving her in a better state than before. Vergil's power over Cat even at this point is clear. Vergil saw something useful out of her and took advantage of that. Cat's story being hurt and manipulated, but the fact that she overcomes this is a really good way for her to use witchcraft. This shows the power of the character that has power taken away from her. She's the key part of humanity that keeps on fighting. The last thing I'll quickly mention is the fact that both Dante and Cat connect for their story to work. Dante needs to change and Cat needs help. Both work due to how they work together. The story depends on both of them as one, which we can see throughout this whole level. They are always helping each other no matter what. Small nitpick, but where is everyone? You can't just go walk around in the back of a building with no one there. Where's security or staff? Ugh. Mission 6, Secret Ingredient. Summary. Cat and Dante then head to the source where the fan is at the bottom. Cat tells Dante to jump and she'll twist. So Dante does just that. When she twists, she changes the environment so Dante can walk on it. So Dante heads through the tunnel to see the succubus. Dante and the succubus have a good back and forth. Then they fight for Dante to reign triumphant. Dante then kills her in a gruesome fashion. Mundus is interrupted in the middle of doing something. Yeah, I'll say that. Stops and realizes that his succubus is dead, so he punches the window like a normal gamer. Mission over. Breakdown. The first thing I want to go over is the twist for the timer. I love how this world works. So far being busted through windows, having ugly globs of soda products, and now we have the world itself twisting. This is a sign of a really interesting and cool world. The back and forth between Dante and the succubus is fun. So before I go over this scene, it's important to note that Dante is having fun here. He's not trying to be cool, he's just narratively being himself. That's been shown throughout the story so far. And notice how Dante takes hold of the entire conversation. When the succubus tries to make a point that she can't die, Dante just turns it back on her. Even when the succubus is trying to insult Dante, Dante does a little bow. It's clear that Dante doesn't want to show his foe any respect. Then we have the most clipped scene in history. The 3 fuck yous. Succubus with the fuck you, then Dante responds back with the same word. This time with a winning grin that clearly is trying to anger the succubus. To put it lightly, the scene gets the context removed too much, or they completely don't understand the scene. This is Dante just having fun with his enemies, and yes, it is different from Dante, but this Dante is different. Comparing him to Dante's with his styles is not the same, you end up misunderstanding the scene. And I will mention yet again that the bad dialogue is when a person acts out of character, isn't realistic in the story, and has lines that hurt the story plot or world building. That's bad dialogue. The last thing I want to mention is the fact that the last mission we have a sex scene. God damn it, phone. The last thing I want to mention is the fact that the last scene of the mission we have a sex scene. At first I didn't understand why this was in the story until I saw this. This is clearly a setup from something that will be paid off later in the story. Mission 7, Overturn. Summary. Dante and Cat head to a new location to take out Bob Barbas. Cat and Dante then have a time to get together to open up more. Cat then shares the fact that she was from a foster home where her caretaker was a demon, where her only escape was a spiritual form in limbo. This is where Vergil heard her cries and saved her. Cat, Dante meet up with Vergil where they discuss the plan. Cat and Vergil explain where Bob Barbas is. Turns out that in limbo the reflection of the water is Bob Barbas' prison, where he rules cruelly. So they send Dante in where Cat can follow. Dante then travels through limbo trying to get to the tower. On his way he sees a terrible place Bob is in charge of. When trying to get to Bob, a train derails on his path. But he sees a demon in distress and will help him if the demon can take him to Bob. Mission over. Breakdown. Alright, there's a few things to cover. Let's go over Cat's backstory. Her backstory is extremely tragic. A demon using her that leads her to hate demons so much. Cat, while saying a lot of this, is left up to the imagination, only knowing but never seeing. But Vergil and Dante both play a part in this story, Vergil being the one that helped her and gave her a purpose, while Dante connected to this tale because of the same thing happened to him. And opening up to Dante shows more growth for Cat as a person as well. The reason why I love this scene so much is the fact that we're given so much motivation for this character. We know why she helps Dante to the part where we can understand why she does it. Remember, there is more to a character than outbursting personality. Yet again, we see that Dante's changed, even apologizing and showing his kindness that we wouldn't have seen in Mission 1. A lot of this story is driven by Dante's art. Even things like saying, "Cat's done enough," are small details that matter. Dante's growth through Cat is key. Next up is the great world building. I love the fact that there is a cool upside down prison. I didn't even think such an idea would happen, but here it is. So it looks so dark and disturbing, and I feel bad for all these people trapped in this world. The thing I want to cover is Phineas. Phineas will also factor into Dante's arc. Mission 8, Eyeless. Summary. Phineas tells Dante that the flying demons tortured him and took his eye. Dante and Phineas set up a small plan to get Phineas's eye back. Phineas will lure the demons, and then Dante will follow them back to their nest where the eye is. On Dante's way, he runs into a train which he has to evade to get past. Dante then finds the nest. The place is surrounded by glass that could easily be broken. Dante grabs the eye, but is ambushed by those fucking bastards. Dante then heads out the way he came in. Once Dante gives Phineas his eye, Phineas immediately recognizes him. Phineas apparently knew Sparta at one point in time. Phineas introduces himself as a scholar, inventor, and prophet, but Dante just sees him as a demon. Phineas takes Dante to the tower. End of mission. Breakdown. Thanks for getting this far, so as a reward, here's Dante dancing. Alright, back to work. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't like this level. You have to do this level backwards, which makes the level feel uninspired. The color palette is the same as the last level, but worse. Because most of the level you're inside these walls. The glass breaking is also something that I'm not too fond of. And story-wise, nothing happens. You get the eye and that's it. Oh well, next level. Mission 9, Devil Inside. Summary. Phineas then mentions that he's been here for hundreds of years. Phineas then seems to nearly fall off when Dante stops him, but Phineas' reply is to change the whole layout to get across. Phineas then takes Dante to a statue of Asiel and a Nephilim like Dante. Phineas explains that the Nephilim held great power but were hunted down and slain. Asiel holds the key to Dante's true power. Dante then collects the key and heads to the dream world, in which he's breaking through his chains to get a dialogue from Eva and get his DT. Eva mentions that she wishes Dante could be free now, and Dante's new power he can be. Dante meets up with Phineas where Dante mentions all that he wants to do is to take out the Demon King, in which Dante gets a reality check. Mission over. The first thing I want to start off with is with the difference in perspective. Phineas seems to have more knowledge in Limbo, leading him to something we see as impossible. And some people believe that Limbo breaks its own rules, saying that there are certain things that don't make sense. And those people, I have a very simple answer. The rules that Limbo have don't matter to this world. The only time where the rules matter are simple things we can understand, like can't die in Limbo, that's consistent, and parts of the real world where Limbo connect. That's consistent as to what the world does. This is so the creators can have freedom to the explorer. My point is it doesn't really have much groundwork to help this argument. The next thing I want to talk about is Asiel. Little is known about Asiel other than she was the first Nephilim. She chose that there were others before Dante, but that doesn't end well. And just like Asiel, other Nephilim were slain. This gives Dante and Vergil more room to understand who they are as characters, meaning that Dante and Vergil are the last of this race, making every action important. The last thing I wanted to mention is something that he gets from his mother. Eva sounds regretful of her last actions, something that through this message she wants to make right. She sadly couldn't change Dante's life for the better, and her body is bathed in white. She gives off this sense of power. This final message feels earned for Dante. This purpose is what Dante needs. And as I say this, the last Dream World section. With everything Dante needs, he can now move forward. Not just in gameplay, but as a character as well. And of course, we'll finish off with the best joke in the game. The line delivery and the zoom in is great. Not only is it funny, but it's foreshadowing as well. Great mission. Mission 10, Bad News. Summary. Dante and Phineas talk for one last time, thanking him, but Phineas has one more thing to share. And that Mundus has a child. If Dante kills the child, they have an advantage. So Dante then heads to Barbarbas, in which he is sucked into the new world. The pair have a heart-to-heart in which the boss fight starts. In the boss fight, Bob tells the history that Dante has, and the next one is followed up by the Order getting cornered by SWAT, that as he speaks is getting raided. No, not the fun kind. Bob then makes a Bill O'Reilly reference, then dies, with Dante getting a new weapon. Breakdown. Phineas is yet again another person and action that connects to Dante's arc. In this part of Dante's arc, Dante hates demons. Demons fucked him over when he was a kid, so of course he hates them and thinks that they're all evil. But Phineas stood in the way of that. So not only is he getting wiser about demons, but letting go of what's been hurting him for a long time. So him saying thank you at the end is bigger than what he said before. Speaking about Dante's past, according to Bob, he killed a person at 8, but later joined gangs in his teens. Now, take all this with a grain of salt. Bob is someone not necessarily to be trusted about talking about his past. However, I do think that there is some truth to these words. So this is what leaves him being such an asshole. Everybody wants to jump onto the fact that Dante's an asshole, but not a lot of people explain why. And with this past, we can understand why he's like this as a character. The second to last thing to mention is how great the news world looks. Jumping into graphics is such a cool idea and one of the best reasons why Limbo is so great. The last thing is the SWAT raid. In the first playthrough, I didn't see this coming, and there was a lot writing on what happens next in the story. The only way to find out is to go further. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Mission 11, The Order. Summary. Just as SWAT arrives, so does Dante. While SWAT goes in through the front, Dante goes to the side. Dante notices that demons are breaking through in Limbo too. Dante then sees firsthand that the SWAT are not joking around. Dante tries to warn the others but can't due to him being in Limbo. Once fighting his way through the demons, he finds Kat. Kat tells Dante that she doesn't know what to do and that Vergil is stuck in the Limbo in the server room. But just when you need it, Kat has an idea. Mission over. Breakdown. For a breakdown, there isn't a lot to talk about, but I'll make do. The first thing is something that people criticize. Some people say that there should be more Order characters in the game, that we can feel more of the deaths. But I personally don't understand this. The only character we need is Kat. Maybe I can see what they mean if the game was much longer, but having a character that only dies halfway through the game is kind of pointless. As a final note, I would love the fact Kat understands that she can't keep the physical world out, but can in Limbo. I love that. Mission 12, Under Siege. Summary. The SWAT try and break in where Dante and Kat are, but Kat has an idea. She sprays down the pillars so Dante can pull them. Kat uses this trick multiple times to get into the server room through the tunnels. On her way, she nearly gets spotted, but keeps on going. Kat gets spotted again when the SWAT were executing members of the Order, but Kat was able to spray for Dante to help. Kat then mentions how she feels sick with all of her friends being dead, and Dante reminds her that they're terrorists. Dante and Kat reach the server room where they find Vergil. Dante wants to get out, but Vergil says that they need to stay and stop the SWAT from getting all the juicy data. So Dante has to hold his ground while Kat and Vergil take care of the data. Once they finish, Dante realizes that Kat can't escape with Vergil and Dante because there's only one exit through Limbo. So Dante then tries to help Kat, but she ends up being beaten and dragged away, and Dante is helpless to watch. Mission over. Breakdown. I brought this up before, but it's worth bringing up again. Throughout the game, the Order is referred to as terrorists over and over again because society has deemed them as such, meaning that everything against them can be justified. So this type of thinking is society's fault. The demonization is one of the greatest pitfalls of humanity. So I ask you, are they worth saving? Should we go unchecked? Only we can change this. But in order to do so, we need to stop throwing broad nets for weapons that are so dangerous. And just like that, the Order is destroyed. Through the game, nothing hits this low. They lost everything, including Kat. At the beginning of the game, they seemed to be unstoppable, while here they have nothing left. I'm glad that the Order isn't the press to win button like in most groups in video game stories. The next thing I want to mention is SWAT members. They just completely are heartless, just killing and destroying something that's whatever in their path. It just shows how corrupt the cops are in this universe. Remember that this game is an exaggeration mirror of the real world, meaning that cops act over the top as well with the demon elements of this world. Now let's talk about it. The best part of this game story is Cat getting dragged away is perfect. The emotion is there, this Dante arc comes full circle, this one scene shows how much Dante has changed. Everyone that talks about this part likes it, and that's all because of Dante's arc. Not because Cat getting dragged away or the action itself, but rather Dante showing that he does care for her in this world. So either other creators realize it or not, they can't change the fact that this is one of the peak moments for Dante's arc. The only problem I see with this level is how did Cat get out of the explosion so shortly after?
I'm sorry.
Mission 13, Devil's Due Diligence. Summary. We start off with Cat saying Vergil's name. Turns out Mundus knows that Vergil is working with Dante, but that's about it. So Mundus asks to trade Cat for Dante. This is a message played for Vergil and Dante to see. Vergil is surprised that Mundus knows so little about him while not worrying about Cat. It seems like Vergil doesn't care about Cat's status. But this reminds Dante of what Phineas told him, so Dante shares that Mundus has an unborn child. Vergil sees this as an opportunity to kill the child, but Dante wants to trade Lilith carries the child, for Cat. So they head to Lilith's club, where Dante plans to take her hostage. On the way, Dante runs into an old partner, which Dante gets dragged into limbo. Lilith notices this and wants to fight Dante and to kill him for Mundus. So Dante goes through many challenges to get to Lilith. While doing this, Lilith tries to get under his skin, but Lilith gets ready to fight Dante when... Mission over. Breakdown. So the thing is that Cat gets captured, so some people would say that Cat is just a damsel in distress. Well, I would disagree with that. Cat through the game has been helping Dante. She teaches him things about Limbo and demons around Dante. Not only is that, but she's literally one of the biggest reasons Dante arc works in the first place. So Cat is not solely a damsel in distress. So one thing worth mentioning is the fact that Lilith wants to kill Dante herself. So she comes up with a game show aesthetic for Dante to go through with multiple different challenges and ideas. I love this idea. It gives the level such a nice style with the club on top of that. Vergil in this game kind of has an opposite in story arc compared to Dante. While it's opening up, Vergil is closed off. In this scene, he actively puts care and not empathy for Cat. This shows how desperate he is to win, but also shows the lack of care that he has for others. This is the first red flag for Vergil, something to keep an eye on. Another character that gets shown his true colors is Dante. Dante yet again proves that his arc is still ongoing and shows to care about the people around him. Again, Mission 1, Dante wouldn't even be close to this. One of the reasons why I like his arc so much is the fact that small character moments like this makes all the difference. Mission 14, Last Dance. Summary. Lilith lands right in front of Dante. Lilith does the visual form of what Far From Home's writing is like. Dante then defeats Lilith and takes her hostage. So, just like before, they send a message to Mundus where Dante uses Lilith to trade for Cat. Mundus then has a heated gamer moment and then mission over. Breakdown. There isn't much to talk about. The visual design of Lilith is low-key one of the most disturbing things I've seen. And playing Hey, you, what the fuck is wrong with you is a treat to put it lightly. I like the way this story is developing. There isn't much else more to say than that. Mission 15, The Trade. Summary. The group and Mundus' SWAT arrive on a boat dock to have the trade between Lilith and Cat. Cat, injured, slowly makes her way over to Dante and Vergil, while Lilith makes her way over to SWAT. Everything is going well until midway through, Vergil shoots Lilith in the stomach, then again in the head. Once this happens, all hell breaks loose. The SWAT open fire and Mundus, out of anger, uses his abilities to destroy everything in the group's path. Vergil and Cat take the car out and Dante tries his best to clear a path for them. After Dante saves them many times, they reach the end where they escape, but it comes at a cost. Breakdown. Let's talk about the most jaw-dropping part of this mission. First thing about this scene comes to mind is the biggest red flag that could be for this character. The lack of empathy is bad enough, but this close action is what makes something out of his own self-interest. He couldn't have gotten Kat or Dante killed, but he knew the consequences and did it anyway. In Vergil's head, he saw this as an easy win and took it no matter the price. So overall, this shows two things. 1. He doesn't care for others. This action got multiple people killed and could have killed Kat. And 2. Vergil wants to be on top and win, even if that means pulling others into harm's way. And while I'm at it, seeing people only use this as a joke is frustrating. It's hard to have a conversation with a DMC fan without them mentioning this for no reason. They'll literally never explain why it's bad, but just that they'll find it funny. And that's all that matters to them. The next thing I want to mention is a problem with the scene. There is no way the SWAT can't shoot Kat. They are literally a few feet away. Stormtrooper aim. Another character I want to talk about here is Lilith. Lilith isn't a character that gets much screen time, but we see a character that is addicted to power through loyalty, that wanting to prove herself so much so that it ended up leading to her demise. This led Mundus to make one of the biggest mistakes, but Mundus doesn't care about the damage. He's simply entitled to the point where he will literally kill others just to lash out of grief, or rather pride, I should say. This was something that was set up since the first cutscene of the game. Mission 16, the plan. Summary. Dante and Vergil then talk about the deaths that Vergil caused. Vergil trying to justify what he did when Kat wakes up and tells him that they have to work together. When Kat was tortured, she went into an out-of-body experience, letting her see the layout of the building. So Kat came up with a plan to get into the tower and face off against Mundus. This plan uses hacking into camera systems, the lasers, and more. While Dante takes out enemies in his path, he gets to the core, and mission over. Breakdown. Alright, for the moment you've been waiting for. It's nothing. Sorry, I just got bored. Anyway, back to the juice. The loss of the lives is quite a serious matter for this game, because at Vergil's recklessness actions, he ended up leading multiple people to die. So, does Vergil feel bad for this? Nah, of course not. As seen in the trade and the video scene, Vergil doesn't care for human life. So him trying to justify the deaths makes sense. This is something we'll continue to see throughout the game. It's almost like Vergil is Dante's reflection. We'll get to that later. But guys, it's time to talk about Dante's arc for the trillionth time. Aren't you guys excited? And again, I love to see the progress that Dante has been making, not just for the first cutscene, but also the last with Vergil. This shows how the brothers are growing apart, both in morals and in interest. This will yet again be touched upon later down the line. The last thing I want to mention is the plan. I love it. How the chalkboard makes an interesting effect on the gameplay and story is honestly pretty creative. But hey, you know that already at this point. Mission 17, Furnace of Souls. Summary. So, nothing really happens in this level story-wise, so I don't know. Enjoy this meme, I guess. Breakdown. This project is really eating away at me. The amount of time that went into this video is absurd. The amount of time I could be with family or friends or even improving myself, but instead I'm doing this. But this is the last time. Mission 18, Demon's Den. Summary. We start off with Dante and Vergil together outside of Mundus' chambers. Behind the seal lies Mundus. Dante and Vergil then have a brotherly back and forth. But then the seal's shut completely. The only way to open it is to reboot each symbol. While lining them up, Dante and Vergil have a back and forth about how they had no control in their lives and how they dealt with it in different ways. Once Dante finishes, Vergil restates what they need to do, and they have to trust each other completely for this. Mission over. Breakdown. There's only one thing to talk about here, and that's the back and forth between Vergil and Dante. Both Vergil and Dante felt in life did them wrong, both with no guidance from anyone, due to their mother's life being taken away from them. So they coped with a different life, trying to make the most of it. Vergil chose to learn about the world through the order and hacking at a young age, trying to make sense of the world around him, while Dante was the opposite. Dante wanted to get away from it as much as he could, killing demons and getting laid. Dante combined this with his backstory. This paints a very sad soul when you look at him overall. Both characters felt lost and dealt with it differently. So when they meet up, they see the world in a new light. It won't fix everything that they lost, but it makes the world a little better of a place. Sure, they're opposite in their ideals and personalities, but at the core they dealt with the same shitty hand. But their story hasn't ended just yet. Mission 19. Face off the demon. Summary. Dante confronts Mundus for the first time. Mundus asks Dante why he killed his child. Dante and Mundus have a back and forth about the nature of humanity and if it's worth saving. Dante then remembers that he has to get Mundus angry to get him away from the Hellgate. So Dante gets under his skin to get this reaction. Mundus then goes after Dante, getting him far away from the Hellgate. Vergil then takes this chance to take out the Hellgate with a Yamato. Dante then holds out long enough for Vergil to close the Hellgate. Then Vergil saves Dante from Mundus. Then Dante throws him over a building where they think he's dead, only for Mundus to come back for round 2. Dante and Vergil figure out what they need to take out the eyes in order to beat him. But in the process, Vergil ends up fighting with Mundus' physical body on the inside, while Dante takes him down from the outside. After a boss fight, Dante and Vergil defeat Mundus. Because of the Hellgate, the world can now see the demons around them. With Mundus defeated, the world has awoken. Mission over. Breakdown. The first thing we need to talk about is the main focus of this mission, Mundus. Mundus is the embodiment of everything Dante hates. The power is something worth focusing on. Dante from a young age didn't have power. It was something taken from him. Yet Mundus has everything, all the power he needs, but yet Dante is left hollow. But unlike Mundus, Dante understands the importance of power over time. Put together the fact that Mundus took his mother away from him, which makes Mundus the perfect reflection of Dante in nearly every way. In previous games, a lot of antagonists don't connect to the protagonist, but here it's clear that Mundus represents. Mundus seems to understand that humans can be used for and takes advantage of, no matter how immortal it is. But even Mundus tries to justify his actions, saying that before him the world was chaos. We'll get to that in the next mission. Limbo's meaning is a bit ambiguous, but if I were to take a crack at it, I think this is yet again another look at humanity. Humanity is asleep up to the things around them. They don't understand what's right in front of them. So Limbo follows this way to see humanity's true colors. After this, they fight like Mundus says in the quote. Or, like Dante, thinks that this newfound freedom can carve out a new path and make a better life. Only time will tell. So Limbo is more than pretty lights and environments. And I like to think the ending of Limbo is very connected to humanity. And by the way, Vergil's not weak. The damage knocks back Mundus and saves Dante and even holds his own inside Mundus. Weak? Yeah, right. Mission 20. The end. Summary. Right after Mundus is killed, the group talk about the future. Then Vergil mentions how it's time for Dante and Vergil to rule. Vergil explains that the humans need to be looked after and kept in check, which is the same thing Mundus thought. This leads Dante and Vergil to have a showdown in which Dante lives. Dante nearly kills his brother, but because of Cat, he doesn't kill Vergil. So Vergil runs away defeated. Dante says that the world is under his protection. But after Vergil leaves, Dante questions himself for Cat to reassure him. And that's how the game's story ends. Game over. Breakdown. Alright, last mission. The first thing is Vergil. This is the one thing that gave him away. This was the final thing that broke Dante and Vergil's relationship. Vergil has this planned all along. He wanted to take over and rule. The red flags were not caring about Cat and Vergil shooting Lilith. Both of these scenes show something deeper was controlling Vergil's actions. You see much of Dante. Vergil felt powerless. So, unlike Dante, Vergil didn't change. He saw the lack of power in his life and wanted that badly. Sure, he fought Mundus, but in the end he just wanted to be like him, to fill that void. So, saying that, I think that this twist is necessary character-wise. Not in Vergil's sense, but for Dante. Dante needs to see what he could have become if he didn't change. This is yet again ties into Dante's arc. So yes, I do believe that a part of the twist can seem sudden, but for a character to work, this needs to happen. At the end, Dante finally finds himself. While most threats are external, the core of the conflict with Vergil is internal. This all comes back to the question, is humanity worth saving? Were they just too stupid? Are they too cruel? Are they just too powerless? What is to be done about humanity? I think the answer that the game is giving us is obvious. Humanity has its pitfalls, but to control over them means somebody has to have power over him. And that's simply not ethical to do. Look at Vergil, look at Mundus. Even if they were right about humanity needing to be controlled, they shouldn't have had that power. None of them are trustworthy. But that's just the thing. The ends do not justify the means. But in the end, it's just an exercise for more power. Something Vergil and Mundus want, but Dante is against. And even if humanity fails, that's the price of freedom. But that's something Dante understands at the end of the game. He didn't know much about the beginning or care, but in the end he sees the truth. Once he finds his purpose through people that care and opponents he meets, he finds his purpose and truly knows who he is. Dante, the path is clear for us to rule this flat earth. What did you just say? The path is clear for us to rule. No, the second part. The flat earth? You do realize that the earth isn't flat, right? Of course it is. So, what do you think, that we're just on a rock that goes in a circle? That's impossible. Yes, we have pictures that shows that the earth is round. Yeah, sure, keep on listening to your so-called scientists. Keep believing what the TV tells you. So tell me, Vergil, why haven't we seen the end of the earth? God damn it, Vergil, don't tell me you're this stupid. Don't tell me you believe in the QAnon stuff. Right? Right? Well, you see, Dante, Trump actually won the 2020 election. Conclusion. So, just like that, we've reached the end. So, to keep this short, I think that DMC Devil May Cry story is underrated. I think there are a lot of good things here. I love Dante's arc, I love the themes, and I rarely run into plot holes or contradictions. I can't get why on the surface people don't like this story. I promise you that more people would like the story if you dig a little deeper. Just look at this story through fresh eyes, and I promise you, you'll enjoy it more. Either way, I'd say the story is pretty good. Not perfect, but pretty good. Right now we'll go over Angry Joe's review of DMC Devil May Cry. While the first half is negative, the other half praises the game. So, this ought to be very short.
However, it's my judgment that the new Dante looks stupid!
My name is Dante.
Yep, this goes into my theory that I don't think that reboot Dante would have ever been accepted. Even though the final version is a lot different from the debut, people will still hold the original version of Dante, even though they are completely different personalities and looks.
Now we have a half demon, half angel, potty mouth teeny bopper.
I helped you back there.
I didn't ask for your help.
This is for an arc. Here's proof.
Listen, I never asked for your help, but you gave it, and I appreciate it. I trust you. You can trust me too.
Who looks like he does meth, has lots of casual sex, and just doesn't give a fuck.
What makes you think I give a shit?
So this line gets a bad rap. This is due to the line being out of context. At the very beginning of the game, Dante doesn't care about humanity. His whole backstory is about how demons tortured him for a long period of his life, and he barely remembers his family. This Dante has gone through a lot in his childhood. The demons literally went out of their way just to lock him up and just to mess with him, and put him in an insane asylum. This Dante has been screwed from the start. No wonder he acts like an asshole and doesn't care about humanity. He has reasons for doing these things. His backstory shows this perfectly. Let me also mention that this is a part of his arc. Very clearly defined arc.
And what is with the white-haired wig joke? I mean, it makes no sense. It comes out of nowhere. It's really like a blatant slap in the face to fans.
Not in a million years.
So I'm supposed to believe that a long-haired wig just happened to fly by at a devastated carnival, landing on your head perfectly, right? No! It's clearly just there to say, fuck you guys, we think the new emo Dante is better. Eat our shit.
I've discussed this before in my favorite son part of the video. Overall, this clip gets taken out of context, and also think that this joke at the end of the day is not an insult.
Thinks that humanity is below him, and he has zero honor. An element that was crucial to making his character, this villain, a character that we can love. He shoots a female demon in the back, blasting her womb and baby bits to pieces. Then he pauses for a moment to let it sink into her head that he just shot her baby, and then shoots her in the head.
The fuck?
Oh, no.
Fuck honor!
So I think there is a major miscommunication from Vergil to Joe. Vergil has never really had a sense of honor. Vergil both killed Beowulf and Arkham with little hesitation. I wouldn't call that honor, both of which Vergil surprised them in some way. But the way that Vergil treats his brother is a form of respect. He sees his power and he wants to see him use it at its full potential. Then he sees them as a worthy opponent to fight. He doesn't have the same treatment towards Beowulf and Arkham, because they aren't even close to Vergil's power. So therefore, they're wasting his time. The definition of honor is high respect and great esteem. So no, Vergil is not fueled by honor, but rather a worthy rival. Those that don't meet that standard will be sliced by his sword. But even if Joe's observation was correct about Vergil, this doesn't prove anything. This is not a sequel, not a prequel, but a reboot. This is a different take on the character. If you want to compare them, that's fine, but separating Vergil as his own thing makes more sense.
Another new character, Kat, is completely weak, and she's a half-hearted love interest for Dante. Her purpose is mainly to use her spray can filled with squirrel semen. Yes, squirrel semen.
This is such an out-of-place criticism. I guess it means a bit of a backhanded joke, but here's the thing. Dante in his past has rode rockets, used motorcycles as nunchucks, and weird poems about his dick. Old Dante is pretty weird too.
One thing that will annoy you is the lack of a lock-on feature. I mean, oftentimes you'll want to just hook and pull, or just plain shoot some of the annoying flying enemies that are chucking bombs at you. But you can't! Why?
There being no lock-on is hard to defend when trying to attack a certain enemy. However, the attacks in DMC Devil May Cry usually land where you want them to. All the angel attacks will most definitely land.
Also, some melee weapons fall out of usefulness too quickly, since 3 cover all your needs. Rebellion, Arbiter, and Aquila. And firearms are the weakest they've ever been. Pretty much making Ebony and Ivory, you know, those badass guns, a thing of the past.
Osiris is a good extension of Rebellion. Prop can be used to hold enemies in the air, drag out combos, and parry moves. Charging it up can cause more damage. Holding the button is a quick way to launch a lot of enemies at once. The stinger that Orisa has can even hold enemies in the air. And I haven't even gotten to all the air moves. The greatest weapon in the air by far is Orisa's pickup. I can't tell you how many times I've used this move or how many others use this move as well. And the spin is quite good, as well as holding other enemies in the air. Overall, Osiris is a good weapon, and it has its purpose in this kit, much like every other weapon. To make this claim, you need more evidence. Eric's also has this used as well. The charge attacks can be used for knockbacks and to stun enemies. It also can be used for parrying. The slam is used to clear out enemy space, along with the charge attacks in the air for enders, while Snake Eyes gives you not only optional movement, but a powerful offensive strike. And the rising strike from these games can rise multiple big enemies in the air. Altogether, each weapon has a purpose in some way. I'll go over more in depth in my core gameplay section, but for now understand that each weapon is important to the kit. of weaponry, and once you understand that, you will be able to unlock its full potential. So ruling them out completely just doesn't make sense. This statement could be used against other games as well. Saying that would be wrong, and I would need a ton of evidence for that claim. So solely, I think that this is a subjective thing that Joe wanted to add on, even though everybody else's experience may be different. So this is more of a personal thing, which is fine. I just wish that he would clarify for the sake of the video. So we reached the end of this short journey. So what's the takeaway? The first is dunking on the reboot, so much so that I thought he'd give it a low score, but the second half he does a bit of a 180 on the game, saying he likes his story and gameplay. So while I may disagree on his take on older characters, while this review is flawed, I think it's a very good takeaway, so I think that this was not a bad video. Sure, the tone is extreme.
Oh no! What have you done?
He makes points that are more fair and gives an actual good shake to the game. So, I don't know. Okay. Before making the game's intro. So, to tell the story of Ninja Theory, I'll mostly have to follow Tameem. So Tameem was fresh out of college after studying and understanding code. So the first thing you want to do is, get a job, as everybody needs to do. So Tameem worked on Snowman under the Cambridge. And according to Tameem, it was bad. It was a learning experience for him, however. So after working with Millennium for 5 years, he went, hey, if they keep shooting down my projects, like Moon Warrior, why don't I just make my own studio? So with Mike Ball, they named it Ninja Just Add Monsters. So they started working on Kung Fu Chaos in a spare bedroom with no computers that could actually code. So he worked on a document for 3 months. Wow. Tameem's story is funny and sad so far. But no, wait, it gets better. Disney executives came over to visit and they said, and I quote, "What the fuck is this?" Nice. But once they found a publisher, Microsoft, they released the game and it was to no success. Games at that time were starting to look more realistic, more cinematic. It was released in 2003 in any case if you were wondering. And wow, I feel young because that's my birth year. So they were desperate and lucky. Sony came in to save them. Yeah, right. They had to expand from 20 people to 120 people. On top of that, the PS3 was changing a lot in development, so it was a nightmare. And Tameem has never really written or directed anything before. But because of a stroke of luck, he ran into Andy Serkis, because his brother was his mortgage advisor, meaning Tameem had a chance to show off what he can do, and he was impressed, and helped him with the story, directing, and casting of Heavenly Sword. So, let's talk about it. Heavenly Sword. So I guess it's time to talk about Heavenly Sword. I haven't played this game as much as the other NT games, or have footage. I only can record on my Xbone, and I can't record on the PS4, and PS Plus has locked me out of it. So I can't play this game, but I assure you I have played this game before. So I'll give you a quick rundown of my thoughts. The game plays more like God of War than DMC, even the weapons play like God of War. But Heavenly Sword has a different setup. This would be the stances, which would later become Angel and Demon mode. This makes the gameplay interesting but lacks depth. With no jump button or new weapons, the motion controls are not too great either, with using Kai to shoot arrows awkwardly. This is alright. It's basically a cheesy epic, with funny characters and an interesting story. It's not deep or anything like that, but it certainly has charms that most games don't have. So I can see why Capcom looked at this and saw it as potential. But that's all that needs to be said. I liked this game but didn't love it. And just like that, Heavenly Sword failed. Sony wasn't interested in making a sequel, so they went through the same process all over again trying to find a publisher. And this time it was Namco. With a new lead writer that worked on 28 Days, later Sunshine, and Ex Machina, what could go wrong? So, how is Enslaved? Enslaved, Odyssey to the West. Oh boy, Enslaved. For those that aren't in the know, Enslaved Odyssey to the West takes place in a possible world in which most have died off, and the only thing left in this world is a ton of mechs for you to fight. The protagonist is Monkey and your sidekick Trip, as you try and take her to the safe place. I'm only scratching the surface here because I'll talk about it more when I get to the story. The gameplay in this game honestly is not good, and one of the worst gameplay out of all the Ninja Theory games. The gameplay is in two categories: action game mode and everything else. First off, the weapon that you have is pretty weak and lacks depth. There is little to no combat variety. Heavy moves does heavy moves, and the same can be said about light hits. There is no in-between or two, or no extra weapons you can get, because of a lot of the gameplay in this game is spread too thin, so the action part of the game really isn't there. There really is a blocking and heavy stuns, but that's about it. This is NT's problem with their first two games. While the third-person shooting sections are here, I don't know why. Why is there a lot of platforming? I don't know. Why am I playing the longest escort mission in history? And on their own, I think that it's possible, but if they were to focus on one or two things, the gameplay would be much better. I like the platforming, but the third-person shooting I can do without. Imagine if they just focused on platforming and combat. That would be really great, but the shooting, just like the combat, is pretty bland. So you have a stun and a basic shot, and then you get a big gun sometimes, but that's as far as it'll go. However, when looking at the gameplay overall, it's incredibly good. Jumping back and forth is a blast. 1 second you're shooting, the next you're platforming, and this leads to gameplay being quite engaging, just due to the variety. I may sound harsh at first, but it's to make you understand that the individuality of the game isn't impressive, but everything put together is. Now, let's talk about the story. Out of the 3 games, DMC, Devil May Cry, Heavenly Sword, and Enslaved, Enslaved has the best story. You see, Heavenly Sword was meant to be cheesy and over the top, but the story it was trying to tell was serviceable. DMC Devil May Cry tells a good story, but just like Heavenly Sword, is a bit too cheesy for its own good, not really taking itself too seriously. But in Slave's case, it's a very grounded story. In fact, there is rarely any antagonist except for the slavers, but you only see them at the end of the game. So most of the game is Pixie, Monkey, and Trip. And because of that, the story is at its best. It's not over the top, it's not trying to tell you certain things, it just is. The whole game is Monkey and Trip trying to get along. How this starts off rough, but in the end they accept each other. The story honestly hits so hard due to the story being so focused on the characters, there's no beat that's missed. Honestly, it's worth playing by yourself just to understand how good the story is. And yes, we can talk about the ending now. So, this game is mostly in a hole due to how many people have one big flaw with the game, and that's the ending. Most of you haven't played the ending, so I won't spoil it for you, but the ending is kind of short and clearly needing a sequel to make sense of it. However, overall, this game was great. I loved through and through. This game is the most solid game I've seen in a while. I highly suggest you play it. But just like Heavenly Sword, it did well critically, but super bad sales-wise, leading Ninja Theory to do the whole cycle all over again. But this time, it was different. Capcom came to them to work on DMC Devil May Cry. What can go wrong? No success. So, we know where that story went, and if you're interested, you can go to my development section to hear more about its development. But as we know from this story, and yet again, with no success. So, they became workers for hire, working for every studio just to get by. Understandably, Tameem wanted to leave, but he chose not to due to the impact of the other employees. If your boss just left one day and was the main source of direction, that would lead to a lot of chaos. This quote describes it well. This is Tameem's voice. No, okay, I'm not going to do that, I'm sorry. It gave me the confidence to know how to develop, but I had no confidence in the business model. I had no confidence in the publishers looking after you. You're responsible for what goes out there, but behind the scenes there are a lot of people telling you what you want to do, and otherwise you don't get paid. Everything felt wrong with the model. Everything stacked against you. So Tameem learned from his past experience. The coding from his first job, the directing and casting from Heavenly Sword, and the writing from Enslaved to create something of his own. He wanted to create something for a few people. One motion capture, one character designer, one background designer, something with the least amount of people possible. That only took 20 people to make in total, and to sell the game at half the price and release it only on digital. And this became Hellblade. So, was it worth it? Hellblade. Hellblade is the peak of Ninja Theory in every way, in terms of story and gameplay. Now describing this game is tricky to say the least, because it's the type of game you need to experience to play it. In fact, that's why Hellblade is so good. Experience is key. In fact, the game just starts with little getting in your way. There's no tutorials or anything. There isn't even an IOU. Nothing covers the screen except you and what you're looking at. The game is an experience-first game. The music is so old, no electronics, no guitars, none of that, just old music you'd hear a long time ago. But that's not the only thing that makes this game interesting. Senua hears voices throughout the game, and with headphones on, you can hear them talk to you but also to each other. It's so unnerving and helpful. Sometimes they give you advice and other times they pull you down in the worst way possible. Nearly all of the game has them talking to you, and that's amazing. It puts you in a position of understanding the mental illness that Senua has. They will tell you the most about the gameplay and story. Speaking of which, the story is really dark. The story is about Senua trying to revive her boyfriend after being brutally killed, so she goes to Hela to bring him back. Sure, this is good and all, but how it's executed is so much better than it sounds. You will need to kill gods to get through most of which that gave up on Senua and made her life worse on purpose. The more we play, the deeper it gets. How Dillian was one of the few people that understand her, and how Druth was a good friend telling her stories that were about the gods and about Senua. Senua's dad was abusive. Senua's mother had the same illness, meaning that the voices may come from genetics. The story is a twist on your expectations. The story is anything but normal. Most games with this setup would use it for cool action flash, like God of War, just to name a few, but here it's all stripped away. All because the game wants you to feel powerless, because that's how Senua feels, so that's how you will feel when playing this game. In fact, there are so many tense and horrific scenes that put you on edge. Even the gameplay is to make you feel powerless. In previous Ninja Theory games, you had the power. Every time an enemy comes up to you, once knowing your kit, you could take them down with ease, but not Hellblade. In Hellblade, even the most basic enemies tower above you, making you feel small, because that's what you are in this game, hopeless. To single-handedly fight gods with one blade is just impossible, but that's what makes this gameplay feel so real. There are so many other things to mention. The darkness is one of them. Throughout the game you keep hearing the darkness. What is the darkness? Is it evil? Is it Senua's mental illness? Or rather a greater theme that ties this game together? And throughout the collectibles you hear multiple stories from Druth about the gods. Each section has a certain story that connects to put this all together. But by far the most interesting part about this game is the questioning of reality. Is this whole game in Senua's head? It would make a lot of sense, but it's more heavily implied rather than in your face. Overall, Hellblade is one of the greatest games I have ever played. Its story is peak, its gameplay is tight and well thought out, and the experience carries the game to new heights. Closing thoughts on Ninja Theory. So, just like that, the story of Ninja Theory has taken a turn. From a studio desperately trying to find publishers to make their own stand on the world, even developing stuff outside of gaming for mental health research. Following the pack for 15 years just didn't work, and now they can truly go further than before, and be even more bold than anyone else in the gaming space. That's why I love this studio so much. They didn't land success instantly, they fought for it again and again, and the will to be in survival mode, fighting just to stay alive, giving everything that they have only to get little return. And with Hellblade 2, I have nothing but confidence in this studio. They haven't let me down once. This is what makes this studio so special. But even with Hellblade, that doesn't mean everything will be success, like Bleeding Edge, which was a risk and ended up not working out. But now, even with that game, they want to do something more than just survival mode. And of course, I can't say Tameem was behind everything. It took a group like Matt and Ronnie and everybody else working at Ninja Theory to make them so special. Do you see now? They're more than just the studio that made DMC Devil May Cry the black sheep, but a studio that has always pushed itself even when they got little for return. They deserve more credit than they're given. Ladies and gamers, the next one we have on our list is McMusles and his coverage of DMC Devil May Cry. Matt is more of a storyteller rather than a reviewer, so there isn't much to talk about, but I still think there is still stuff to cover. Now, let's see what happens when a non-fan tries to fit in.
So, it's not like DMC4 was a flop or something. Wait, did Capcom think DMC4 was a flop or something?
It's kind of hard to say, but yeah, kinda.
I mean, I can get why they see it that way. Think about it. DMC3 sold well, but they were hoping the next game would sell much better than that. But when that didn't happen, they questioned if they can get higher numbers. More of a test rather than an absolute win. They also looked at God of War and Call of Duty and thought they were missing out on the big market. The big flaw here is that DMC will never be as big as those games. Maybe if the story was more focused on and there was more content added to the game, then maybe DMC would get closer to this. But at the end of the day, DMC is still a pretty niche of a game series. But I think a reboot could certainly help. So yes, while it's not the best decision to go for a reboot in this situation, I can see why they made that choice. And I think a lot of other people don't understand this.
I mean, when it comes to the whole saga of DMC, Devil May Cry, and reboots in general, the first thing publishers should do is properly read the room.
How would they know that the backlash was going to be that big? I mean, sure, the reboot has been controversial, but the response is an explosion of a reaction. The reason why is just because he wasn't the old Dante. But like I said, how did they know that this was going to happen? Sure, it's a reboot, but death threats are on another level. And at the end of the day, even though this was Capcom's decision, Ninja Theory got all the blowback for this.
Mixed response. And when we say mixed, we mean it was colossally one-sided.
Of course it was one-sided. The DMC community is very sensitive on how the games are handled. A lot of people hated Nero when he first came out in DMC 4. But there were people that liked this trailer. They were just drowned out due to how loud the DMC community was.
Well, their previous efforts included 2007's Heavenly Sword, a game many hardcore action game fans criticized for its somewhat simple combat and the fact it seemingly prioritized elaborate story and facial animation technology instead. Then there's their 2010 effort, Enslaved, Odyssey to the West, a game criticized for its somewhat simple combat but lauded for its elaborate facial animation.
Oh no, somebody leaned more into story rather than gameplay? But that's not inherently a bad thing. I'd also like to mention that Heavenly Sword is really into gameplay rather than story, while Enslaved is the opposite. Again, both of these games are very different. I think that's a very poor way of describing both of these games. Heavenly Sword is focused on crowd control and at its core is very similar to DMC Devil May Cry with a focus on heavy and light weapons. While Enslaved is very focused on more one-to-one with closer camera angles type movement and gameplay. These two systems couldn't be any more different.
So how do you feel about the fan reaction to DMC? Tameem took a drag of his cigarette, and then without blinking and without pausing to exhale the smoke from his mouth, he said, "I don't care."
Based.
The essence of Devil May Cry is all about cool. It's about Dante being cool, making you feel cool when you're playing it. And so the combat and the style system and everything is integral to that. But you know, what was cool 12 years ago? I think that was when the first game came out, isn't cool anymore.
This comment is very true though. Every generation finds something different, hence why there are trends in culture. Some come in, some come out. Cool is massively subjective, so this is doomed to change. We can even see this through Dante himself. DMC 1 is super chill, he'll rarely do something over the top, and well dressed and calm. DMC 2 is the super serious and lacks everything he was in DMC 1. DMC 3 and 4 Dante is DMC 1 taken way to the extreme. What used to be a chill character now is now a character that can't sit still. Out of the 4 games, we got 3 different Dantes, and while that is a bit of an issue at the end of the day, there are different forms of cool, because that's what cool is. Subjective.
Doesn't actually exist. From my point of view, there's only one way to try and make a successful game, and that's to make the game that you want to play. A game that everyone involved is proud of.
Okay, you know, that's fine.
So from that point of view, I don't care if it sells 1,000 units or 2 million units.
Believe it or not, I think there's a lot of merit to this statement. It seems like a lot of the industry is focused on money. Every time the company does this for profit, tends to go badly. It's quite a noble thing to say, to focus on making something you're proud of rather than making money. So I don't see anything wrong with this statement. Can we really say he's in the wrong here? This is a honorable thing to do. I think there is something that makes NT different, sacrificing everything to try their best to make a great game. The same kind of passion carried into Hellblade, and what makes the game such a success.
What about the series' history with massive tits?
To which he replied,
"I've got nothing against big tits. I'd rather have my head resting on a pair right now."
Okay, duly noted.
You're clipping his quote a bit out of context here. Tameem went on to clarify that the problem with women being sexualized in the DMC games, which is kind of a problem, but he was correct in saying that.
Other trailers, like the one from E3 2012, seemingly put more emphasis on story and characters. And, well, story was always kind of viewed as secondary or even tertiary in the Devil May Cry universe, with action being the primary focus.
Nearly all the DMC fans would disagree with this statement. DMC's story is an interesting part of the game. The idea of the gameplay is to be stylish, so the cutscenes in the game are stylish as well. The game picks up on all the themes and important character moments. These things help make DMC. And sure, 1 and 2 stories aren't that good, but that doesn't mean DMC 3's story and Nira's arc in 5 isn't. Sure, the story can be a bit bad, but so can the gameplay. While I do believe DMC's story is secondary, that doesn't mean focusing on it is a bad idea.
Dante was just a half-demon hybrid that liked killing things and being crazy. He was never much deeper than that, and he didn't really need to be.
Bruh, tell me you've never understood DMC without saying you've never understood DMC. This is such a bad statement. More than 3 people worked on this and they let that slide? What in the shitting hell, man? Dante is more than just a surface level character. DMC 3 proves this. He has a clear arc and purpose in the story. Setups and payoffs were clear. The worst part about all this is that in the video he says that
he's a misunderstood rebel who has a rough exterior, but secretly wants to find his place in the world, but needs the proper motivation to do so to fulfill his destiny, and blah 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 blah.
I can switch a little bit of the wording around and could easily describe DMC3 Dante. Their arc is very similar. I'm sorry if you don't understand something so simple. Go out, touch some grass, man. I don't know.
What now?
I think this is why Vergil gave up on humanity, just because of this one thing. Just because somebody says reboot bad doesn't mean they agree on why, as the reaction to DMC5 shows us. But let's run with the idea that Dante doesn't have depth. Why wouldn't you fix this? If you admit it's a problem, then fix it. This should be obvious. If your car is missing a piece of the engine, then it's your job to fix it rather than leaving it be.
The black and white of it is that high execution character action games like this are not meant to be friendly to newcomers, and designing a system around tackling this problem is basically wanting your pizza and eating it too.
No. Man, this video is dragging on forever. False goods, sir. DMC5 really isn't that much of a challenge. V is brain dead. Even Dante and Nero are much easier around this time, and that's okay. DMC5 doesn't lack depth because it's easier, but lacks depth for other reasons. I'll get into this later. Point being, there is a way to make complexity in the game without difficulty. Splinter Cell Conviction is a perfect example of this. The game is much easier than previous games, yet the game has an interesting and different skill ceiling. So no, you can have a game with less challenge and still have great depth. At the end of the day, I can't shoot the messenger. There isn't a malicious intent to this mid-video, but that's about it. There wasn't much to cover here since they are barely talking about the game itself, which is a shame because videos like this, I at least expect them to cover the gameplay in some way, but their take on the game was like less than a minute. Just at the end of the day, don't take your opinion from them considering they can't even record their own footage, so I doubt they've even played the game. And it's fine to use other people's footage as long as it doesn't consume your video. Besides, they said that Dante isn't a deep character, action is not meant for newcomers, and that the story of DMC games are bad. It's a bad understanding of games you're trying to talk about. It reminds me of God of War issue where people don't believe that Kratos was always a deep character. Things like this need to be called out for. Not because it's negative towards the series, but because it has a harmful understanding of these games to give the wrong idea to people who haven't played the games. They put this idea into people's heads that it was a misstep, and that the other people disliked the game, so that means they can go as far as they want with the negativity, rather than being objective. Which is a bit of a fuck you. But like I said, I don't shoot the messenger. Most of this video covered stuff that I don't care about. Mid. Next! Intro. Like every fanbase, there is always fractions, and that's important to how you want to respond to which faction you're talking to. In this section, we'll go over every fraction in DMC, and at the end, I'll tie this back into how this affects DMC and DMC Devil May Cry. Let's start with the DMC fans. The reason why I put them in quotes is because at times I honestly doubt if they're fans in the first place. This group will play the game shortly. They may try and beat it on SOS, but most of the time they don't. Their only contribution to the community is the fact that they love memes, and that's where their usefulness ends. They get attached to the jokes so much that they'll defend the OG series with little knowledge of the games. They tend to argue with hardcore players. It's all because how they talk about DMC5. Hardcores have problems with DMC5, but the DMC fans think that the game is perfect, so near all criticism is deflected. That too, and they tend to be the dumbest when it comes to talking about the games. They will compare DMC to other games for no reason. And yes, they hate the reboot. Usually when I'm talking about the negatives of the community, I'm usually talking about them. Sadly, there is a lot of them. Jokes and selfishness and ignorance is no way to build a community. Influencers. The influencers are pretty self-explanatory. These are usually big YouTubers that have control over the discourse. They range from a lot of different opinions to individual parts of certain parts of the games. But usually the opinion is the same. They tend to fall victim to the groupthink, which is somewhat often. In fact, some of these people started the ideas of DMC that would later hold true later down the line. A lot of these videos can be traced back to Gaming Brit and Hero. The average DMC player. The average DMC player is somewhere between the DMC fans and the casual fans. These players are mostly closed off from the world. They can range from playing the games a lot or a little. Either way, they don't affect how the games are seen. They usually aren't connected to the other DMC games, but they play it in their off time. Some are YouTubers and streamers, but they don't talk a lot and are usually the silent majority. Casual players. The casual players are just what you think. They are players that play the game casually. They may not play the last games, but mostly not. These players usually like DMC Devil May Cry, DMC4, and DMC5. Their standard of the games tend to be mostly low. They can interact with the community, but if they become super involved, more than the average player, they become the DMC fans. Content Messenger Flies. Content Messenger Flies, or CMFs for short, as I call them, are like influencers, but tend to be different. Influencers don't stick with the games. Their channels and streams tend to have a large amount of variety of different games. Some even step out of the video games every once in a while. But CMFs typically don't do this. They tend to use DMC near all the time. They provide news about the game to others and tips and tricks about the game. CMFs can be found in all communities. While their role is important, their opinions are not to die for. Not a lot of people get attached to their opinion since nobody followed for their opinion in the first place. Their opinion tends to differ from person to person. The hardcores. The hardcores sound like just what they are. They are brave souls that play DMC games endlessly. They make combo mads and streaming showing off their skills. Not only that, but they interact with the DMC community showing and teaching what they have learned from hundreds of hours of playing the games. These groups of people usually gravitate towards DMC4. A lot of them will defend that game in its use of inertia, reversals, and more. But because of this reasoning, they tend to dislike parts of DMC Devil May Cry and DMC5. End. Okay, now that that's all unpacked, let's talk about why I'm talking about this section. And better question, why am I playing Batman Telltale footage? To answer the first question, it's really important who is making what arguments. If somebody says reboot bad, we must figure out why they said that before responding to them. Because if they are hardcores, they're probably talking about gameplay, but if they are DMC fans, they're probably talking about the story. And if they are the average DMC player, it's probably because somebody just told them to. And as for the second question, so I can play this clip. Get up. Get up. Get up, Batman.
Everything.
Come on, Batman.
Instead,
get up.
You made me
get up, Batman.
Into this.
Get up. It's not that hard. Get up.
It's beautiful, Mr. J.
They're getting away.
I always knew you'd do great.
Batman. Batman. Hello? Batman. Batman, wakey wakey. You gotta go get him.
So glad
Batman.
I could share it with you.
Batman. Oh, finally you get up. Nice. And you let them get away with murder. So every other action that they do is on you. Nice job, Batman. Different people mean different courses of actions. If it's a hardcore, then the first thing I want to mention is the difference in depth in DMC Devil May Cry versus the depth in other DMC games. Things like this is what I want to get across. As seen in this video, a lot of what influencers say stem from the community. Sure, they have certain things that they like or dislike about the game, but most of their arguments are still the same. While I do think that people like Sphere and MangaKamen damage the discourse, I don't think it's solely their fault. They are simply an echo of the community. So while I may rip into them, I'm just tearing into the DMC community. That's why in each section there is a key point I want to respond to. But what DMC community am I talking about? Good question. That's what I want to clear up now. I'm going after the DMC fans and the influencers. These two groups are the worst when they talk about the reboot. Their arguments are trash and are regurgitated to the point where having a discussion with them is like going through multiple walls. While I do clash with the hardcores from time to time, I respect their opinion, in the same way I try to respect every opinion, because they do their criticisms out of the knowledge that they have, not the lack of it. So overall, know who you're talking to. If they say the reboot bad, that doesn't mean they all agree on the reasons why. Boy oh boy, I haven't even talked about the back and forth between the hardcores and the DMC fans, but that just shows the toxic discourse when it comes to talking about the DMC community. If you want to change the discourse, then call out toxic and groupthink behavior and join my Discord. I plan to fix this all, but I need your help to do it. So this one, we're going to spice it up a little bit. Unlike the others in this series, section isn't really a review or an analysis, but rather a playthrough. A playthrough of DMC Devil May Cry, in fact. Now, typically, I wouldn't cover a channel like this in this type of video. However, this playthrough has a lot of people watching it, and a lot of their points are really something else. I don't need to cover it per se, but I feel like I at least need to put it in the video to respond to at least some of these points. I cut down a lot because there is a lot they said about this game. And to be fair, they're doing this off the cuff, but I still think it's worth discussing. Enjoy.
Probably my favorite change between the two Dantes, the one that's the most ridiculous. Well, way back in the Devil May Cry 1 LP, you pointed out that Dante is a kind of cool hero that doesn't need to smoke to be cool, right?
He doesn't. What was it? Smoke, drink, or swear.
Right? Doesn't need to do that.
Just
to be
effortlessly
cool.
Is what
right?
they're making. Yeah.
In the very first shot of action in the first trailer for this game, Dante is putting a cigarette out on a monster's face.
Well, because Tyler Durden. Right? That's a different kind of cool.
First, you have to understand the context behind this statement. The idea behind DMC1 Dante was that he doesn't drink, he doesn't curse, and he doesn't smoke. The point of DMC1 Dante was for him to be an atypical cool character, a bit of a PG version of an action hero. And to be clear, nothing's wrong with that. But that doesn't mean that DMC Dante should always stick to this rule. In DMC4 we know that he drinks a lot, and later on in the games he curses a bit more. So again, this old Dante doesn't match all the other Dantes, and that's okay. Dante doesn't need to live or die by this quote. Besides, this only came from the director of the first game, in which he's never came back for a sequel or anything related to any future of the decisions of this character. Just because this was the backbone of DMC1 doesn't mean that it has to be for all the others. But if you're still not convinced, then let me point out one last thing. DMC1 Dante would never given us a missile riot, the poetry, or the Shakespeare scenes. None of that would be possible solely following DMC1 Dante.
You had some just busted shit.
But I would say that what you did have was almost designed for IGNs and GameSpots to love it.
That's what I was trying to get to earlier.
Because it's pure set pieces, right?
Yep.
Everything that you did get is just these cinematic, like, set piece things, and, you know, I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with a good set piece when you're in the middle of, when like, you got verses in between them.
No. The set pieces at most take up a fraction of the game. Sure, there are levels like Mission 4 which do have set pieces, but a majority of the game doesn't. The average level doesn't have this. At your average you get one set piece a level, but that's not always the case. So saying the game is pure set pieces is ultimately false. The only savior to this argument is if he was talking about the B gameplay, or aka the platforming, but as we all know, that's not a set piece.
So, classic fans kind of tear it apart. They are unkind to this game, and it gains a bizarre reputation as a good game, but not a good Devil May Cry game.
It would have been a good. It would have been fine if it wasn't called Devil May Cry.
It would have been an astonishing clap your hands for Ninja Theory game
if they did call it Devil May Cry.
Right.
But the problem that ends up...
Okay, this is a point worth bringing up. You see, while the DMC fans and the people that tend to like DMC Devil May Cry fight a lot, there was a weird compromise they made around DE. Sorry, I don't know exactly where it started or which side liked it more, but it mostly was around the DE timeline. That DMC Devil May Cry is a good game, but not a good DMC game. That has to be said so much that people have barely even played the game, almost have heard of it once. So I think this is a good thing to do. To meet somewhere in the middle that stops a lot of pointless back and forth, but also is good groundwork to have a discussion about the game. So if somebody uses this to talk to others about the game, I can't really blame them. Well, I think this is a good thing. Well, it doesn't make any sense. What is a good DMC game? Is it just all the games in the series? In that case, DMC2 is a bad game but a good DMC game? Or are we talking about the core gameplay depth? In that case, DMC1 is a good game but is it a bad DMC game? In that case, does that mean Bayo could be a good game and a good DMC game? How broad a net are we casting here? Is it the story that we're talking about here? Because in that case, DMC4 is not considered as good as the other DMC games because it's not done much in the development of the characters as much as DMC3 and 5. Is the music what makes a good DMC game? In that case, DMC3 isn't even close to the music that's in DMC5, so does that make it a better DMC game? Is it the tech in the gameplay? In that case, DMC5 isn't certainly a good DMC game with the lack of inertia, reversals, and guard flying. Is it the core characters of that story? In that case, DMC anime is not a good show, but is a good DMC game? With all these questions, I'm asking to tie back to one thing. What is a good DMC game? Because let's face it, at the end of the day, everybody has a different take on what that is. So while this line has good intention, what it means completely for different people for different reasons. I'm glad that people use this argument to think that this game is good, but the end line puts a bitter taste in my nose.
Hold on. There we go. Set piece. What is that tone, Wooly? Explain your feeling toward the set piece.
It's complex because I like them.
I also enjoy a good set piece.
But I don't like when they blind you to other things that are that you should be paying attention to / that you would notice. Like, I don't like when they're used to mask things, right?
Yeah.
Set piece as a really hype as fuck location for something that is good and quality, such as Bayonetta fighting on a fallen clock tower.
Very stylish.
Awesomely rad. One might even say sadistic.
One could say that.
However, set piece as a look over here, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain is, you know? And it's and a lot of the times it's hard to distinguish between the two immediately. And so that's what you're hearing.
I completely agree. Honestly.
What? I've looked at this quote for like a few minutes and I'm just confused, guys, of what it means. This could be the answer to the anti-left question, guys. If we were to be super charitable here, it still doesn't make any sense. Maybe if they gave us an example in the game, it would be much easier to understand.
In which the development team did everything they could to try and differentiate it from the old series, only to invariably end up copying the old series and making a somewhat weak facsimile of a bunch of its aspects, which was like the stupidest way they could have possibly gone.
Because the biggest disservice you could do to what is an otherwise decent game is create a comparison point that doesn't need to be there.
But
Capcom and, of course, you know, like, the budget wouldn't have been what it was if it was an original thing. Like, there's a million logistical things that would have changed if this were an original new property. But the point remains that all we're really talking about this whole time is comparison points that didn't need to be there.
They want to get away from the old games, but then they simultaneously recreated the Devil May Cry 3 box art with that pose.
With the pose, yeah.
My mother. And it's like, wait, which do you want?
Okay, here's the weird take I have on this. Reboots can be three things. 1, a soft reboot in which not much has changed, but still a reboot. 2, it takes half of what the previous stuff is and half of the new stuff. 3, it goes in its own way. DMC Devil May Cry is the second one. It clearly takes half of the stuff at once, then comes up with the other half. The new stuff like the demons, most of the Dante weapons, Cat, most of the bosses, and old stuff that, like most of the combat, Dante, Vergil, and Mundus, all have a third story act. So yeah, it takes some things from the older stuff, but not all of it. It's not copying the older games. It's a reboot. Of course there are still going to be certain things that remain the same.
Teenager, I mean, they got Combi Christ doing the fucking soundtrack, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like it was dated before it came out.
Although,
like, that style had already passed.
Bob is still as relevant as ever.
Oh yeah, it's hilarious. But you know what I mean? Like, and now looking back at it today, it is like laughably edgy. It like, I feel like this Dante would feel right at home chilling with fucking Shadow the Hedgehog. You know?
I'm gonna go slightly different on that and say that this game is still cool to people that don't play video games.
Okay, yeah, alright.
You see, the way I can criticize the tone, or the way that makes the most sense, is to talk about the differences of the tone from the one scene to another. If we had a very serious scene, but then followed up with a very lighthearted scene, that wouldn't make sense. That is the problem with the tone. Saying that, I don't think there is a good argument for hating a tone like it is. Like, just for the sake of hypothesis. Let's say that tone of X thing was super edgy. How would you go about saying that it's bad by solely because of the tone itself? If it's a problem, it's most likely because of the writing, like the dialogue or the characters. But you can't say it's the fault of being edgy or vice versa. It's like hating a color. You can dislike a color, but the color itself isn't the issue. It's all about how you use it. So, for making this clear, for the tone isn't a criticism, but rather an aesthetic.
Enemies that are only weak to certain colors.
Oh, God.
Therefore, the ability... So, like, the stylus combos that require weapon switching do not apply because this enemy only gets hurt by this type of weapon. So, take the idea that Blitz, I think, like, would convey, but completely miss what you actually get out of that. Where there's no clean opening moment, you just have color-coded things, which means you're just weapon limited and style limited, and therefore gameplay limited.
Of every change or design decision they made in this game, by far the most reviled, without question, is the addition of the color-coded enemies.
I went over this in my Sphere Hunter section and my enemy type section. But sometimes limiting your kit is okay. Not a great thing, just more underrated than people give it credit for.
Yes, it should be mentioned, and it is kind of sad to me, that not all of the credit for this game's strengths can actually be levied against Ninja Theory, because Itsuno showed up to work on the game mid-development and helped them fine-tune tons of shit, including stuff like the Stinger animation, enemy design, and such.
So, you know, he knows enough to know that, like, when I go on stage, I'm gonna say, like, for fans.
Remember this.
I hate this point because it's so inconsistent. Most people credit for the good stuff that they like about the game and say it was all Itsuno, while the others completely say all the bad stuff is Ninja Theory's fault. See, there are 4 influencers when it comes to the development of the game. The fans, yes, like it or not, they have an effect on the game. Itsuno, Ninja Theory, and Capcom. We don't know who did it exactly, all we can do is theorize. However, that doesn't mean we can't solely put it onto one person or another. So that's why I think this point is weak. It just throws mud in the water and doesn't clear anything up. It's not his fault, Pat and Wooly, but rather the point itself.
Well, we need to figure out a fucking name for the sequence that I'm in. Uncharted has it. Tomb Raider has it. It's these platforming for baby sections that are never difficult at all, and exist purely to have you navigate a cool or interesting
corridor.
environment.
A cool or interesting corridor.
Yeah. It's infuriating.
Like, it's not a rail car. It's not a.
We already have a word for it. It's filler.
So walking from point A to point B, that doesn't mean we remove that from the game at all. Here's the wild take for y'all. Filler is okay sometimes. It doesn't have to be super in-depth. It just needs to give the players something to do. Hold it. Before we go any further, we need to talk about the Uncharted thing. You see, fan bases are born out of the media they tend to reflect. If a media is an action movie, you can bet a lot of the fan bases like action movies in general. This sounds really obvious, but it's built to get to this. DMC is the most freedom and the most replayable type of game, meaning giving you a ton of tools and levels that have high replay value is ingrained into the games, and because of this, also the fan base as well. Meaning anytime DMC takes a more cinematic approach, it is almost immediately criticized. Which I think is heavily unfair to DMC Devil May Cry. Even if the walking sections are barely in the game gets plenty of flack for it. While games like The Last of Us never will. But every time this game has platforming, set pieces, or walking sections, it's always Uncharted! He walked. Uncharted! Things are falling around him. Uncharted! It's annoying. Instead of going after Uncharted, which they never will do because it gets immediately shut down, they take out what they don't like about those games and then push it onto DMC Devil May Cry. So even though Uncharted is very different than DMC Devil May Cry, in nearly every way it gets compared to it.
I'm gonna go with ziplining. Ooh, you're ziplining through the stage, right?
Like in Uncharted,
you're tethered to this line, and it's not just rails. There's a little bit more action involved.
Ziplining requires more effort than walking. Just to be clear, platforming and walking are just fine. They do the same thing, which is getting you from area to area, and that's okay.
It's like, even as fire and ice designs go, it's like...
They're just the other designs on fire or on ice.
I don't think you honestly believe that. Across all the games, there tends to be a theme. For DMC Devil May Cry, the theme is based around your weapons. You remember the chainsaw guy because he has a chainsaw. You remember the knight because he has a sword and shield. Sword? Yeah. The others that don't fall into this stand out anyways. The fat guy and the shield lady stand out visually due to their shape and size. Even the flying enemies stand out due to how simple and elegant the designs are. Both of them mimic angels. Either way, you take a look and you know what you're facing up against pretty quickly. That type of enemy design clearly shows that people do care about the enemy types in this game. Besides, I still have yet to hear an argument as to why the designs aren't good.
A fate worse than death, they say.
That's on record. Y'all heard that.
Fate worse than death!
You know what? They chained him up and they don't torture his nuts.
Anal beads!
What happened to us?
You pull them out, then they go...
That is all you will ever see of Sparta in this game.
Alright gamers, listen up. I'm only going to say this once. Sparta was never a super important character. He was background function for the plot. Sparta has never had an arc. Sparta never did any actions in the present day. Sparta never even had dialogue. He was background for Dante and Vergil, and affected the setup for the games. Now, it would be cool if they had DLC or a story centered around them, but until then, Sparta is just a plot device. A very cool plot device, but his actions were always to set up the story. Even if DMC4 was only there for the statue and to hide the Pope's true intentions. So yes, that's all we'll get from Sparta, because that's all we've ever gotten from Sparta.
But there were two Nephilim, and each should be...
Why is there paintings of you?
Sparta armed his sons.
In the background.
The rebellion for Dante.
Why is Dante reading a magazine
for Vergil
that has Devil May Cry on its pages?
So, Mundus
Two handgun.
and imprisoned our dad.
Yes.
We're the offspring of angels and demons.
That's literally
Angel mother.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can get it, but it's subtle.
It's not supposed to be subtle. It's supposed to be a visual reference for the player that can remember the info rather than just talking to them. It's a damn good thing to use a large amount of info that is going to be dumped on you. So would you rather have it take it in the park with no visual references? Because if so, that's pretty dull to me.
So yeah, under general and then style rank.
I should mention, we are going through a fairly, what's the word I'm looking for? Mean critique of this game. This is a good game.
I don't think we're being unfair.
Oh no, I don't think so.
I don't think we've said anything.
But like, this is a worthwhile. This version of the game.
I mean,
not the other versions of the game.
Remember, this will be important later down the line.
This game feels very complete, and the levels don't just fall apart near the end, which is great, right? This is a more complete package than DMC 4.
Here's the other thing, right? Like,
does that mean I don't like it better? No, of course not.
And you know, like when you're like getting the fucking the shits from a bunch of people that are like, you're ruining the thing I love, you're not gonna be like, oh, those people. You're gonna be like, fuck them. You know?
Fuck them. Except that's your audience. That's the people you're ostensibly trying to sell the game to.
And it's the same thing we would say to people that like make movies where you're like, why are you bringing this back?
Why are you bothering?
Like, the thing that you want recognition and therefore, like, you're capitalizing on a name that exists because it means something to someone. So you kind of are implying that you do care.
I think you're misunderstanding Tameem's words. When making a game that gets backlash, all you can do is work on the best game possible. I think in hindsight, Tameem wanted to do this, like he was explained in other interviews. But Tameem and NT were working on something that they were passionate about that was led by Capcom, yet they got most of the blowback. Sure, he made some changes, but Tameem wasn't worried about sales. He just wanted to make the best game that he could. So they did listen to feedback when need be, but they wanted to make a good game at the end of the day.
No, this is the only thing
This is the only time they ever strayed outside of their
took on a license.
Original IP as opposed to licensing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, lesson learned.
Make your own stuff. You won't get compared to the work that came before. Makes sense to me. If I wanted to say, I don't know.
You'll get compared to what you're similar to.
If I wanted to make a puppet show, right? I wouldn't, a comedy puppet show that aired on late night, I wouldn't call it The Boppets. That'd be fucked up.
But even if you did, and you called it Avenue Q, you'd still be like your own thing, but clearly referencing another thing. You get compared to the genre and or similarities that you already are influenced by, because humans are great at putting things in folders. In fact, we're obsessed with it.
I love it. It's my favorite thing to do.
But
put those things in those boxes, they're great.
But it doesn't become a make or break situation.
By the way, here you go.
Yes, yes.
So this series of statements is basically talking about how DMC Devil May Cry should have been its own IP. And the reason it goes through so much trouble is the fact that the name DMC is on it. Part of this makes sense. If DMC Devil May Cry were to stand on its own, it wouldn't have gotten the backlash. Because that's not the timeline we live in. Because DMC Devil May Cry, like it or not, is a DMC game, with carried over mechanics and characters. But the disagreement here is that NT disliked the original series, but they wouldn't have taken DMC Devil May Cry if they didn't like the series in the first place. And, oh god, the Bubbits nightmare. This comparison doesn't work with this situation. This is from Capcom giving NT the characters and gameplay with strings attached, because the game is now under the DMC IP, meaning it's not a ripoff but part of the games in some way. And if your IP is one of these new spin-on gameplay and story from previous games, because that's what the game is, it's a reboot. And you don't like reboots, but that's what Capcom's choice, not NT's. So saying that it's NT's fault for the Bubbits just doesn't add up.
You wanna see the shittiest rainstorm ever?
I mean...
Yeah, you do.
That is Devil May Cry 2, is what's happening.
Why does everybody complain about the rainstorm? It's slow, but it's meant to hold enemies in the air for a longer amount of time. It doesn't have the same functions as the other rainstorms. So yes, it's slow, but that's how it works from previous versions.
The core theme of DMC Devil May Cry is fuck you, demons! Ah! So, like, whenever they try and go for any societal whatever, it's just really
obesity stupidity.
lame and surface and tacky. And don't get me wrong, I fucking love my video game theme of essentially fuck you, Dad.
Pat,
that's great.
The core theme of P5 is rebellion
against the man.
The system is broken, and you need to fix it. You know, you gotta sometimes you gotta tell society, fuck off. I'm gonna do what's right no matter what. I'm gonna stick by my convictions, and I'm gonna make sure that everybody finds out the truth, and I'm gonna do it for me. But only if it's not disharmonious. Because in the end, when I decide to go against society, it's only so that I can free society and wake them up so that they join me, and in the end, we are all harmonious again.
And back to the real, pure state of society.
Right? So being disharmonious is only worth it if the end goal is to re-harmonize.
Oh man, it's that game fucking scams itself so bad.
Which do I cover first? So let's start with the fuck you demons. It's not the theme of DMC Devil May Cry. It's not even close. The theme of the core is about humanity. If humanity is worth saving or to be controlled by human nature. This is literally told to us by the end of the game.
And what would mankind do with freedom, do you suppose? Because when I arrived, they had it. And what do you think they did with it? They fought. They killed. They starved. I brought prosperity. I brought structure.
Don't be so simplistic. Humans are frail. They're like children. They need protection. Not just from others, but from themselves. We, you and I, have saved them.
As you can see, the theme is connected close to humanity. The whole point of Dante being a Nephilim is so we can understand this question outside the human's perspective. On top of this, Cat is a thing. The whole reason for Cat in the story is to represent humanity through her struggles. This understanding of the theme is two-dimensional. You're basically mischaracterizing the whole point and story and dumbing it down to make the only thing fuck you demons. That's like saying DMC3 story is only about being cool, and not to mention the family or trauma aspect. Alright, how does anybody enjoy this? Let's go over Persona 5, because yet again they don't understand the themes. Wooly thinks that the game's themes are about fighting society, wanting a better society, and then how funny that is that it's hypocritical. This is yet again a complete misunderstanding of the themes. P5 says a lot about society. It's the core story of the game. It's what the Phantom Thieves want to do is fix society through correcting one action at a time. It's not really about fighting society, but rather fixing it. If this was against society, then why would they literally create a bar to what the public thinks about the Phantom Thieves? Your themes, or your understanding of it, is bad.
Is that you always got the feeling in the original Devil May Cry that it was having fun with it. That it was like, it was like literally nudging you in the ribs.
Yeah.
Whereas here, it is being taken fucking deadly serious for some reason.
Because take the context of...
This isn't true. The game doesn't take itself super seriously. While there are points in the story where the game is serious, like towards the end of the game, most of the time Dante is playing around and using zinging one-liners. The same can be said about most of the DMC games. Anything there is more for freedom for what the characters can say, and it's lighthearted, but there isn't important character moments and dialogues that won't make a joke. But this is yet again another time where people don't understand the tone of this game has. Like the fact that you literally fight a giant version of Bill O'Reilly. This game has the same tone as the last games. Sure, there are differences in how they execute it, but they are similar nonetheless.
Oh, there was just two ways to get over there. Yeah, this stage has multiple paths for no discernible purpose.
What, dude? First you say the game is ziplining with baby platforming, yet when the game gives you options to spice it up, you criticize it? Damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess.
Yeah, no, someone also pointed out, it's like, let's start out our journey with our more relatable Dante, kicking two strippers that he banged out of his out of his trailer while he's downing a bottle.
I've been over this point before in my Foxcade section, but to summarize, the characters are more than just relatable. Relatable is not the hill you want to die on. The arcs and the actions the characters take matter. Not only that, but you may find it as relatable as subjective. Someone that has a middle-class job will be different from the poor person's experience. Experience shapes the things that we are today, so to find relatable are meaningless in the grand scheme of things of what a character is.
I saw some, we just rip a lot of people's comments off for commentary nowadays.
There are some good ones.
The good one is that I saw was characters going, Dante, son of Sparta, when Sparta is now no one?
Yeah.
Wouldn't make any less sense.
What? Of course the demons know who Sparta is. He was the Demon King's brother, and was the one who betrayed by falling in love with an angel. I understand some of the confusion because Sparta in the older DMC games was the one to seal the demon world from the human world, but even then, this stuff is explained in Mission 3 of the game. It's clear as day.
I have not been able to track down
How'd you mean?
the exact interview in which this was said.
Is it relevant?
But apparently, at some point, when talking about how great Cat was, one of the developers said she's not just a prostitute with a gun like the old DMC characters.
Oh boy.
She's a real strong female cast member.
Oh, that's important.
And I appreciate it.
Make sure you step on Trish's body.
Right? And it's like...
You can trust me too.
Yeah.
Okay. I know I might seem like an asshole here, but I think that Tameem is really onto something. Granted, not the best wording, but still onto something. Trish in DMC1 wasn't all that great, not because she was a damsel in distress, but rather lacked depth. A lot of DMC1's story lacks depth. But Lady in 3 was good. The problem is that after this point, the DMC devs didn't know what to do with them. So in DMC4 they had completely new looks that definitely showed more sex appeal than previous versions of the characters, with even their breast size changing. So there was words of truth in what Tameem was saying. But DMC5 thankfully learned from this and didn't do...
Got something to wear that's good for digging?
Oh no, how did that get in there? Oh man, I'm so sorry guys. Point being, they shouldn't have called them prostitutes, but later in the games, that's kind of what they became, with no real character motives.
A wacky ass life, ready for this kind of shit to go down.
Yeah.
But like, we don't know if he's ever fought demons before.
Yes, we do. One of the first things that we see in the flashback with Cat is Dante killing a demon at a young age. See, this is my problem with a playthrough like this. The key part of the series of the commentary, while through the game's story and gameplay, however, the commentary is mostly just talking negatively about the game. You guys can't do both, because this isn't the only time where they make blatant inaccuracies about the game. And the worst part is that some people will even think that this game is bad, even though the reasons that they give is false. This is one of the reasons I hate discourse around DMC Devil May Cry. But I'll show you what I'm talking about in a bit. Good luck editing Splinter for this one.
So yeah, you're saying this is just a redo
of Jester.
Dodge the bullshit, hit the weak point.
Yeah.
Open him up.
Oh no, this is like, first off, what? How? Okay, let's play this out. Let's start off with the obvious and work our way down to the abyss. Visually, they're not even close. Bob has a whole news aesthetic, and Jester is whatever that is. Story-wise, it's not the same because Jester was a bonus fight to add into SE, so let's talk about the gameplay. Sure, you do have to dodge their attacks and you need to hit them when they're down. Nearly all of the boss phases come down to that same phase, meaning if you did something that lets you attack them. Versus in DMC3, you rarely ever let to see that happen. When you attack, dodges are completely different. In DMC3, Jester is mostly shooting random balls at you that can completely out of different places, while Bob has far more variety in his attacks, and in the Jester fight you can see the free damage while he's shooting his attacks. And you have to fight a group of enemy 2 times. Nothing like this has happened in the Jester fight, so yes, on paper they are similar, but in execution are very different.
Yeah. Oh, we have some winners! Oh my god! Oh, there's a biker old man with a white beard!
Dude, remember DMC4's Dante's original design that looked really bad? It was trying to be DMC3 and DMC2 at the same time, and you ended up looking like a very strange character. Original concepts are not the final product. Remember, Nero's original character was to be a detective. So, you know.
Let's just use kicker number 2. No. Power, give me more power.
Oh. Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Do you get it, though?
Yeah, no.
See, the old games are so cool now. Get it? Look how cool the old games are.
When I was playing it, I remember being just absolutely fucking completely baffled by everything about the game prior to its release, followed by everything in this game cribbing from the old games and referencing them and shit. And it's like, but you said the old games were stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
You literally said they were stupid.
No, and so like...
Wow, this is really sad. This is such a bad way to see DMC Devil May Cry's lens through. But here's how this statement would fall apart. NT never thought the old games were stupid. They never said that. You guys kept misinterpreting what they were saying. When Tameem was talking about what cool is, it can be applied to the other DMC games as well. Even things like the line about Dante getting laughed out of the bar is true. DMC4 looked very bizarre. That Dante... Oh, yes, very bizarre. That's why DMC5 and DMC Devil May Cry, their clothes are much different. But that doesn't mean NT thought the older games were stupid. But they simply needed to be updated. The same thing could be said about DMC5. That's why in DMC Devil May Cry they made so many references, because they did like the old games. And if you go back over all their statements about the gameplay, it's all praise. But that's why so many hate this game. It was a self-made problem.
Wow, you can just safely not look at him.
As long as he's not there, he's not there. Do you know what I mean?
Oh,
as long as they're not visible,
sure,
they don't exist.
Yes, of course, that's to make the game more fair. Generally, what happens with these games is that they can hit you off screen, which is extremely frustrating, especially when you can't see the enemy. This was a problem in some of the older DMC games as well. But here, turning off their AI as soon as they don't or aren't visible is fine. It's more fair to the player, and I think it should be done more often.
Where, like, they were after him and he kept...
So how the fuck did this place stay
profile.
hidden for any seconds at all?
Well, considering that Vergil knows a lot about demonology, has a lot of money, and is quite intelligent, his base is good at evading demons. Besides, the base gets swatted anyway, so this argument is null and void.
A concept that has never made sense ever.
It's like she's almost like she didn't breathe out a big noise right there.
Makes even less sense for SWAT cops, because why would you ever not check corners and whatnot?
Because it's not like they're trained to look and go clear.
The scene explains itself. The SWAT members are trying to find Cat as quickly as possible, and to their knowledge they think Cat is ahead, so checking every corner is a waste of their time for actually trying to catch Cat, and that's their main goal here.
Also, somebody pointed out something really funny. Remember earlier when, in the very first level, when Dante's like, what would happen if I shoot you? Cat was like, I'll die, when he was in limbo and she was in the real world. How come he didn't just shoot every SWAT guy?
So I suspect this girl means something to you.
Uh-oh, someone hasn't been paying attention to the story. So this is yet again another thing that they get factually wrong. So let's go over how limbo works. DMC Devil May Cry, once you're in limbo, is little to no connection to the real world, unless there are certain things like big options. But these two worlds cannot connect to each other. The demons are in limbo, while demons can take form. In the reality, they can't do anything else other than dragging other people into limbo. So this is where Dante comes in. Dante, just like a Nephilim in this universe can, travel between both of these worlds. But he can be sucked into limbo by the demons in the real world. However, in this case, Dante can't shoot anybody in limbo to the real world. This is where they both got confused. Cat is a psychic. She can be in limbo only in spirit form, but in this form she can be killed by somebody in limbo. So, for the reason why Dante can't shoot Cat versus why he can't shoot SWAT is because they aren't psychics. So that was a long way of saying L plus ratio plus your mom.
I'm supposed to do this in the air. That way I can ignore all this
Dante
shit.
is at his best in the air.
Fuck that sentence. That's crap.
I mean, I get what you mean by both of important gameplay, but Dante is much better in the air in the gameplay. Whether it be an inch above the ground by using inertia or juggling enemies in the air, combat is hard to master but adds more depth to the gameplay. Not much or a response to this point, more of a discussion point.
The life of the girl in distress for the life of the other girl in distress. That's preggers!
This one's a baby carrier. This one's a magic object.
Fine, we'll do it your way. Lilith is mostly here for a plot device. She isn't in depth and at all and serves a greater purpose for Mundus to have a stake in the story. However, the cat slander is unacceptable. Through Cat, Dante learns how Limbo works. Through Cat, Dante was able to escape multiple times. Through Cat, Dante knew how to get to the Succubus. Through Cat, the level literally called The Plan is by Cat. Cat has done a lot in this story, and that's not even including her character-wise. Guys, I think we found out how to stop the cat hate. Make her hotter. Bam! Fixed your problem. The DMC fans won't see it coming. Okay.
Because he landed the shot, and he couldn't believe he landed it. That's what it is. It's the 1-2. It's the 1.
Yeah.
Oh my god, horror.
And he's like, oh, I can't believe I did. Oh
and
my
then
god.
the 2.
That was pointless.
Vergil 360 no-scope the pregnant woman. Woo! Okay, the jokes are out of the way. What is wrong with this scene? I'm pissed off because no one will ever tell me. Okay, let's break this down. It's not because Vergil's choice, because that was something set up from before, but something for foreshadowing in the future. It's not Mundus' outburst that caused what's also a setup. It's not the way that the scene was shot, because it's one of the best in the game. It's not the way that it's acted, because overall the scene is pretty easy to do. So what is it? The only thing I can think of is the humor part, but that's only something that can't be explained or put into proper criticism. So how am I supposed to defend this exactly? Am I supposed to say that the people find this funny are wrong? But that point doesn't make any sense.
I feel like it actually completely fails to deal with the problem we established, because Dante's issue is not the
main source of Mundus' power.
Magic.
Dante's issue is not the outrageous, vile shit that just occurred. It was,
you must break into the
oh
chamber
my god, the city got blown up. How could you risk that?
It's
like, that's not really the problem people had with the scene.
Damn, Senua gets to fight gods and I'm stuck here doing this. Okay then, let's run it back. I'm going to make 2 points here. Both are valid and on their own, but I want to lay them out individually. What Vergil did can be justified. I don't like the justification, but it does have some groundwork. What Vergil did spent the Hellgate, and is something Vergil wanted to do since the very beginning of the game. And Lilith is not a good person, to say the least. She's not a good person at all. So there is little sympathy for her. While on the other hand, hundreds could have died because of this. Those were innocent people. Lilith is far from innocent. So, of course, Dante's main issue here is going to be the innocent people. On the other hand, these can be connected events. Because of Vergil shooting Lilith, in this sense got hurt because of it. So things like this are connected. It's not like Dante isn't mad about shooting Lilith, because in the cutscene you can even see his reaction, but the shooting that screwed over others.
From a thing where you would expect him to be like, fuck this, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
There's a back door.
Also, Cat, you're coming with me. Fuck that. Fuck this guy. Fuck all of this. This dude's insane.
Huh? That isn't close to a smart choice. Dante leaves wouldn't just make sense for his character, but also wouldn't make sense for his motives. So let's play this dirty thought process out. If Dante leaves, what does he do after that? If he goes after Mundus with no plan on his own, it sets him up for failure. And if he does say fuck all this and leaves, that would be a massive character assassination for him completely. Because this Dante that went through most of his arc would never do this. And besides, Vergil, Dante, and Cat are the key team to take down Mundus. Even though Vergil did some stinky things, that doesn't change the fact that Mundus needs to die to free humanity, and the team is the only ones who can stop him, so the lesser of two evils.
Pushing them as far off the path as possible.
Well, the other thing that we should notice is that about halfway through development, Itsuno-san came in and went, maybe you should just change this part here, and this part here,
And it was an interview designed to make people hyped for the game, but instead it made me worried for it, because it described how Itsuno was helping go through every single move in the entire game and change its frame properties. And it's like, uh-oh. I almost wish that they could release the
un-Itsuno version.
Undefinitive edition.
I'm sorry, Itsuno. I hate the way you're used. You see, every time that Itsuno is brought up in the case of DMC Devil May Cry, it's always cherry picking. The fans and the influencers think that Itsuno did all the good stuff in the gameplay, and that everything that Inti did was all the bad parts of the game. Itsuno wanted this reboot. He was one of the core reasons Dante's looked, changed, and wanted a DMC Devil May Cry 2. And I'm not even going to sit here and say that he made all the bad decisions. He could have made all the good decisions, or the bad ones, or both. Who knows? We can't always paint him as the good guy because he directed the older games. Again, we don't know. We need to stop the cherry picking and look outside of that. The world is much more than black and whites.
I saw somebody, and I appreciated, talking about how, like, I don't understand this game's ranking system because I'm getting SSS nearly every fight. And yet, I'm finishing with C's and D's. Why is that? How could that be? Well, you see, C's and D's don't matter because you didn't find the lost souls. They decided to take the absolute worst part of DMC4's ranking system, finding orbs, and just fucking expand upon it.
So the SSS ranking in the future can take its place. In previous DMC games, you had to collect the same orbs over and over again to get an S rank at the end of the level. But for DMC Devil May Cry, once you get all of them, you can get an SSS rank at the end of the level. But if you replay the level again and don't get the collectibles again, it still helps you make a dent.
Hey, you know what was the best boss fight in DMC history? Savior.
I mean, roughly speaking, yes, but when I think Mundus is far better. The Savior fight is so dragged out, and it can take the average person more than 10 minutes just to beat him, because the boss is to hit the gems, look out more enemies, then hit the gems again, dodge overpowered wind-ups attacks. I'm not going to say Mundus is a good boss fight, but it's quicker than the Savior.
Wait, what? That seems like an amazing ability that you didn't use in multiple areas that you could have done before.
The fuck is up with that?
When? At what point should have Vergil used this? The car scene, he didn't need it because he was driving and safe. It's not like he could teleport cars. It's not when the server room because he was behind the shield. So, where? Honestly. Schizo shit right here.
But why were there problems for Vergil that he legitimately had life-threatening issues?
Possibly have feared from those SWAT guys if he has the durability that we've established he has in this game. Like,
and if he was just keeping his power hidden from Dante, then why were there actual problems with his plan coming together?
Why did he even need Dante in the first place?
Oh my god, fuck me. No, not literally, Splinter. Vergil explains that this is the beginning of the game. A Nephilim can kill a Demon King. Vergil has a chance, but with Dante, their chances now are double. Plus, Vergil is busy with the politics and propaganda and the other stuff that the Order is around. Vergil is the type to lay back and to do something only when need be. But Dante is on the front lines. Through the trailer, he mentions that Dante is now their best weapon. So basically, Vergil sets him up with gathering the knowledge he needs, Cat gives him the guide, and Dante just destroys.
He'd almost maybe be like, if I had this power, I wouldn't have had to do something so horrible.
I need more power.
So that I won't ever have to do such horrible things again. Power! Oh. I need more power!
It's almost...
Oh my god, Pat! Holy shit!
No, shut up.
Holy shit, man!
You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about nothing. You're stupid. You're just a stupid fan who's mad he doesn't have white hair.
Ah, great. More fanfiction. I just want to point out the fact that these two both made the argument that this game was unoriginal. It's whole Buppets monologue they did. Remember that? Remember?
I don't know.
You'll get compared to what you're similar to.
If I wanted to make a puppet show, right? I wouldn't... A comedy puppet show that aired on late night, I wouldn't call it the Buppets.
That'd be fucked up.
Ah, yes. The good old days, before I had to edit this train wreck. Now, they're all saying that they should be like other older games, with more power line. This is just completely doesn't make sense. Do you want the games to be more original or not? So what do you want me to follow up with? A joke? A cutaway? Do you want something that just hammers in the fact that the people that hate this game don't have any good reasons for it? No matter what this game was going to be, it was going to be disliked from the very beginning. And as much as I want to scream into the void, I can't change that.
You know what this scene is missing?
Oh, wait, I mean, oh, fuck yeah, Dante and Vergil are gonna fight, dude!
You know what this scene is missing? It's missing an actual thing for them to have been arguing over. They're just arguing about over, like, the idea, but there's no item, there's no task, there's no, like, thing that they could do. Like, Vergil's reaching out to get the Demon King chair or whatever, because this argument could have actually just gone on for hours without the fight happening.
But now we have a reason for them to fight.
My Ginger, what do you mean? They are arguing over humanity and the power of the whole themes of the game. Humanity is the most. Did you just ignore the whole dialogue where they were talking about it? Seriously, guys. Wow. What a note to end on, yet completely not understanding the game. Nice, guys. Good one. Well, Libtard destroyed. We did it, guys and gamers. We reached the end once again. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've seen, but certainly wasn't good. Actually, I take it back. That was pretty bad. There was blatant inaccuracies about the game. The points against the game just don't make a whole lot of sense. Even with a script, how do you make the set pieces points work? And throughout this LP, I missed and I jumped over quite a bit because a lot of this LP is negative. But here's where things get tricky. Sometimes they do praise the game, and they even think that the game is good, and people will point that out. However, just because they think that doesn't mean their points are any good. So I'm glad they think the game is good, but the whole point of this video is to respond to bad arguments. So if I gave everyone a pass just because they thought the game was good, the whole point of the video would be lost. But there is one thing going for Super Best Friends plays here. And that's the fact that there is no script. So some of these points would have not made it in the videos if it were scripted. But even then, a bad argument is just that, a bad point. Even if they don't have a script. But to be honest, time to time, they are pretty funny, and I can see why they have an audience. But in the end, that doesn't change my job. In this section of the video, we'll go over the development of DMC Devil May Cry. There's a lot of details that people don't understand, and it's important for me to get them right. First, we need to start for the reason why there's a reboot in the first place, so let's start with DMC4. When DMC4 released, it made over 3 million copies, which sounds good, because it mostly is. However, Capcom wanted more than that. The decision has two sides. On one hand, I get it. They see other games in the market and see how much money they're making more compared to DMC4, like God of War and Bayo. These games, while in the same genre, were making much more. But on the other hand, Capcom did it to themselves by only giving DMC4 a year of development time, which of course a game that reuses level design, less content than the last game, and rushed story ideas to the game not being successful. So I see why they made this choice. But it would be much better if they didn't put themselves in that position in the first place. Even though they had a reason to make this choice, if they wanted to change something, they would have to go all the way. Capcom truly wanted to shake things up, so they worked with Ninja Theory on DMC Devil May Cry, the reboot. And Capcom wanted to take the series in a new direction with NT, something that would appeal to the West. And on top of this, Capcom wanted to compete with Platinum Games, which I think is a good endeavor. Competition is good in video games, and taking on Platinum Games is a good idea. One of the ways they wanted to do that is they wanted newcomers to understand the combat at first touch. I want to note how the modes are switched just like Heavenly Sword. In that game, the flow was obvious, and this is also why the weapons are a reflection of each other. Orisa and Arbiter have one middle connecting it, while Aquila and Eryx are hand-holding weapons. And there are others, like Aquila and Arbiter both use projectiles, and Eryx knocks enemies to the ground, while Orisa picks them up from below. There are tons of examples of this you may not notice at first, but in your mind you make the connections. That's how it worked for newcomers. This is what she was talking about.
That's a lot of in-depth stuff just off the tip of the iceberg. Is there any more below the surface with the option to maybe cancel moves on the fly to sort of transfer into other maneuvers?
Absolutely. I mean, jump cancelling is a really good example because this is something that sort of was born into the DMC series, and that's something we really wanted to keep. So all of the aerial attacks, for example, you can jump cancel all of those attacks. You can use gun cancels on the ground in some cases. The cancel windows for evades and jump are often different too, going into attacks and movement. So there is a lot of depth there that you can get into when you start understanding all the timings of all the moves.
She knew about things like jump cancelling and gun cancelling and realized how important it was. Speaking of combat, Hideaki Itsuno worked with Ninja Theory for some time in development. Some would say it was at the late into the cycle, but Itsuno had an effect on what Dante would look like, so he probably stepped in early on. Itsuno, Keiji Inafune, and Capcom in general wanted something very different from old DMC. In their words, they wanted to appeal to a younger audience. In fact, there are multiple quotes from Ninja Theory staff that said that Capcom wanted the game to be different. Quote, "We actually started with some concepts that were a lot closer to the original Dante, but Capcom were very keen that they wanted to take their own direction with the character, and really started from scratch." Quote from Matthew, "That's how it went from this to this." So they took inspiration from Fight Club and The Dark Knight to make the game more realistic and Western.
"I will go back to Gotham and I will fight men like this, but I will not become an executioner."
Personally, I don't see much of the influence, but to make it clear that this game was going through a very Western design and story. So we know why the game was made in the inspiration of the creative direction, but how was it introduced to the public? That's all came ahead in 2010 at the Tokyo Game Show, where NT showed off DMC Devil May Cry for the first time. And yeah, the reaction was quite explosive. I found this bit from an article. As far as Dante's asshole attitude is concerned, the developer said it was all a part of the character progression. Through some fans have found a new character repugnant in cocky ways. Matthew suggests that the Dante you see at the beginning of the game might not be the Dante you see at the end. With no hope and nothing to live for, wouldn't you be an asshole? If you're given a reason, a purpose in life, maybe you'd change. This next quote is from Tameem about his reaction to the backlash. The development of DMC Devil May Cry was great, but from the announcement trailer, which was very early in development, it was a disaster. It was a prototype Gamergate levels of hate. The hate was massive. Look, I get it, things are different, but the backlash being this bad is just childish. The DMC community really isn't known for its maturity in this case, like the death threats over this. Really? I know we're going to be people out there that take it too far, but none of the fans wanted to slow down or reflect on their actions. They just didn't want the reboot to the point where it's become an obsession. Everything about DMC Devil May Cry has to be pointed back at DMC Devil May Cry being bad. Even when the game isn't continued, they still want to rub it in, just to put salt in the wound. If the reboot came out on top, I don't want to push other people and get into a fight. I'm glad that DMC 5 is out and that the series is continuing, but that doesn't mean I have to lose everything. Have respect for each other. Treat the people that you interact with that they know something you don't. And because of that, conversations will be much better. But people love to talk about Tameem's role in this reaction. So of course, due to the backlash, Tameem responded. I won't be showing the quotes because 1, you probably already know all the lines already at this point, and 2, it's in my McMusles section. So if you want more, go there. Back to what I was saying. Tameem made comments that were a bit sharp, to put it lightly. But in hindsight, here's what he said in an interview. Quote, I probably said a few things in interviews I shouldn't have that riled people up. The level of hate was phenomenal, and I thought it would be good to just shut out the noise and make the best game as possible. But let's do what not a lot of people will do when going over the part of the development. Let's look at it from Tameem's perspective. NT finished both Heavenly Sword and Enslaved Odyssey to the West, and both went nowhere. They would love to follow up the game with a sequel, but the game didn't perform well sales-wise, even though they had good reviews. So you're down on your luck, you think it's over, but then Capcom gives you a third chance of making a AAA game. So everything is going great, the development is good, and you get people that you want, and sometimes they want to make you something that's very different as possible. Even though you may disagree, you continue. And this is where their hopes came up. Finally, a chance to succeed in the industry. People will love it. So you show off your first trailer and the results are shocking. People just hate it. That it's not like old Dante, the messages, the death threats that all came out of nowhere all at once. And something you and your team have been working on completely is shit on without even seeing gameplay of it. So wouldn't you be upset? Don't say you wouldn't, because you know that that's not true. But here's the thing, his statements have a bit of truth to them. The claims aren't bad, it's just poorly worded, and even Tameem regrets the way that it came off, and accepts his wording as a mistake. At the end of the day, Tameem was just human. His past and the shocking reaction made those comments. Tameem was trying to make a good game, something that he can be proud of. But when the world doesn't want to see it that way, what do you do? So because of the backlash, Dante then changed over time, becoming more like the original Dante. So I'm sure they would be glad to see the change to Dante that's closer to the original.
Giving him some of the defining aspects of the original Dante's personality should redeem him at least somewhat in the eyes of the fans. But these traits don't work when applied to this character, and in the end, a lot of it comes across as poorly thought out pandering.
Oh gosh, how did that get in there? Sorry guys, very unprofessional of me. It's weird, it's almost like they'd never be happy with the game. Anyways, this Dante was rocking with a different attitude with the E3 trailers. This Dante was much more like the original, which in my perspective I think was a good change. This is more in line for a DMC game. It's okay to do something different, but this version of Dante was just mute, and would portray a lot of what DMC was going for. And I mean, the devil may care attitude personally is something the series was based off of. But there are people out there that think that emo Dante would have been more interesting, and to some point, I agree. I would love to see that cut of the game, and I don't mind a darker tone of the series, but that's my problem. The series is based off of the DMC more light-hearted experience. The series would never go that dark. So making something that's not even close to the original game wouldn't be anything that drew people to the series in the first place. And from that point, some people may call me a hypocrite, but that's just my preferred take on Dante to choose. Not that emo Dante is bad, it's just different, and I'm okay with different, but I'm glad the choice was made in the end. Now check out all the cut content in the game, from lost dialogue to levels. Here's some pretty basic stuff. I'll show you a quick overview, but I don't want to go over anything too particular, because I don't think it's overall that interesting. But here's some stuff anyway. Most of the game was finished around 2012, but they added the touches they need to make the game good enough for the public. Now Capcom was expecting it to hit 2 million copies in a short amount of time, but it switched to 1.2 million, which it did hit, but it got there over time. So here's my theory. Why didn't this game ship that well? It should be obvious by now, but I'll tell you anyway. I think that DMC Devil May Cry was poisoned, and I know who did it. It was the DMC fans. The game isn't that bad, and reviews played it and liked it. Most normal people who played it liked it, but DMC fans hated it, to such a point where it's infected discourse of talking about this game. It's why I had to make this video this long. It's because I had to clear the weeds that have rotted this game, in terms of discussion, and the fact that nobody else will do it. And every video on DMC Devil May Cry has to state its flaws in the worst way possible, because the people that don't like this game tend to shut down the other people with criticisms of dislikes and comments. It's the part that I hate talking about this game. The DMC community is loud, like annoyingly such. So they repeat the same arguments till everybody has to agree with them. Even that reasoning doesn't make much sense. So why would the average Joe want to play this game? Why pick up a game that has so much baggage from the community, so many things that you have to address just to like this game? Why put up with DMC Devil May Cry when you can pick up other DMC games that people are way less hostile towards? It's all a part of the way of group thinking. Why disagree with a group that'll be hard to deal with when you can just agree with them? It makes life so much easier. The last thing I want to talk about is the concept art. The concept art for this game is very different from the actual game itself. As we've gone over, the designs for Dante were meant to be the original, but there is more than just that. In most of the concept art, he looks pretty young, and some you can see with suspensors and rocking a blue coat. Some with crazy tattoos that really make him look like a punk. It's clear that after the teaser trailer, they went back and made him into the one that we know today. But the emo Dante in development must have gone far, because not only is he all over the concept art, but he's even in the game's dialogue. In Lilith's Club, she says,
I can't wait to see his face when I show up with your scrawny corpse.
Which, if you see Dante's body, he's anything but skinny, and in the Bob Barber's fight, he says,
Give it up, you little emo punk.
Which this Dante isn't emo. Punk, yes. Emo, definitely not. But there are a ton of enemies that were left out of the original game. Like this, and even this. I love the angel ones being trapped in a body. It's a really cool detail. But sadly, most of them didn't make it into the game for whatever reason. Some are much bigger than Dante. Cat seems to have a cool biker phase, and Vergil looked buff in some versions. But personally, I love all the city stuff. All of them look so unique, dark, and hopeless, but some of them have bursts of color. So overall, I love the concept art of this game. There is just so much stuff that they did, but they couldn't put in the final game. I wish they used these designs in the future more often. So the development is a bit complicated. There is a lot to it. Some things that I think people don't mention or forget about, but there are parts that annoy me the most, is the fact that it's always in a negative context. I think there are a lot of ideas that didn't make it into the final product. It's funny that the DMC community hates the game, but every once in a while, someone will post concept art from DMC Devil May Cry, and a lot of people would love to see it in a DMC game. It's funny that the DMC community secretly loves a lot of these ideas that DMC Devil May Cry has, but refuses to believe it. Anyways, back to Hell World. Well, ladies and gamers, we're back on the grind once again, this time talking about Hero's video. Hero's video primarily focuses on Dante, so Dante is the focus here in this section. Hero, for background, has been around for a long time, typically making videos about video game characters in a short span of time. The video that we'll be going over is one of the oldest videos on DMC Devil May Cry. There's a lot of history to it. You can even say this is the starting point for a lot of arguments about DMC Devil May Cry's Dante. I'd also like to mention that this video came out before the game released. This video is called Why DMC Dante is a Bad Character. So does this video hold up? Let's find out.
Characters like this are so endearing because they're fun to watch and listen to. But anytime the new Dante tries to do something cool or say something clever, it comes across as mean-spirited and as a result, off-putting.
It'll kill you.
Yeah, guys, because the previous Dante has never been mean-spirited, or any of the other DMC characters.
Well, more importantly, this isn't trying to be the original Dante. So that point is completely invalid. I don't know why he's trying to say, oh, he's trying to be original Dante. No. It's a reboot, bud. He's not trying to be the original Dante. That's the point of a reboot.
Nearly all of the DMC Dantes are mean-spirited in some ways. DMC3 Dante literally starts messing around with Lady after her dad died. And anybody remember Nero making fun of Agnes' stuttering? Mean-spirited isn't the problem here. And why is it off-putting? When multiple people are mean, it gives the space a bit more energy. I personally love all the shit talk. It's a lot more fun than normal one-liners, but hey, that's a subjective thing, isn't it? Just like that, the mean-spirited thing is a problem. Also, what's wrong with the can scene? While Dante has a mean attitude, what he's saying isn't wrong. Sure, he did it like a jerk, but that's this version of Dante. That's just how he is. That doesn't mean the character is bad, but it's a trait of the character. It's one of his first good actions in the game. What's the point? You're never going to explain why the scene you're showing is bad. Just show the scene without any context and then call the reboot a bad game. Who cares about the effort, am I right?
He actually reminds me a lot of Travis Touchdown from No More Heroes. Except Travis is supposed to be this bombastic idiot trying really hard to emulate the cool characters that he's a fan of. And New Dante is actually intended to be cool. Put a lot of effort in.
What? Travis Touchdown was also intended to be cool. What the fuck is your point? What? If they didn't want him to be cool, okay? All right. God, this guy has not listened to much Stan Lee, has he? When it comes to fucking, I know you're like, what? What does Stan Lee have to do with it? Well, if you ever hear Stan Lee talk, and he talks about who he wants to win in a fight, his ideology of that is whatever the fucking writer wants.
I'm actually surprised the dialogue is so bad. These are the same people who made King Bohan, and I think his dialogue is brilliant.
Weird, isn't it? Heavenly Sword was praised for its story. Enslaved Odyssey to the West was praised for its story. Hellblade was praised for its story. And then for some strange reason, DMC Devil May Cry, a reboot that the fans didn't want, the story isn't received with the same treatment. Weird, isn't it?
Take his Devil Trigger form, for example. Instead of giving him something unique, they recolored his hair and jacket to look like the original Dante's. They could have given him something really cool, and it might have been the bright side to an otherwise bad character.
But how would this save anything? But let's just play this out. If the DT were to change something like the older games, me and you both know that wouldn't change this video. You may passively mention it, but it wouldn't be the end. Besides, it's not like if somebody didn't like DMC3 and then suddenly they see the DT and they completely change their opinion on the character. Bro, are these arguments serious? There's no way this is real.
Quality of writing here is awful at times.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck
I would love to hear how this A, breaks the character that was already established, B, contradicts the story, or C, damages the character arcs or payoffs. When you can do that instead of just showing the scene with no commentary, then I'll have something to respond to.
Some of this stuff doesn't even make sense.
Or mother. I don't know my mother, but if you're calling me a son of a bitch, you wouldn't be the first.
Lady Sasquatch says lady jumping 30 feet on a motorbike after killing Cerberus in DMC3 makes sense. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Dante also literally fucking riding up the side of a goddamn castle on a motorcycle and then literally flipping upside down. Yeah, that makes sense.
Then he uses the bike as a nunchuck. So.
And then he also flips upward with upward momentum after being upside down.
Hey, listen, have you ever tried it? No, so you don't know.
Oh,
that's a fair point. Dude, what is bad about this scene? A whore is typically referred to a woman who sleeps with anybody else. It's a harsh word for a woman, and especially a woman who sleeps with the moral enemy. So it completely makes sense why the demons would say this. Something I do not understand is the open-endedness of the video. In fact, lots of videos about the reboot just show cutscenes without showing why it's bad. They just show the scene and go, well, my work here is done, without any details on the why. This frustrates me greatly. Another scene that people will take out of context is the, well, what makes you think I give a shit line people use. They will take this one clip and show it to the world without any context. Because with the context, it becomes clear that this is for an arc for Dante that is shown later on in the game. So at best it's lazy, and at worst it's kinda scummy. This in the end gets repeated over and over again ad nauseum, to the point where I can see this coming from a mile away. There are problems with Dante, but the way that people go about it is kind of a nightmare. And I can just use the same tactics to show Dante in the best possible light that affirms my view. But I'm not going to do that because that would be not fair, right? It seems so bad faith, and I think nobody really wants to give him a chance in the first place. But hey, if you gotten this far, you already know that.
The original Dante was clean-cut and sharp, and this was reflected in nearly every aspect of his character. Yet he still had a great sense of humor and the ability to make fun of himself. That level of style yet approachability is what made him such a fun character to play as and watch.
But hey, I think that's fine. DMC5 has a similar look as well, and he looks just as fine as is. Sure, DMC 4 and 1 had more of a dress-up look while 3 had a biker thing going to him, but I think this is all extremely subjective. Regardless of that, what each Dante is trying to pull off is different. Sure, this Dante is sloppy and less dressed, but how is that bad for his character?
Its story is now a social commentary, all about how the government is evil and everyone is brainwashed by the media. Dante is characterized as this guy who could see the world for how horrible it is.
Yep, based as fuck. Well, first, the government isn't really the issue here. The critique is mostly against capitalism. And second, it's really fun. I like the fact that we're not just fighting demons, but rather over the top systems as well. People when looking at this game get really upset over it, but honestly, it's handled it mostly in a lighthearted way as possible. I mean, come on, when's the last time you got to fight a Bill O'Reilly giant head in a video game? I think not. It's that kind of charm that makes the game so entertaining. And the only times it really takes itself seriously is either in certain moments in Limbo or certain character moments and scenes. And then people turn around and say the game is taking itself too seriously. It shows a massive misunderstanding of this game.
He's an edgy rebel against society who hates the government because it's run by demons who want to false advertise cheeseburgers to people.
Absolutely. This is what makes the game so memorable, fighting demons and the system to save humanity. Something that nobody else can do. I don't know why you attract such negative things about the game for no reason.
He was apparently tortured by demons as a child growing up in an orphanage, but wouldn't it make more sense for someone who grew up with that kind of trauma to act like this, rather than this?
I mean, literally we have a scene dedicated to this trauma, and Dante deals with it. He describes this as something he had to choose in his life and drive to get through. Here's the scene if you're curious.
When the people you're supposed to trust most turn out to be demon scum, your eyes really do open up to evil everywhere. I took a stand, fought back, killed, no matter the consequences. So I chose my path and I lived by it. And after all that anger, violence, and death, you have to dig deep into your own heart to see if you're still sane, or if you can still call yourself human. I just knew in my heart I wasn't crazy.
As you can see, it still affects him, and it doesn't consume him though. Remember, people deal with trauma in completely different ways. Have it affect his whole life while others laugh it off. Not everyone deals with it the same way, because the teaser Dante clearly had way more severe trauma than the game Dante. And it's not in the same Dante we're dealing with here because his attitude and his weapons are even different.
It's definitely not living up to their goal of matching the standards of film and literature.
Dante, that's madness. You would risk the future of mankind for a girl.
Cat put herself through hell to protect us.
We'll do it your way.
Why? Okay, why does DMC have to be compared to film and literature when no other DMC games ever have to like live up to those weird standards?
I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking say it. I'm gonna say it. That's it. I'm gonna say it. If you're a fan of DMC for its lore and its story, get better taste. Because it's not that good. It's not meant for that. Okay?
Ninja Theory doesn't like the Devil May Cry series, and they don't respect its legacy. To them, it's just a stupid action franchise with bad characters and a terrible story, which is holding back the medium. They think their Dante is better, and that their game is better.
This is the note I want to end on. This video is called Why DMC Devil May Cry's Dante is a Bad Character. Yet this whole video, you can't tell me why. You've told me he's sloppy, but that's a trait, not a quality of the character. You've told me that Dante's mean-spirited, but again, that's a trait, not a quality of the character. At the end of the video, you didn't prove anything. My main takeaway from your video is that the change from emo Dante and new Dante damages the gameplay. But the only proof you have of this is the dialogue. But the only way you do this is by showing clips and scenes without any context or explanation. How is that evidence? But hey, that's what happens when you release a video about a game that isn't even out yet. But in the end, Ninja Theory were honestly trying to give the best product they could. In the end, they were never going to make both Capcom and the fans happy, whether you like the end product or not. NT worked their ass off on this game, and there are tons of love and shown in the final piece. But hey, it's so much easier to say they don't care and label them of having some malicious intent. It's so much easier to say they hate the fans. It's so much easier to say they hate DMC. Hero doesn't care if that's true or not. It's just easier that way. It's an easy shortcut to his points. Because I can tell you as much as NT doesn't hate DMC, but only making other people think that they do, Hero's job is a whole lot easier. Back in 2013, two action games released, DMC Devil May Cry and Metal Gear Rising. As I may have mentioned in this video, but MGR and DMC Devil May Cry have a lot in common. They both talk about politics, they are both black sheep in their series, they are both very unlikely to continue, and they are both slaves to public opinion. So there has been a lot of discussion about which one is better. A lot of people tend to lean to Metal Gear Rising is better, but I'm here to find out. No, this video is kind of like Gaming Brit's video on the same subject of the video. I need to give my take on it because I thought it was important, since this heavily involves DMC Devil May Cry's criticisms. So let's go. I know this may be a bit of a shock hearing this, but I think DMC Devil May Cry and MGR Rising are both good stories, but handle the ideas are given differently. First, let's talk about the themes. The themes of Metal Gear Rising is morality. Is it moral to break the law to do what's right? And if so, what makes us the same as others that do the same as well? It's a really good question. So what does DMC Devil May Cry have to offer in this regard? The question that DMC Devil May Cry has is a commentary on humanity. Is humanity worth saving? And if so, why? And should they be controlled? These are both good questions to morality. Now, a lot of people in defense of Metal Gear Rising will say that DMC themes are corporation bad. And I can safely say that's not the case. DMC Devil May Cry's themes are so much more than that, because that's just the setup for the world, not the structure of the game story. I think that many things the themes are is misunderstood. So I like to think they're about even. So which one has better politics? I think MGR Rising has the upper hand here, because in DMC Devil May Cry it's more of an aesthetic. Versus in Rising, you literally get to fight a senator. It's clear that when the villain said, like the good old days after 9/11, it was clear that this game had politics on its sleeve. But then again, I can't say the same thing about DMC Devil May Cry, saying that the story of Rising is built around war on terror, while DMC's politics is more about capitalism. And to be honest, I found Rising's story to have more depth than DMC Devil May Cry. Next thing we need to talk about is the characters. Raiden and Dante have a very different arc. Dante's whole arc is becoming a better person and becoming the defender of humanity. Dante over time opens up and becomes this. You can say he's not likable or annoying, but that doesn't address the fact that Dante is one of the best arcs in the game and one of the best in the series. The setups and payoffs are very clear, so every beat is completely understood, whether it be wordplay or through actions. Dante has a great arc. However, Raiden's arc, not that good. Sure, there are parts of the arc that work. At the end, Raiden is waking up to the things around him and becoming a better person, to fight for what he believes in. The problem is that midway through the story, Raiden completely breaks this by saying that he loves killing and embraces Jack the Ripper, and this just doesn't make sense for his arc. In fact, it goes against it and damages the character. So yeah, Dante's arc is much better. Overall, I'd say the story is about even, but I'm leaning more towards MG Rising. But at the end of the day, I don't think that there's strong enough evidence to say. Gameplay is a winning battle for DMC Devil May Cry. MGR has such a limiting moveset. These sub-weapons are a normal sword, the polo, the size, and the heavy weapon. These are piss poor. The polo is good, but the size and the heavy weapons are just terrible. Both of them just don't feel like finished enough. Polo comes with a moveset, while the sides you just get pulled to enemies. Okay, but DMC Devil May Cry already does that. The heavy weapon is way too slow to do any damage. You'll be waiting till Batnik releases a new video until you can actually hit the enemy. And DMC Devil May Cry has done this twice and does it better. The combat in DMC Devil May Cry is easy to understand and flip to. Anyone with half a brain can understand it. In MGR, you have to go to the menu just to switch weapons. I'm sorry, but that's horrible. Then we have boss fights. The problem with the boss fight is that MGR Rising is how they work. I love all the songs, but take that away, what do you have left? Most of the bosses are good, but some, not so much. Like the first two bosses, Metal Gear really doesn't have much complexity, and the second boss can be said the same thing as well. I love Sam boss and the final boss, but the one before that is not that great. Let's face it, the reason why people love these bosses so much is that they have good music and are cool cinematic moments. Those things are neat, but when you strip them away, you don't have much to work with. So tying this all back to DMC Devil May Cry, I don't think DMC Devil May Cry has great bosses. However, I still do think that the system already built makes the bosses better, and that's my biggest problem with Rising is the parry mechanic. The parry move in Rising is the pinnacle part of the gameplay. Once you learn how to parry and parry well, everything just kind of falls to its knees. For instance, on my first playthrough, I thought that the bosses and the game were quite hard, but once I knew how parry worked, the game as a whole got a lot easier. Everything is built around this idea. and that's not a poor way to build a system. Also, remember, when they reused boss fights for no reason, remember that? Yeah, nice. Anyway, while I enjoy Metal Gear Rising, I just don't think it has as good enough gameplay compared to DMC Devil May Cry. Every time I want to pick up an action game, it's either going to be DMC 5, 3, DMC Devil May Cry, or Bayo, not Metal Gear Rising. Art and atmosphere. This one's not even close. The art in DMC Devil May Cry rocks. The environment, the move changes, the colors stand out, and there's more character to this world than most other games. Metal Gear Rising's world looks flat and dull. Next, music. Music is something that I think Metal Gear Rising is really good at. All of the bosses are bangers, and that tells you the story of your opponent. That's for the bosses. Outside the bosses, the music can be seen as pretty dull. It's pretty generic movie music that you can play in the background to kill time. None of the tracks stand out, while in DMC Devil May Cry it's the opposite. In DMC bosses, the music is good but not great. But when you're in the battle and Combat Christ kicks in, man, you feel it. The chorus even plays when you reach an S rank. So both of them have good music, but it kicks in at certain points. I said at the beginning of this section that both of these games are slaves to public opinion. You already know about DMC Devil May Cry if you've watched enough into this video, but what about MGR? MGR is slave to public opinion in two different ways. One is that the people that have played a lot of action games, they see this game as a not good experience, since they have already played Bayonetta and DMC. And in some ways, they're right. Bayo and DMC are mostly better, but a lot of them don't focus on the story and call it not good, when that couldn't be further from the truth. In the other direction, we have people that have never played an action game before, or played it for the memes, or worse, don't play it at all, think that this game is a great meme game that they can jump on with without a thought. They then see the action and the memes and they just can't stop talking about it. It's really hard to talk about this game on a deeper level every time when somebody has to use a meme or to say how cool it looks. It's really annoying to have that level of discourse. So yes, both of these games have a lot in common, but sure, trying to compare them all the time, it's just not fair. While it may sound like I don't like Metal Gear Rising, that couldn't be further from the truth. Metal Gear Rising is a really good game, and it's a shame that not many people appreciate it for what it is. And the same could be said about DMC Devil May Cry. Alright, now that that's over, back to the nightmares now. Right now we're going to look at the controversial reboot by MangaKamen. He's a person that I haven't really heard before until now. So let's see what all the fuss is about.
Hi! Hello! This is DMC, Devil May Cry. And what's this game's public reception currently?
What the hell is this?
Aw, man. My day would be going so fine until you make me look at this. Well, let's go read some articles, I guess. Let's take a look at the first article. It's called Why Devil May Cry Fans Hated Ninja Theory's DMC Reboot. But the thing is that the article is mostly negative towards the game. Quote,
This FU attitude the director quite literally flips off the fanbase in the game's credits did not stop at intentional insults. Dante's entire characterization was deliberately meant to act contrary to the original Dante. Apart from his new haircut, the new Dante smoked, lived in a dirty trailer, and rarely engaged in quippy dialogue without resorting to a crude expletive. The original Dante was all about being smooth and debonair. He never smoked, his outfits are typically clean and well-tailored, and his playful banter was endearingly cocky and absurd. The old Dante wasn't a rude jerk, he was a mischievous scamp. Aside from having somewhat similar backstories, the new and old Dantes wouldn't even be comparable as characters. This kind of mischaracterization extended to other fan-favorite characters like Vergil, now a fedora-wearing killer instead of Dante's sterner reflection, and Mundus.
The only thing that's positive about the reboot in this article is the gameplay. But other than that, the article is very negative towards the reboot. The next one is called DMC Devil May Cry's Unique Combat Deserves to be Revisited. This one's rather interesting. Check out this quote.
The main Devil May Cry series is recognized for its crushing difficulty, with gargantuan boss battles and relentless waves of enemies. The enemies and boss battles are still in DMC, but are arguably not as hard as before. While still a challenging game in many respects, it doesn't hold a candle to the original series. Some may see this as a negative, but it also places DMC, Devil May Cry in a unique position as the most accessible entry in the franchise. By hitting that sweet spot in overall challenge and still maintaining the same flair in combat despite some sacrifices made to complexity, DMC Devil May Cry has a lot going for it that Capcom should consider looking back to.
You see, Shane thinks that DMC Devil May Cry isn't as good as the other games, but is a good point to start for the series. And there is nothing wrong with that statement. In fact, most people in this video would agree with that statement. In fact, even you agree with this statement.
Really, while the mechanics could be frustrating, the game was actually pretty easy, and while I myself don't really care for that sort of thing, I can see it as being a good introduction to hack and slashers.
Uh-oh, found a contradiction. The next one is called Why DMC Devil May Cry Deserves a Sequel. While it sounds demanding, let's see what Justin has to add. Quote,
A DMC Devil May Cry sequel could build up a second continuity for the franchise following the conclusive plot of Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry 5's ending marks an end to Dante and Vergil's bitter, series-long feud and entrust Nero to protect the world in their absence. With this, a number of established plot threads that were set up in previous games have finally been paid off. It stands to reason that some fans might have viewed DMC negatively given how it attempted to reboot the franchise before these plots were resolved. However, now that much of the original story has concluded, a new DMC sequel could be more readily accepted, not as a disruption or replacement of the old plot but a separate entity, coexisting as part of a greater Devil May Cry universe.
As you can see, Justin wants both of these series to coexist. He wants a sequel to DMC Devil May Cry, and he didn't have to shit on the original series to do this. Now let's check out the last one. It's called Least We Forget About. Actually, DMC Devil May Cry is great. Alright, this article I'm not too fond of. Jordan puts down a lot of the original series to make his points and insults the community. Even though I agree that most of his points are correct, the way Jordan goes about it, I don't like. So, I won't be defending him. Okay, so you got one that completely contradicts your setup. You've got one of the article's main points is something you agree with, one that doesn't harm anyone, and the last one is something I disagree with. 1 out of 4, man. Nice job.
Now, before you start typing up your comments, because I happen to know there are people who do bring up the definitive edition of the game as a defense of it. And yeah, I agree, it did fix quite a few issues, but that's not the game I was given when this mess came out.
There's one big problem I have with just that. Like, you're making a video in 2022. Definitive edition came out in 2015. If you're making a video in 2022 about DMC, you better fucking talk about definitive edition. You know, not talking about special edition of fucking DMC 3 or DMC 4 in the current year. So why not? Like, this is not this video is not starting out in good faith from the outset. So yeah, you're making a video fucking 7 or 8 years after definitive edition came out. Not even 7-8 years after the original release, but 7-8 years after definitive edition, and you just want to ignore its existence. Like, what the fuck?
But how is that fair to the game? If the game comes out with an update or an addition to the game that fixes said problems, then pointing out those problems are null and void. This also opens the door to new problems, like if there was a game that released in 2000 and it had a problem and in 2010 a problem was gone, is it right to call that out as a problem? That's like if I were to call out DMC5 for not having Vergil, LDK, and Turbo Mode at launch, but that's not a problem anymore, so that criticism of the game doesn't really exist. But going back to that example, if somebody played the 2010 version and wanted to make a review of it, does X person have to mention a problem? In the end, if the game fixes the problem, then we should update our review in the same way they updated their game. It's as simple as that. Holding on to a game that is long gone is unethical.
If you like the game, good for you! Make your own video expressing your opinions, cause these are mine.
Oh, come on. He's asking for this video.
Then you get this mess, which, can I say, looks ugly as all sin, and not in the good way.
Why are you talking about emo Dante? This Dante didn't even make it into the game. He literally only exists in the trailer and in the concept art, and of course, my profile pic. They changed this version of Dante to the one that we got today. So it makes no sense to keep bringing up this Dante for no reason. This is the problem when talking about this game and comparing it to most other games. Every time they bring this up, they waste time when they could actually talk about the game. Wouldn't that be nice? Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Dawn was the fun-loving strawberry sundae eating badass, and you got this crackhead-looking smoker. It literally goes against DMC's thesis statement. You can be cool without smoking, swearing, or being a jackass. These are things that the original Devil May Cry director Hideki Kamiya stated himself in an interview.
Whoa. That is not the thesis statement, but
And we talk about how on several occasions Nero has like extreme like breakdowns and acts like a complete baby. And that's coming from someone who loves Nero, by the way. We all have our emotional breakdowns, but Nero's also edgy and whiny and weird, and we literally see Nico practically being glorified, at least the way that the camera goes in 5 when she smokes a cigarette.
Now that's a big fat joke. No, that's not the thesis statement, and this isn't the only that you think it is. 1, the quote mentions having a long coat is a part of Dante, yet if Dante didn't have a long coat in any of the games, that doesn't make his character not Dante anymore. 2, the quote also mentions that the character is British, which Dante clearly isn't. 3, that was Hideki Kamiya that said that, a director that only directed the first game and had no say onwards. 4, just because he says this doesn't mean the word is law. As I continue to say, different Dantes are different. DMC1 is not DMC3 Dante, and it's not DMC2 Dante, and so forth. I hate this train wreck of an argument. Also, by the by, Dante doesn't smoke.
Well, regardless, what was the reasoning behind this drastic change?
Dude, unless you're talking about how great my profile pic is, you can't talk about this version of Dante, a Dante that is not even in the game.
GDC, where the developers decide to compare the original Dante to a gay cowboy. Now, obviously this was a joke, and I will admit fan backlash was something that did get out of hand, but it still antagonized the audience.
Okay, I have something to say about this. Okay. So, first off, I watched that video, and if I can't go back and find the video, if someone's looking for evidence and I can't go back and find the video, then you don't have to trust me on this. But I have seen the video where someone videoed that live, right? What happened there, I think it could have been a very subtle dig at gay people, but I think that there's a huge possibility that it was just a misunderstanding, because the person putting on that slideshow put DMC4, that picture of DMC4 Dante, in that picture with the cowboys, right after he said, okay, so Capcom wanted us to make a game that was more Western. Pulls it up, people laugh because there's cowboys on the screen, right? And then he says, well, not that kind of Western, and then puts Dante in another slide where he is in, it's the same Dante in the same pose, but he's hanging out with the guys from Fight Club instead, and he says, more like this. The context for that leading me to believe that he says, okay, we don't want cowboys, we want Hollywood stars.
Now, Nina Christensen, the co-founder for Ninja Theory, said in an interview that the push for the new design to Dante came from Capcom themselves. Whether or not this is true, we'll never fully know.
Dude, are you nuts? Of course we know that Capcom did this. That's the whole point of Capcom sending DMC to another company. Ninja Theory's original concept for the game was clearly supposed to be close to the games as possible, or at least a continuation of it maybe. You can tell by looking into the concept art. You can tell how they went from this to this. There is a clear difference.
It didn't help that the game journalists were being their usual jackass selves at the time too.
Anyone who played Devil May Cry 4 must surely have seen how desperately the IP needed an injection of new ideas and modernization, which is exactly what the skillful Ninja Theory achieved.
Oh yeah, let's dump on the older games. That's the best way to go about this.
I just want to say something real fast. Who the fuck cares about what the hell news reporters say in any kind of game context at all?
It's not Ninja Theory saying that. That's IGN, who has had a lot of bad takes about a lot of games.
And putting on top of this, he mentions like, oh, it's trying to shit talk the original game. Bitch, the original developers didn't want this, you know? They were running out of ideas to do with Dante. Even they admit this. They were like, okay, we have no idea what to do with this character, so let's import Nero. And then they imported Nero, and then they were like, well, we don't know. We give up. Give it to the new guys. That's why they're, number one, positive on Ninja Theory's game, and 2, help them out. Yes, I know that game journalists suck, but blaming them is madness. They were just reporting the news. For instance, the DMC community thought that the game journalist hated the old series and wanted to see something new. They thought that the game journalist hated the community. So when DMC5 was announced, a lot of people in the DMC subreddit predicted that DMC5 would be panned by the game journalist. So much so that they made a bingo card out of it before the release of the game. Then the game dropped. And guess what? The DMC community was very wrong. The game journalist and the game reporters gave the game a great score. You want to know why? The game journalists will praise any game that's just above average. They never cared about the DMC community, they just did their job. But what ended up happening is a negative cycle. The DMC community does something stupid, the game journalists report on it. Then the DMC community then points out their hate towards the game journalists then report on it, so on and so forth. It's like populist rhetoric. The them versus us in their heads to make them think that they are the enemy. I even found a top 10 list by the game journalists that put DMC1 on the top. Journalists are weird and surface level, but to blame them for just doing their jobs is just laughable. Besides, I've never met somebody who holds a game journalist to a high standard or trusts a certain person on their opinion from a game journalist. But I know people that love and trust certain YouTubers. Man, if there was a response to those YouTubers, that would be neat. Nah.
Look, when you make a big change in the series, such as taking a long staple of how a character looks and acts, you're gonna cause waves. Positive and negative.
I mean, yes, but the whole point of this game is to see Dante turn into the original version at the end of the game. This Dante hasn't split up from Vergil yet and is still getting the grip on killing bigger demons. And remember, there are going to be parts of the character that are going to be different. So let's judge the game off of that, without needing to talk about OG Dante. Like, let's talk about the arcs, the character scenes, and the evolution of the character, please.
DMC and Ninja Theory took a fair share of potshots at the original franchise, making heavy implications that they thought the series the fans grew up with was lame and uncool, and that the original Dante was lame and uncool as well.
No, that's not what they said. They said what cool changes over time, meaning just like all the other DMC games, it changes as well. And when did they ever say that DMC was lame? There's no quote out there where they say DMC is lame, but I bet that makes your job easy, doesn't it? Instead of looking for a proper quote. Don't poke the bear, really? Even when they calmed down on the interviews and changed Dante, they still hated it. Then they said it was pandering. Let's face it, if it was gonna be super close to the original, they wouldn't have freaked out. Even you haven't mentioned the change. Bro, he hasn't even touched on the story and gameplay, yet he spent near half of the runtime on the controversy. Videos like this make me question if they even need to talk about the controversy in the first place. But every time it's just to build a narrative they've already spun before they talk about the game, placing it in your mind that they already were wrong.
Whether or not you think Dante is better as a character than the original Dante, that's not the point of this video.
Dude, that is a lie and you know it. Before in the video you made a justification that the new Dante is going to get backlash no matter what. Then at the beginning of the video you said this. Splinter, I'd like you to play Evidence 1 please.
And I got a bigger dick.
No, that's not it. Evidence 1 please. God fucking damn it, Splinter.
And while yes, Devil May Cry did have its growing pains, most of the love for the series came from 1, 3, and 4, and how enthralling those games were, even though 4 was lambasted a little bit. Then you get this mess, which, can I say, looks ugly as all sin?
As you see, you clearly care that Dante isn't old Dante, and if you do, that's fine. Just don't contradict yourself. Then later on in the video you say,
you've already seen these scenes. You know that the writing isn't clever. It's probably some of the most try-hard BS. And it just lacks the charm that other Devil May Cry games had. That cheesy charm. People like watching the original Dante because they're so fun to watch and listen to. It's genuine.
Not the point of the video, my ass.
There's a difference between having a subtle message in your game, and then there's an in-your-face, look at us, we're being SMRT here, capitalism is evil! When the story is this blatant and not helped by the characters not being all that great, you don't have a compelling narrative. And just because you have a mature rating and mature message doesn't make your writing mature. Dante's story in this game is probably one of the most Dante's story in this game is probably one of the most cookie-cutter, anti-establishment messages I've seen in a game. Big corporations are bad, poisoning our lives, and people are too stupid to see it. Blah, blah, blah. This would have made a much better statement if this wasn't stuff we've seen before.
This took a weird turn really quickly.
I also want to state that this game is only, for lack of a better term, caricaturistically political, if that makes sense.
All it does is worry about the politics of the in-universe lore rather than outside politics. It's not making a statement of outside politics. Even if it was meant to be, I don't know. It doesn't show itself in the actual universe.
A lot of shows have sort of politics of some nature, even though they don't feel as political because they aren't modernized. But this is a modernized story, and frankly, the idea of two crazy powerful guys taking down the system, yeah, it isn't revolutionary. We've seen it a lot before, but like, I don't think that makes this extremely political.
Yeah, why not? For some reason, people really like taking the themes of DMC Devil May Cry too seriously. They see the over-the-top messaging and freak out, especially a guy like this, which his politics is anti-politics. I'll get to that in a second. The politics here is more of an aesthetic. Come on, don't you want to fight a giant Bill O'Reilly and an ugly succubus? It's things like this that give this game so much charm. You don't need to take it to heart, and it's nice, and it gives the world more depth. It's not focusing on you to believe in anything. It just wants you to enjoy the world that it's created for you to enjoy. I'd go as far as to say that that fits DMC. To fight big enemies with lots of power against impossible odds, that is DMC Devil May Cry, and that's one of the reasons why I love this game. Nothing forced, it just adds to the game overall. Before we move on, let's talk about anti-politics. For some reason, at a certain point in time, there suddenly became a group of people that didn't want politics in media, that near any form of politics in media is bad, and that the media would improve from the removal of politics. That media has to be a form of escapism. This is ridiculous. Politics have always been in media, and so is philosophy, so is math, so on and so forth. Art is more than just a form of escapism. It's a lens in which you see the world and how you want to see the world. You can't just ignore politics in the same way you can't ignore any part of life. His main problem is that it's forced, but like I've already mentioned, more of the aesthetic than a message.
Ninja Theory basically ripped off They Live's story and slapped on a poor Devil May Cry paint job. You know the story, the main character is a punk who has a lot of power to basically flip off modern society and just lives for himself, but eventually meets a couple of people who help him become less of a jackass, and he learns to care for the world. It's not like we haven't seen that before. Hell, you can even argue that Nero in DMC 4 and Dante in DMC 3 had similar character arcs.
Yes, and so is the hero's journey. There is nothing wrong with that setup. Fighting the system can be pretty broad, so do you not like how it's done compared to the other versions? The whole fighting the system does a great setup for an action game. Fighting something over the top adds to the idea of taking down something in bad odds. Just like Metal Gear Rising. I'm going to keep on referencing that throughout this video, I guess.
The developers were trying to make Dante and his world cool again. Remember, by Ninja Theory standards, Dante from the original games was lame.
No, that's not what they said. What they said was what's cool is different for each trend, and they are correct. In none of the quotes did they say that Dante was lame, just outdated, but that's okay because DMC 2 and DMC 1 were outdated, so they updated the character in 3, and the series is much better because of that.
And in this mess?
I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better looking. And I got a bigger dick.
That's just brotherly banter. As someone that has a sibling, stuff like this happens all the time. Both scenes show that. They just go about it differently. And plus, it's a funny scene. Yet people are taking this game too seriously, man. This isn't supposed to be a cool moment. It just simply adds to the characters.
But the characters barely add anything. No better example of this is Cat. You know, the cutout of a character whose character's traits are being kidnapped, abused, and jerking off squirrels.
Ah, come on now. Look, I get she's not the most entertaining character, but really? When you're telling us this, yet you're showing a scene that proves you wrong. This whole scene shows that Cat is more than just a pretty face. She's gone through, like, a lot of trauma, and she pushes through to help humanity. And even though you made fun of it, Cat going through so much shows that Dante what humanity is capable of. And then, out of that, we get a relationship. Everything her character stands for builds up Dante and the other way around. There is so many times and so many scenes of this character of just lines of what she believes in and what she does. In fact, before this video, I didn't like her either, but going over the story with more depth, now I understand what they were doing with her character, especially after rewatching a lot of cutscenes. Besides, she's better than Lady in DMC 5, she's better than Trish in 5, she's better than Trish in 1, she's better than Lucia, and better than all the women in DMC 4. So yes, this character is way more in depth than you give her credit for.
You know, now that I think about it, DMC Devil May Cry kinda hates its female characters. Let's see, you got a couple of prostitutes with Dante in the beginning, Ava was turned to a backstory and referred to as Ava the Whore, the dirty mouth succubus who was just a tool for Mundus, Mundus' living accessory of a, well...
The world is at last your bitch, as am I.
I'm a bit tired of this one. I'm gonna sit back, drink my Slurpee, and let Dante take it from here.
You and I saved them? Who else? A human. Cat was useful, but...
Useful?
Cat saved my life. Cat held out under torture to keep your existence a secret. Cat led us through the tower to Mundus' lair. We would have failed 20 times over if it weren't for her.
Listen.
I am surprised game journalists even liked this game in the first place with all this crap. You'd figure they'd call it sexist.
Again, not everybody falls into a simple checkbox. The game journalists think the same way about content creators, how racist and simple they are. Even though there can be some truth behind this statement, that doesn't mean it's right. So living in the same mindset they do doesn't change anything. And it's so easy to make them the enemy because people don't actually read their shit. It's always the title. And again, let me remind you that DMC5 was highly praised by game journalists.
But no, game journals seem to like it because it's the easiest game in the series. Every other entry is just glorified trash, apparently.
DMC2 is the easiest in the series, but that doesn't mean game journalists liked it. And just because there are things that people like more about the reboot doesn't mean that they think the other games are trash.
Who am I kidding? Knowing how the internet works, you people aren't going to listen to this.
But I'm listening right now, but the reasons you're giving me are shit.
I even experienced that when I was fighting the succubus, that when I wanted to attack her fingers, I actually go for the head, and it was a similar experience with the regular enemies too.
Oh, what? That's because you're attacking in the air. The claws are on the ground. That's why you're not hitting her. That's not... that's your own fault. That's not the game's.
And if you didn't use the right color, well...
Alright, don't let anybody hear this, but between you and me, I'll give you credit for using Metal Gear Rising.
There wasn't an actual lock-on mechanic initially, and while you don't really need it, when you're dealing with large amounts of enemies, you'll find it hard to get specific enemies.
Yeah, and nobody mentions that the implementation of lock-on in the original series isn't perfect either.
No,
like
it's far from perfect.
Exactly, like, people pretend to say, like, they say things as if like, oh, the original's lock-on was perfect and this game not having it is like a huge deal. It's not. It works well for this game. Even this game also has its issues, but it works well without lock-on and with lock-on in DE if you're playing it.
At least as a decent fan of Devil May Cry, especially since it was super easy to rack up the higher ranking, I mean, instead of getting flashy combos, all you had to do was button mash and there you go.
What?
No, that's not true.
No? He literally just talked about the color-coded enemies. You can't button mash it. What?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, let's just keep watching what
Sources?
the fuck does he have to say.
Facts? Actual explanation? Nah, he doesn't need that, guys. You don't understand. Maybe if Susie skipped all the story cutscenes, maybe he just skipped the gameplay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Maybe he just watched the entire game on YouTube.
Yeah. There we go. We found it. What perspective did you get that from? Give me a second, because I have to work my way from the ground up. This line is false in so many ways. First, what button could you be button mashing with? You only have one combo button there, and that's the main attack. You can't do the same with the other attack button. And what weapon are you mashing with? You can't do this with the demon weapon because they are focused and take too long. You can't do this with the angel weapons because they don't do enough damage. So the only weapon you have left is the rebellion. So you're telling me they are only going to span the basic attack through the whole game? Because, 2, there are bigger enemies that you need to hit in certain areas and timings. You can't just beat them only using one button. It's just not possible. And you certainly can't do this against boss fights. Fact is that the game doesn't encourage button mashing, and the biggest reason is that the game has color-coded enemies, meaning you have to switch weapons to do damage. These things all put together mean you can't button mash in the game. You know what character you can? V, the best character in DMC. That's for a different time.
Part of the fun and such for me in the past DMC games was finding and working out combos. That was thrilling, and DMC just pushed the delete button on that to me.
No, not at all. The reboot captured what worked about the older DMC games and put it in a way that can be more understood. That is not because the older games are bad, just more accessible to the players, which is okay. It's still a very similar system, it's just done differently. The way the weapon switch works and how you can change mid-combo and end with a different weapon all serves the purpose of them being great. Some are a bit lacking in others, but they all have their function. And saying that DMC Devil May Cry hit the delete key is just not true.
Well, that was a load of shit.
That's it? It's over? Seriously? Nothing actually happened in the video. He spent too much damn time on the controversy and bitching about politics than rather actually talking about the game.
And hey, DMC5 made fun of the past of DMC Devil May Cry, even actually adopting the announced ranking mechanic that wasn't in prior games. That to me is what a mature game is all about.
If you're taking a direct mechanic from DMC Devil May Cry without parodying it, it's not making fun of it, it's embracing it. There's quite a few things that were from DMC Devil May Cry into DMC5, and your whole thing about it being a mature game is really odd, because none of these games are really mature. They have their moments, but all the games are met with levity. And besides, what's the point of this exercise? Let's say you do prove that DMC5 is and or a mature game, which you don't. What would you prove exactly? That doesn't change the game's quality in any meaningful way.
May Cry 5, on the other hand, embraces its past. Even Dante's game to an extent. Even the cowboy hat is obviously a wink to Ninja Theory's really stupid presentation.
No, this isn't true. The game frequently calls back to previous games, and the whole point of the game was to build up to the other games. This was a prequel of sorts, and the devs loved this game, and it's not ashamed of it. It's just a bit different than the other games. But again, you're trying to get into the head of thinking where you know where the intent was for making this game. But unless you have a quote on you, we will never know. But I can guess that they weren't ashamed of it because they worked hard on it for years and had so many callbacks. But what's the point? Just like Hero, I'll pretend to know what they're thinking and claim that as a good evidence to hate on the game. Bless you, buddy. Here's a tissue.
Please try to at least understand that some people had legitimate reasons to dislike this change to the gameplay, the characters, and overall disrespect to what was being done to a beloved gaming franchise to a large number of people. I will say one thing. God, I am going to YouTube hell for this, aren't I?
What? That doesn't make any sense. This whole video you keep treating yourself like you're the victim, like you're gonna be attacked for saying that DMC Devil May Cry is a bad game, and that we should all hear you out. But I've been listening to this for years, over and over again, ever since it released. Over and over again since after it was announced. You have 2 negative videos about DMC Devil May Cry with over 1 million views, had tons of negative feedback due to bullshit points, didn't sell as well as the other DMC games, didn't get a sequel, and went back to the original series. Brother, I'm in the minority here. Why do you think this video is so long? So of course you're not going to YouTube hell for this opinion. However, you are going to YouTube hell for this video. Splinter, tell me why. Thank you, Splinter. I will. Where do I even start? First off, articles mean nothing. Why is it when I go into the Splinter Cell community, nobody cares about the game journalist? When I go into the Batman Arkham community, nobody cares about the game journalist. When I go to the Overwatch community, nobody cares. Unless it's new information, nobody cares. That's just the truth. You think that they're supervillains by the way the DMC community talks about them. Just don't talk about them. They don't hold much power at all. And most of the articles you tried to show me don't prove me wrong otherwise. In fact, later on in the video you tried pulling up an article that isn't even half a page long. and was from 2013. If you're trying to prove something, do it better. Second, you and my favorite son need to learn how to talk about more meaningful stuff, because a lot of this video felt reused of better points that you made before. Most of this video was about new Dante versus old Dante. Then why couldn't that just been the video, even though you pretend that it's not about that? For example, how is the game button mashing? You've never explained why. I guess that's what happens when you have a section with only 3 minutes. And look, I get it. You're allergic to politics. But my man, thank God this game wasn't released in 2016. It would be a nightmare. The discourse is already bad enough. Overall, this video was quite bad. It shows that to make most of these videos, you can slap whatever negative thing you want on it with little thought. Alright, ladies and gamers, let's talk about it. The DLC I feel needs to be covered more often. The story in total is around like 20 minutes, and it only has 6 levels, meaning there's not a lot to touch upon. So going bit by bit kinda seems pointless since the story is so short as is, so let's put this in one big thing. So if you're out of the know, Vergil's downfall takes place after the main game story. So we have Vergil that's been beaten and broken. On his father's grave, he passes out due to his wounds. So this takes him on a trip to hell, or in his mind. Now this is the first part that grabs your attention. Is it real or not? Something like this Hellblade used well, while an Hellblade is much more subtle. So everything in this hell seems to be what we've seen before. Old houses and structures from the base game, but it doesn't feel solely out of place or recycled. It's simply there to add to the world. So in this world, everything is taken from him. His weapons and his abilities only working with a few tools that you'll have to unlock throughout the DLC. In this strange place, he'll find a hollow version of himself, in which in order to fix his heart we need to confront certain people like Dante, Cat, and Eva. So Vergil does just that, killing Hollow Cat and Dante, and leaving his mother to die. After all this, Vergil tries to game in himself.
Vergil? Thank you.
But only wanting more power after this, Vergil then heads back to the real world where demons confront him only to bow to him. So that's the main story of the DLC, and unsurprisingly I really enjoyed it. Each time Vergil seemed like he was unaware of what he was doing, over time he accepts it. At the beginning with Cat, it seems like Vergil actually wants to help her, but just like he did years before, but something here is different. Here, Cat pushes Vergil over the edge to try and see what's under that facade of Vergil, and how Hollow Cat makes some good points. In fact, I'd say that hollows are a way of seeing people's reaction to Vergil in DMC Devil May Cry. Vergil is using Cat is true, but Vergil doesn't see it that way, and the way that Cat is talking to him is the hardest way it comes off, and the worst way possible. So both Vergil and Hollow Cat seem to be both telling a form of truth of the main story, but they just see it at different perspectives. Hollow Dante I can't say the same thing about. With Vergil's brother, all he sees him as a rival due to their last encounter. In fact, Vergil's first words are, "I don't have a brother." This ties into how Vergil thinks of his current self as weak, and that's why he needs to kill his brother out of strength. But, just like Cat, Hollow Dante does tell a certain truth. Vergil really hasn't suffered like Dante. Dante's past is messed up, but to put it lightly. And in contrast, Vergil had a good life, with money and free from trauma. So now suffering, he wants to take back the life that he once had. He would bring it back at all costs. Not because he needs to, but to prove that he deserves it. So the next thing he does is to head to his mother after killing Hollow Dante. Now with that strength, he sees others as beneath him. So with that in mind, he goes to prove himself and to his mother that he's the strongest, now that he knows his true power. I think everything he says to his mother is a persona. No, not that God damn it.
Show me your true form! Show me your true form! Together, dude.
Of what Vergil is trying to say. It's to prove that he was the one who bested him out of power and rage. So with this, Vergil doesn't care about his mother, even if she's suffering too. She's just below him. I think that Hollow Vergil is the most obvious. Now that he's bested everyone, he wants the power because he's simply got a taste of it. So overall, this DLC isn't just a simple story with Vergil in it, like past DMC games. It's a character study of why Vergil wants this power in the first place. Because of Hollow Cat, it's because he feels justified in what he's doing. Because of Hollow Dante, it's because of his rivalry. Because of Eva, it's because of his pride. And that's why Vergil wants power. And for a DLC with 6 levels, that's really good. It was short and to the point in what it wanted to do. And with the animation looking pretty unique, it gives this DLC a sense of style. Great DLC. Well, it's time to finish what I started.
Oh, look, his hair's a little mussed up.
It's almost like he should tuck it back at some point. No, he doesn't. He literally never
I know,
does.
he just kind of looks messy.
And I really was like, oh, they're gonna do that because he's gonna tuck it back later, right?
Oh, you gotta turn those subtitles on so bad.
And
We're
then-
gonna talk
and-
over this shit.
And when they never did,
You were.
it was like, the one thing that Vergil does where he tucks his hair? You didn't do it?
No, but just use his cool lines as achievements.
Well, that's one way to start. Putting me in this hell still wouldn't outdo the pain that I feel right now. When things like this are said, I question if the DMC community makes any good points when it comes to the story. All they want is keys jangled in front of their face and scream when they see something from the elder games. It's just so disappointing. But even though Vergil's downfall has a ton of callbacks, they're never going to praise the DLC. But when they see the achievements on the base game, they roll their eyes and hate it. So this game is in a tricky position. If it takes from the older games, it's not good, then it's trying to emulate something it's not. Or if it's something new, it's not good because there isn't no callback. See what I mean? The community puts the game in a lose-lose scenario.
I got contacted recently by a friend of mine who was like, thank you for playing this. I always heard about it, but I never felt the need to actually play it myself.
Yeah.
And it's like, that is the worst thing you could ever say about a game.
My
Like-
eyeballs never cared to settle looking at the thing in front of them.
He didn't even bother to watch an LP until it came up on a channel he already regularly watched.
And things like this is a problem. DMC Devil May Cry is not an easy game to talk about or to share with other people. If you want to talk about this game in a positive way, you have to jump through a bunch of hoops just to get your opinion across. And with the noise of the pre-release there too, it's hard to talk about this game with a normal person. We can be able to drive more people to the game, but the DMC community has made that so difficult. So now, this guy only sees the game through such a negative lens instead of giving him a chance to play it himself.
Can we talk about how fucking big the hole in Lilith was? And it's like a basketball.
And think about how Dante had to shoot and kill and fight that boss fight, and then that one gun does that. It's the strongest weapon in the entire universe.
It's because it was a cutscene gun.
It was a cutscene gun.
The strongest gun of all.
One is in limbo, one is not.
What's it called? Rapid Slash, where he dashes forward?
Yep.
That's his stinger?
Yep.
Like, this version's terrible. Because the slash is all on the trip. There's nothing behind him when he does it. It's like, no, it's supposed to be that it's so fast that it cuts behind, like a samurai.
But those work completely differently. In DMC Devil May Cry, the rapid slash is quick, but it's because the animation works. You're not stuck in place like in DMC 3. Sure, it looks cool on principle, but there are different reasons for it. So I think this is honestly just kind of nitpicking, even though they don't understand the broader design.
Is it, like, this is a fantastical environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I look at it, and my eyes just kind of glaze over, and I'm completely bored by it.
Oh, you see that
Because
up
it's,
there?
yeah, I do. Because it's just... like, the color palette's really limited, right? Like, it's just red and blue.
Will he ever give a better explanation? If your answer is no, you would be correct. As your reward, you get free V-Bucks. If you hit the like and subscribe button, you'll get it. Alright, so let's talk about the world that Vergil's in. Sure, it's not varied as DMC Devil May Cry's base game, but there is supposed to be a form of hell. With this, things on fire and out of place and things falling apart, as well as the only color being red and blues. This world is special for Vergil since his main color is blue and hell is typically put with red, meaning NT designed it in a way that not only contrasts but ties into the story of this world well. So I don't see what's wrong with it.
You know what I love about this stage? I saw it, and was like, oh cool, well he finally gets a big arena to fight in. And the very first thing that happens to this stage is it falls apart until it's really small.
And you're attacking floating enemies the entire time.
And you have no chance of getting back on that platform now.
Number 1, get good. Number 2, if you have an arrow, pull the enemy towards you. You don't even have to try and jump off the world like Kratos every time you see an enemy in the air.
Vergil's Rapid Slash, for example. I can tell from here that it doesn't feel the same.
It is not the same.
Right?
It is not what it should be. It's a little, there's like way less hits. It goes a lot less further.
It has one big slash at the end.
But it serves a function, which is it lets you cancel out of it into anything else.
Sure.
Which is kind of what it's meant to be, but
like, and it's like, how are you supposed to be fair to this game?
You guys are playing favorites. How could we be fair? Say that again. No, we're not doing that. But I can give you some help. The core of the combat, music, character writing, the overall story, Dante's arc, platforming, certain moves, certain movements, comparing old Dante to new Dante for no reason at times, comparing old Vergil to new Vergil for no reason at times, how we talked about the controversy. So yeah, I think there's a lot you can do to be more fair. But just look how far we've come. At the very start of the series they say this.
But it's not all going to be wagging fingers.
No, look at this!
And look, where we're at now. Such a shame. I just wish you guys be more fair.
We were corrected that Sparta helped Mundus achieve
rise to power as his blood brother.
But we didn't see
Welcome
that.
to hell, brother.
And he didn't
I don't
do
have a brother
anything
anymore.
in the game. We didn't even get told that he woke up to justice. In fact, it actually seems that Mundus was only mad
living in the slums.
that Sparta dated an angel chick.
As I'll go over in the Gaming Brit section, Sparta is not a character, he's a way to jumpstart the plot. Not the end-all be-all.
I can't find the right analogy for the feeling of the difference between DMC4 SE Vergil and this, but like it's...
I'm okay.
Like I feel...
You keep working on that in your mind and I'll try and help you with it.
Like I feel like I'm left-handed. And,
ooh, yeah.
And...
Okay, that's a... They just moved his model. You saw that, right?
Yeah. Like I feel like I'm left-handed and I have like oven mitts on. And I'm being asked to like draw or type.
That's what happens when you don't play the game enough. Things like this happen. For a lot of people, I bet DMC or other action games in general feel this way, but over time you can easily overcome it by playing the game more.
Yep.
I struggle to think of something like as flaccid as that in a game. Like,
was there ever? Is it the most flaccid it's ever been?
Because I remember, like, well, I remember starting the DLC up and being like, and then seeing Dante and like, oh, I'm gonna fight him, and being like, oh, the one thing that DMC3 completely failed to do, right? Yeah. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, it's just... And that's it.
This DLC had 6 months in development. They didn't create the Dante boss fight in time. But why is it that DMC3 gets away with this just fine, but when DMC Devil May Cry Vergil gets 6 whole new levels, movesets, and a story, you guys only focus on the lack of the Dante fight?
Motivation. Just subtitle.
Point him towards us. Point him towards us.
Just subtitle it.
Yeah, and I give him the walk.
Motivation.
Now he's motivated.
I hate this point so much it hurts. Vergil was stabbed in the chest, critically wounded with no aid or power. Of course he's like this. Do you want him to walk in like he's in a Death Grip concert?
I gotta say, like, there's one thing about showing a character descending into darkness or whatever. It's actually really similar, and I think it's a writing issue, and it's not a character issue. Like, it's an overall writing issue. Remember when I would talk about how, like, Dante feels actually unintelligent in the main game? The way he does things, or he looks like a stupid person?
Okay.
Vergil, his motivations here are dumb. They're not misguided. They're not he's not even being tricked.
I want to rule.
He's stupid.
How? Okay guys, it's time for a history and summary lesson. Vergil wanted to rule over the humans. He didn't show his true intentions at first, but at the end he showed what he really wants. Part of him does care for others, but he thought that he could rule over humans. He thought that that was merciful. So in hell he feels like everyone has betrayed him even though he hid what he truly was. So Hollow Cat and Dante pushed him to want more power and to lead to more betrayal. This leads Vergil to embrace the sense of power that he always wanted. So that's the super quick rundown of Vergil's growth in the DLC. I do a much better job of my story section, so check it out if you have the chance.
I'm sorry, why is this being portrayed as an upgrade?
So when did anyone say it is?
What the fuck were they fucking thinking with this? This untargetable, fucking unteleportable bullshit. Did they look at Blitz and go, hey, this one weird enemy design that half of people hate, that's a great idea for multiple enemy types?
Please, no more, sir. The Blitz you couldn't even touch, so you had to go through this whole process just to hit them. They're not as shielded as the Blitz can, which I'd like you to play the games more to understand that.
/challenge.
Hey everyone, this is the final boss. Not the boss fight.
Because that's not the final challenge. At the beginning of the DLC, Vergil tries so hard to get back to his world, but he stopped because he doesn't have enough power and his inner demons stopped him. This means that Vergil comes back more powerful than before. Only after, through the rest of the DLC, do you see that this power and the strength that he got back to get to the real world. Something weak Vergil couldn't do. This is something shown in the story but in gameplay as well. Conclusion. Look, I get they're talking off the cuff, but it seems like the DLC just devolves into them just trying to justify everything they've said about the game. It's not us being fair. How could we be fair? This mentality that is really annoying to me. I also think they generally don't understand Vergil in gameplay and in the story. Just to clarify, even though I've talked about this before, Vergil always wanted power even at a young age, but he hid the justification with excuses. Vergil said he saved Cat, but in reality he was just using her. Vergil stood in Dante's way because he wanted that power for himself, and he was using humanity as an excuse. So that is Vergil's motivation. Power. Everything else is pointing as to why. Now, the gameplay wise, you have to understand that Vergil just plays differently. Yes, things like the rapid slash is different, but it's better for canceling. Yes, the weapons are different, and the feeling is overall different. The whole DT is different too. This isn't a follow-up of Vergil's playstyle in 3, it was NT's take on it. But the worst part about all this is the statements that contradict each other constantly. One second they want it to be like the older games, then the next second NT should be doing something different. They ping-pong back and forth over and over again. They can't set their own standard. It's deeply frustrating and hard to keep up with. At least all the other influencers on this list were somewhat coherent, but this is just unexcusable. Overall, I think this playthrough leaves a stain on this game, which people will now look at a game through a bad lens, all because of the impossible standard they have to set. And not many people are talking about this, but hey, that's why I'm here. Okay, let's do it. I'm not the best player with Vergil like I am with Dante. I'd like to say I'm okay at best with Vergil, and with a lot of changes, this Vergil feels very different than DMC3 Vergil. But Ninja Theory wanted to make Vergil playable, just like the DMC3 Special Edition. So they made him with a DLC a few months after the main game came out. So let's get into it. The angel moves are made up of 2 moves. On the ground, one move that gives you a spin, but holding down it grabs multiple enemies and throws them in the air, taking you with them. The other move is Rapid Slash, in which Vergil does a slice dash in a quick fashion. I love a lot of angel moves, and these moves are all great. Rapid Slash can be cancelled easily, while Flare can be used to quickly control the enemies while holding them is great for setups. The air moves are quite interesting to say the most. Ah, gotcha. You thought I'd say the least. Joke's on you. The air moves are Orbit and Aerial Flush. Orbit makes sense, it does a quick spin while in the air, while Aerial Flush is a projectile, which just doesn't fit well in this kit. We have Summon Swords that already does the trick, and there's a meter for it. I think the meter should be better made, but we'll get to that in a minute. The human moves are Slasher, which is the first combo, then you have Crosscut that goes along with it. Helmbreaker does the same thing as Dante's, and then we have Judgment Cut. Judgment Cut is too situational. If I need to take care of a group of enemies, I'm probably going to use Flare or Rapid Slash, but Judgment Cut just has few little purposes, hitting a lot of enemies together, but other than that, the move is a bit too weak and slow for a good use. Perfect Slice is good, but that takes a lot of time and effort to pull off. And the air stuff is okay, but with the aerial rave, Now let's talk about Demon Mode. Divorce, yeah, ha, funny. But looking at it, it's quite a good moveset. It keeps what works about Demon Mode without it being overpowered. Volcano is his special move. With no charge it barely does anything, but with the charge you can send enemies flying. Rising Star already does that, so I don't really like how this Demon special move works. Killer Bee is back, but instead of going through enemies you bounce off them, leading to more opportunities. Dive and Stomp are also quite neat as well for the overall Demon move experience. So the overall moveset is good. Sword Illusions this time around mostly does the same thing here. Rapid attacks that go along with the sword that also circle around Vergil, but the noticeable change is great is something from Dante, and that's the ability to pull you towards them and vice versa. I don't know why Vergil didn't have this in 3, but here it's in Vergil's Shadow. No, Splinter, that's not a Persona reference. Don't do it! I think we're safe. God damn it, Splinter. Doppelganger is something that his kit that completely changes over time. Now the moveset of Vergil looks and plays completely different with this in mind. You can focus on certain enemies while the Doppelganger can take care of all the others. Every move can now be expanded upon with this in mind. But here's the real problem. The Doppelganger and the swords take up the same bar, meaning that you can use one and less of the other. And this is something that really hurts Doppelganger because some enemies need summon swords to take them down. So Doppelganger feels like it could be used for its own bar because in every way it's amazing, but it gives you a delay as well, which is also great, but the bar holds it back from its true potential. But as I stand right now, Vergil is a character that feels a bit too hollow. Haha, yes, very funny, Splinter. This character can be used for so much more. Like, where are the forward moves? Where is the chaining from the base game? But I think this can be explained by this. It's a secret. You want to know? DMC3 Vergil wasn't good. When I was preparing for the DMC3 video a long time ago, I played a lot of the game, including DMC3 Vergil. And there's one thing I'll stand by for the ends of time. Vergil isn't a playable character. He's a playable boss fight. He only has 3 aerial moves. In DMC3 he just wasn't finished. Even things like Beowulf Charge is now gone, and Force Edge being just another version of Rebellion. So with a few moves and a half-made character, I'm actually shocked that this character is decent to play as. So yeah, Vergil is a bit complicated, and I see why not many would like him at first. Hell, even I didn't like him at first. But over time I realized that this is the best we're going to get from a situation like this. But I'm glad that in DMC 4 and 5, Vergil took certain elements from this version to make Vergil more complete to play. And I love that. But still, this character is incomplete. But maybe, over time, I'll love him. I'll just have to play more to find out. Like, for 11 minutes, he says a lot of dumb stuff about the game. At some points, I even question if he's played the game at all. But enough talk, I'll show you what I mean.
Fans hated the new take on Dante from day one, and the developers childishly continued to strike back against the fan base, which just makes no sense.
Childish? And what the fans did do isn't? So, the death threats and the explosive backlash isn't childish, but when they respond to their own game, it is? What?
Other than that, there really aren't that many surprises in this story. Since Mundus is evil, he gets beat. Anything he says to make himself seem less evil are worthless since the heroes don't really care.
Just because the heroes don't care, that doesn't mean that there can't be a reason. Not everything needs to be focused around the main characters. Sometimes the difference between the villain and the hero is not understanding each other about what can work for the story. So whether the main character cares or not, that doesn't matter, and it doesn't add or take away from the writing. So I don't see the part where this helps his argument. I also want to mention that the way he describes is very misleading. With this framing, I can say this about any game. The savior is evil, he gets beat. Anything he says to make himself seem less evil is worthless since the heroes don't care. Arkham is evil, he gets beat. Anything he says that makes him seem less evil, since the heroes don't care, doesn't really matter. See, that setup makes it easy for him to not talk about the rest of the story. It gives him an easy shortcut when it comes to a certain villain. The more I think about it, the worse it gets. He doesn't even talk about the power the villain has, or the role he plays in the themes, or the motivation behind the character. He goes, well, doesn't matter, because the heroes didn't care, section over. It's really messed up.
The basic story is boring and predictable enough, but the actual writing is where this completely falls flat in its face. They wanted to make Dante as edgy and badass as possible, so every good thing about his character from the previous games is pretty much gone. Dante has gone from being witty and fun-loving to being a sarcastic douchebag.
Alright, let's hear his reasoning for this. Surely there must be a great example. Let's see what he goes for here.
However, again, there is no wit or creativity here. Dante just swears at the enemy in a really cringeworthy fashion.
I went into this completely blind. I played this game, absolutely loved it, and this is what was hip at the time. Literally, rap music about having sex with girls, smoking, drinking, rock music as well, fucking screamo rock in particular as well, and just overall the attitude of basically fuck you was kind of what was in at the time, because I mean, angsty teen years, am I right? And so like this was really, really cool to me.
Yeah, this Jay guy must have been like a big nerd.
Who invited you, fat ass?
You okay? That looked pretty nasty.
That? Nah, that was just a big fat joke.
Bro, what? There isn't even a curse word in the big fat joke line. Do you understand now? I don't know why this game breaks everybody's brain. Is it the color of the gameplay? The screen itself? I just don't understand that when talking about this game, they just fall apart. I think part of it is laziness. I guess when the game gets hated to such a point where they just stop trying. I mean, why would you? Even though this is a massive mistake, nothing will ever happen to him, so he can do and say whatever he wants. Even when I made my Batman Arkham Origins video, I always tried my best to use evidence and something grounded in reality, even if the points weren't that good. I never took shortcuts, and I will always stick to that.
Like how he at first thinks the Cat and Vergil are spouting nonsense when he meets them, but this is only because of the fact that he is a douche, and that's the douchey thing to do.
But that whole scene shows that there is an arc for this character, that there is a clear setup for Dante. At the beginning of the story he doesn't care, flicking off others' help, but over time he learns to open up and become more human. So yes, it is a douchey thing to do, but there is a reason for it. Judging the scene as its own without context isn't the right thing to do. This is yet again what I'm talking about, reviews just taking things out of context. Would it be fair if I said Dante isn't powerful because he lost one fight to Urizen? Sure, that may be true in that moment, but we don't judge things based off of the moment. Please tell me this video gets better. Right, Splinter? I can't unsee it. It's living in my head over and over again. Yeah? It makes me frustrated, upset. But, Jesus Christ, that bad?
I mean, the lines that were supposed to be emotional would just be better delivered by a plank of wood.
We are brothers, after all.
Noticed that with a lot of these critics lately is they, and not just with DMC videos, just other games in general, and they say these things and they don't explain why. They just go, it's bad because I say it's bad, therefore it's bad. And what they do is they keep saying that it's bad, they don't give any reason why, and they just keep moving the goalpost.
And they put like very out of context clips of them, of the characters just...
Right.
Where you don't understand the scene and you just put a line in and you're like, oh, that's a weird line. I mean, that's what the audience would think if they've never played it. But if you've played the game, you'd see it works.
Now, ladies and gamers, will he expand upon why this scene doesn't work? Maybe tell us something about its delivery, something specific about the tone, or will he just show a scene without explaining why it's bad? It's the second one, because it always is. Pure laziness and a lack of effort at the point.
Like, is there anybody who thought this was unironically cool? Or thought this was so much better than that lame old Dante?
First, this wasn't much of a choice. The start of the concept for Dante was very close to the original, near the same clothes and all, but it was Capcom that wanted to depart from it as much as possible. They didn't really have much of an option. Just looking at the concept art you can see this, but I've already gone over this before. Second, showing DMC2 Dante was the worst mistake you've made so far. It shows a complete lack of understanding of Dante as a character. If I haven't talked about it already, then I'm talking about it now. DMC1 and the anime are very different from DMC2 Dante, and DMC3 Dante and 4 Dante is different from all of them. These characters are different. It's laughable to think that 2 Dante is the same as 3 and 4 Dante. They're not even close. Whether this is good is debatable, but no matter what evidence you bring, you still have to come to the conclusion that this Dante acts differently. To me at least, that's okay. But just don't act like DMC2 Dante is the same as the other Dante when you know that's untrue. Even in his review of DMC2, he says that he misses the personality from all the other Dantes.
The biggest outliers about this game is the personality of Dante himself. Personally, I'm pretty split on it. On the one hand, I totally missed the confident wisecracker from DMC1 and especially 3 and 4. It was because of this that we got really cool dialogue that made bosses feel memorable. However, DMC2 completely drops the ball on that one. Like how in Mission 8, when Dante tracks down Arius, he raises a giant fire monster out of the ground. Dante stares at it, the thing makes monster noises, and then it dies, and Dante just walks away. This goes for every single boss, if they even get a proper cutscene to introduce it to begin with. I mean, some of them don't even get that much.
So why he shows DMC2's Dante is anybody's guess.
But then at the last mission, Vergil wants to take over the world and is completely shocked that nobody else wants to do the same. Yeah, no build-up, no payoff. Vergil is just like I said, shocked that nobody else wants to take over the world and is defeated by Dante in their first battle.
Nope, I went over this in the Foxcade section. The signs are there. No build-up. No build-up. No build-up.
Dante also stands against him despite not going through an arc at all in the game.
What the fuck? What? Oh my god, please. You did not play this fucking game.
That's it. Fuck this shit. I'm done. Goodbye.
I didn't ask for your help. Listen, I never asked for your help, but you gave it, and I appreciate it. I trust you. You can trust me too.
Not just for yourself, but for mankind.
For mankind?
Yes.
What makes you think I give a shit?
Seems you underestimated Kat.
I didn't.
You really care about her. About all of this. You once said you didn't give a shit.
Well, you guys do seem really nice, but I'm more of a loner type. Trust issues, work alone, that kind of thing.
This is amazing. We have access to Mundus's unborn child? This is exactly what we need to get him out of his lair.
No, we use this to save Kat!
Alright, do I need to show more clips? I refuse to believe that this guy actually played the game or watched the story. This is unbelievable and unacceptable. To make this point, this guy must be smoking some wild shit.
The game has some of the worst cinematography in the Devil May Cry series. The game used motion capture like the other games, but the camera work is just so uninspired for well over half the cutscenes. It's just A camera, B camera, A cam, B cam, A cam, B cam.
I guess we're talking about cinematography, but hey, I don't see that as a bad thing. Most of the cinematography is similar to DMC when they're talking. When characters are talking, it's mostly just to fall into a formula, especially when there are more important info that needs to be told. It just so happens that DMC Devil May Cry just has more talking scenes than the other DMC games. But even DMC5 proves my point since the cinematography can be pretty similar. Besides, I think he's overgeneralizing. I don't think his point is necessarily bad because it's kind of a fair point, but citing the other games doesn't really prove much. Not to mention that I think he's talking about the blocking. Blocking is more so the movement of the characters in the scene, because the example he points to is the action scene. So overall, I don't think DMC Devil May Cry cinematography is bad, just average. And the same can be said about the other DMC games, but like I said, that's okay.
The reason is because this game has this need for platforming. Yeah, platforming in a Devil May Cry. You just want to shoot and slash, but see red hook, use red grapple. See blue hook, use blue grapple. It's just the most boring kind of gameplay you can imagine.
We're not going to talk about DMC4's snatch sections?
Yeah, exactly.
Are we not going to talk about the abysmal DMC3 platforming section where it's a bunch of boxes moving everywhere. I mean, yeah, if you're a skilled player, you can do cool shit like wall run up that and, you know, do some neat platforming, but your first playthrough, you're not going to do that.
And these platforming sections in the reboot with the grapple hooks, they actually teach you how to use them in combat as well, because you can actually use it in combat. So it's actually a very, very awesome how it's integrated into platforming and combat.
Okay, number 1, there is platforming in nearly every DMC game. Number 2, platforming isn't that bad. All you need to do is hook, pull, hook, follow the boost, and every now and again, glide. And you know what? That's okay. It's okay to use this to get to the next section. People that think it's bad is bad because you're not doing enough, which is true, but also my point. NT isn't going to waste time making the next Sunset Overdrive system. They needed to do a simple go to B from A, and that is just fine. Not everything needs to be super in-depth. Like some of the sections in DMC4, in parts where DMC4 you need to use Nero to pull to get him to different places, and it's not all that complicated. Sometimes annoying at the end of the day, but to get you to place. And you know what? I'd rather do this than just walking from areas to areas with no point.
It's just so boring. Like, nobody cares. Nobody likes sequences like this in video games. If you want to have cutscenes, have cutscenes. If you want to have gameplay, have gameplay.
Okay, so let's go over this song and dance again. Walking sections can be used for 2 circumstances. 1, they give the player some important info. 2, they give something to entertain the player. Do neither of these things when using a walking section is where it falls apart. So is this bad? I think in the greater scheme of things, no. But in addition, is this something that I want in games? No. I don't want these in video games, but there isn't really a good reason for why it's bad. For example, I'm going to make an extreme example. 1, because it's funny, and 2, because it keeps your attention. It's a lot like incest, you see. Sure, I can say it's weird and I don't like it, but I can't really make a hard case against it. Because it doesn't really make sense biologically, but that doesn't mean it's morally wrong. And if the power dynamic is the same, there isn't an issue with that. So what I'm getting at is that sure, I don't like walking sections, but there really isn't a hard point that could be made against it. Sure, we can say it's bad because we're not doing much, but the counter argument is that we all get to a point in the game where there's some sort of part where you're walking and there is dead air in general. And there isn't anything wrong with that. And if you say that because it's forced, but combat can be forced too. But again, it's not bad. The only way these points work is if you put them together. So it's bad because it's forced and there's little gameplay. But this is where my 2 rules come into play. If the game needs to tell you info and the game is entitled to that. If the info isn't received, that can be a big issue. If there is enough to entertain the player, then the player won't be bothered by it. The only other argument that can work is replay value. It damages the replay value. But then again, walking normally has the same issue as well. I've even gone back to certain levels trying to replay them over and over again, only for the walking sections or the puzzles to annoy me. But that doesn't necessarily mean those parts of the levels need to be removed. See, that's why walking sections fall into this morally gray area of gameplay rules. I haven't even talked about the games that solely focus around walking sections. So in the end, I think walking sections are more complicated than they seem. So I don't like walking sections, but I don't see a great argument against it. I'm sure if I had a conversation with these people around this gray issue, they would open up a bit more, instead of it being in such an open and shut case.
Launching enemies off the ground is now done with the circle button, as dodging is set to the L1 button. Personally, I found this to be way more buttons than they really needed, since I had no problem with the way it played before. But things start getting annoying when you start unlocking alternate weapons. Using blue weapons requires you hold down L2, and red weapons require you hold down R2. Locking on is still done by holding R1, so you have to hold down 2 trigger buttons at the same time while using the face buttons to attack. This is what I mean.
What, my ginger? Just map the lock-on or map one of the modes to another button. You have the option to, it's right there. And besides, you can't really even blame the devs for this. Lock-on didn't even exist in the main game. Please kill me. There is no way this is real. It can't be. I refuse to believe in this timeline that we're in. Jay, are you trying something? If so, can you, try a bit harder? I feel like most of the stuff he says comes from the moment, you know? When Super Best Friends plays make a bad point like this, at least I understand, because it's a spur of the moment. I can cut them some slack. You went through the script phase, the capturing phase, and the editing phase, and you didn't once think that about mapping the controls in the pause menu? Really? Save the rest I have to say for this for later.
Combo pool is limited when compared to the last two games, which is just an inherent downgrade, and that goes for every weapon in the game.
I hate it when reviews do this. No, not the point itself. I hate the generalization being the point. Which last games are we talking about here? If we were talking about DMC3 Dante, I get it. But if we're talking about like DMC1 Dante, that doesn't work. If he's talking about DMC4 Dante, I get it. But if he's talking about DMC2 Dante, he doesn't work either. This also is more than 4 Nero, all of the DLC characters, and the only one left up to debate is 4 Vergil. But even then, Vergil's still pretty limited. So I can count on 2 characters that have more than DMC Devil May Cry's Dante, and that would be DMC3 and DMC4 Dante. But on the side of having less, we have DMC1 Dante, DMC2 Dante, 4 Nero, Lady, Trish, Lucia, and finally 3 Vergil. And the only one up for debate is 4 Vergil. So you have 2 characters that have more and 7 characters that have left, and 1 is up for debate. Jay, your numbers don't add up. Something is very wrong here, and I don't even know if he's including the DLC characters, and I don't know why, because he says the last games. So what does that mean exactly? Is he talking exclusively about Dante? Again, we don't know, and that vague wording makes responding to points frustrating. I don't know what he means by this. I also don't understand what he means by combo pool. Does he mean chaining? Does he mean actual combos? Does he mean setups? He may be talking about the content, but again, he never points to an example of this. So I don't get what he's talking about. I don't get it. Makes me want to punch a window. I'm being drained here. This is the problem with these reviews on DMC Devil May Cry, is things like this. He never is specific, he never is open-ended on what he wants to talk about, so I'm left with nothing to work with. And the worst part is he'll never expand upon this and circle back. This is the best we have for trying to understand him. So I'm left here like an insane person trying to piece together what he's saying rather than actually responding to it. And even if I try my best to put it together, I might end up strawmanning him. But I tried to be the most faithful responder I can be. I never had this problem with Super Best Friends or Foxcade or even with Your Favorite Son because the length and the depth of the scripts. The worst part is that he'll get away with this because people have already disliked the game and will fill in the blank with what their opinion is and not question it. This one line, this one waste of spit, is something that I actively want to stop and never use. Yes, I know he said the past 2 games, but, you know, my point about the DLC characters still stand.
Since already there are issues like blue enemies and red enemies only taking real damage from weapons of the corresponding color, which just limits the amount of creativity that you can put into your combos, hence why the loading screens have to show you how good their combat is. In previous DMC games, keeping
Bruh, they show fucking jump cancels in the loading screen, you know, oh my god, it's so fucking cool.
I fucking can't.
They show fucking jump cancels in that shit. When was that ever done in any other DMC game? Oh my god.
But guys, when the loading screen and combos, you know, you guys don't understand. It was covering up the color-coded enemies this whole time, guys.
What the fuck?
Enemies
People are fucking brain dead. Okay, at least this guy is.
What the fuck, my gamer? I've got to save this for later. This makes no sense, dude. Nothing about this line makes any sense. Like, how are the color-coded enemies connected to the loading screens? What?
But this game giving you the grapple hooks that both take enemies to you and take you to the enemies removes the skill in trying to get to enemies faster to keep the style meter up, and it also removes the skill of keeping them in the air, creating a combat system that just isn't that fun to master.
Good thing he didn't play DMC5 before this.
Like I said though, DMC Devil May Cry is not a bad action title, especially when the game becomes more action focused in the second half.
No, nopers. I won't let you do it. I'm sick of reviews that criticize the whole game, just like Jay would. The story is bad, parts of the gameplay are bad, walking sections are bad, the color palette is bad, the cinematography is bad, the controls are bad, the platforming is bad, but at the end of the video he says the game is good without any proper reason why. Nice. I hate it when people do this. Because if somebody were to criticize their video, they can then say, well, I thought it was a decent action game. in the video, and that's about it. It's like talking to somebody who has a split personality disorder, because nowhere in the video does he explain something good in the game. I think it would be the combat, but he never tells me exactly why. Is it one of the weapons? Is it the guns? Do you like the overall moveset? Is it the angel and demon system? We'll never know because he's never going to say. Because like I said, it's a shield, nothing more, nothing less. It's just how it goes. At least with Foxcade, Angry Joe, they explain their reasoning. But here, that's not the case. So how is the video overall? Like, not good at all. It's almost painfully bad. There was almost nothing original point-wise, and when it is, it's really stupid. The big fat joke line, the combo loading screens, and of course, the shield. That's not even getting into his line about Dante not having an arc. All things that make this video terrible. Honestly, there isn't much to say. A bad video is a bad video. But hey, that's what happens when you throw insults instead of actual points. Why DE is so important and why it didn't sell well. Definitive Edition. I think to address this section, we must talk about what is DE. To Capcom, they love re-releasing their games. It's an easy way to make money. So like all other DMC games, DMC Devil May Cry got a release for a newer consoles, leading to DMC Devil May Cry Definitive Edition. DE for short. Nearly 2 years after the original game was released. So what are the changes? DE changed a lot. The style system has been retooled, making it harder to get S ranks and keep it that way. Even things like air combos are different for the meter. There is now a lock-on system, hardcore mode, a gods must die mode, and adding 60 frames per second as well. Demon Evade was nerfed as well as Arbiter. All of these changes were designed to make players happy and fix any and all problems with the game. So now you know the changes. But why is DE important? I personally believe that DE is an important mark for DMC. Usually when these games release, they just add a character and call it a day. By adding 1 to 3 characters, they put less effort into the game. They're not fixing anything or rebalancing the game, they just add more characters. But DE is different. Instead, they wanted to fix the game as much as possible. Even simple things like the fedora on Vergil is gone because people didn't like it. Simple things like this go a long way for DE, and I think that other editions of the game would benefit from this. Maybe some of the enemy designs in 3 would be less annoying, or balance changes in DMC 4, so on and so forth. If I had to choose making the game better or adding new content, making the game better is what I would choose every time. But when DE came in, it didn't sell well. Why didn't it sell well? I think the answer is obvious. 1, the fans will not talk about the game in a positive way. Even if there are a ton of good changes, the damage has already been done. 2, everyone is going to pick up a series that is well established with more games under its belt with new characters, versus a game that fixes other problems people had with it. And at the end, DE is really good, but if Capcom wants to release games, I hope they do it like Persona 5 Royal, then a DE and an SE. Instead of fixing or adding, do both. And that's why DE is so important. Boss fights. Fuck you. Intro. Much like other DMC games, there is bosses to fight in order to complete the story, and the same thing could be said here. DMC Devil May Cry has less bosses than the previous game. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Only one way to find out. The Hunter. The first one up is the Hunter. The Hunter uses timing more than other bosses. The main point that you'll need to hit is his face, so you'll have to get up there and dodge any of the attacks that come your way, which means timing your attacks are key. If you're too late or too early, you'll get hit by one of the attacks, but if you're on time, you're safe. Combine this with the parry animations, you'll have a really good boss. But easy to be sure, but on the higher difficulties, this boss is a treat. The Succubus. This boss is okay. Yet again, timing is key to dodging some of the attacks, but unlike the Hunter, knowing when the attack is just too easy. I like most of the attack, but the boss needs to be faster in order for it to work. The attacks are just too slow, meaning the boss fight moves at a snail's pace. I think the boss is really mid and needs more to it to make this boss better. Bob Barbas. Bob is probably one of the most creative bosses in the series. Unlike other bosses, Bob has a core theme, and that would be the news. With a concept like this, your imagination kind of runs wild. There are infographics and news camera type aesthetics all over the boss fight. This is what kind of boss fight makes it stand out. But the gameplay of the boss is pretty simple. You need to hit these points in order to attack Bob. So it's a bit on the formulaic side for the fight, but while the gameplay is lacking, it makes up for it with the dialogue and the aesthetic. Baby. This boss is actually a lot like the Hunter, where you need to hit a certain point while dodging the attack, but unlike the Hunter, you don't have any cool animations to go along with it. But at the same time, it's an improvement over the Hunter for more variety of attacks, some of which hit the ground. Overall, I'd say that this boss is meh. Other than the unsettling look, there isn't much to keep me playing for more. Besides, this game's biggest weakness is the fact that you have to hit Lilith over and over again, and that you have to hit the blue arm again and again. Mundus. This boss is by far the worst in the game. You have to wait for every time he attacks just to do something, and even sometimes he's like, nope, not today. Mundus will spit all over the stage, so you have to move to the next platform. Oh no, it's a worse version of the Escapist boss. And to top this all off, you have to kill him 3 times. 3. Why? Why do you need to drag this boss out for that long? And in addition, you can't even keep a high score because you're waiting on him to do something. I hate this boss. Vergil. Vergil is the best boss in the game, no question, with moves like the previous Vergil, but there are quite a few new moves, throwing projectiles and doppelgangers just to name a few. I know a lot of people will compare this fight to the other Vergil fights, but I think there's a big difference. In DMC 3 and 5, the whole idea of the rivalry is built around the game for the fights, while DMC Devil May Cry, it's more of a cherry on top. And besides, I think the boss is way better on a higher difficulty, that not many people will play anyway. Conclusion. So in total, the boss fights in DMC Devil May Cry aren't that good. I love this game, but I'm not going to overlook its problems. All of these bosses could be better if given more time. Escapist is a good example of this. A lot of them have good parts and lack the follow-through that they need. Not all of them are bad, but the designs are good and so is the music. But it's simply one of the weakest points in the game, easily. The year is 2021. Roy added me on Discord, telling me that I should make an intelligent video criticizing the reboot, or link me if I've already done it. I asked him why, and he responded, in my opinion, Susie made a terrible video. So we got the boys together, and it was amazing. I'm back again because the train just doesn't stop. I'll be covering Susie's video on the reboot. Trigger warning, by the way, this video is really bad. It makes a lot of mistakes in the gameplay section she doesn't show footage of, and the story that she makes up problems for. Either way, this video is hard to get through, so I had a live stream and it made it less bearable. Enjoy.
What seemed like a game with a realistic dark tone was now a strange, uncomfortably edgy, and very cringeworthy looking title that barely resembled the wholesome silliness that was original DMC.
Okay, that's it. That's the last straw. I'm done with these words. Edgy, cringe, and fun need to be banned from the dictionary. I'm not a fan of authoritarianism until today. Every time somebody used these words, the SWAT should storm their house and shoot on sight. So let's get past the jokes and cut to why I think these words have infected discourse. These 3 words are highly subjective, meaning that these words use something in substitute for their own opinion rather than based off of something else. So let's go over these words one by one. Edgy is a tone. It's not a criticism. That's like saying DMC is cheesy and saying that as a negative. Sure, there are times where this can be a problem, but that comes down to the individual writing of said story or scene. Not the tone itself. To say it's the tone's fault is madness. The worst part is that people slap it onto anything they don't like and say that the tone is to blame. That's like saying every certain type of camera angle that you don't like is always bad. Cringe is even worse. What you think is cringe is highly subjective. There is no well-founded version of cringe. It's just not possible. It's not real cringe. It's solely focusing on what you personally don't like. There are ways to ground what is bad and what is good because it's more than just an opinion. But cringe is just too subjective to have any merit. On the other side, Fun doesn't describe anything but the chemical in your brain. Sure, it's nice that you have fun, but you need something to base off of that, something more. In short, these words are fine on their own, but lack depth of what you want to say. People need to understand that these words are like shitty shortcuts to a great problem. I'll go more in depth about her love of the reveal trailer later.
I can't stress enough how damaging this stuff was for fans of the original games. Everything shown off was being made fun of.
Yeah, that really sucks. I mean, going through that must be hard. I mean, imagine if you're working on something for years, only to have gotten death threats from people. Imagine having a big company breathing down your neck only to push you further and further, only to get a harsher pushback on the other way. Man. And to have a project that was hated either way, no matter what decision you made. Wow, that would suck. Yeah, the poor fans, give me a break.
And we finally got to hear this Dante speak a little more.
My name, by the way, is Dante. But you can call me Dante the Demon Killer. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Also, they don't dissect the entire scene either.
No, that's the worst part, is that they'll clip it out of context and then say, bad dialogue, gotcha, libtards. And then it's like, wait, but there's like a whole scene around it. There's a reason.
I was just sitting there like, man, I really hope the game is that darker take on DMC and not whatever is going on here.
Here we go again. Look, I'm not saying I don't want to see that game. I do. In another world, if that game exists, I would gladly see it. And if it would have been better than the game that we got, I would embrace it. But that's not the timeline we live in. I get it. Emo to you and to me is cool. I have him as my profile pic. It's neat. But this Dante was an idea, not a full character. This is just the first show-off and the original ideas for the game. Truth is that most media in the first idea isn't the best. In media, the art changes over time. 1 minute you're making a response video to one guy, the next you're making a video on a multi-analysis on multiple games and tons of people. Ugh. What I'm trying to say is that I like that version of DMC Devil May Cry 2, but the fact is that it was never going to end up being that way. Besides, how is that NT's fault? Ninja Theory were in between the fans and Capcom wanting them to reboot as hard as they could while the fans wanted the opposite. There is no way this Dante could last. This Dante couldn't even crack jokes or smile. There is no way this would fly. But the reasoning you give me doesn't make much sense. So how do you think that...
I think it's kind of understandable when you're working on something that you're passionate about, but it's definitely not professional or appropriate. I think both sides, in a lot of ways, were in the wrong in saying the things that they said.
When wanting emo Dante, the fan backlash was the reason the game changed. I don't quite understand your perspective. Your whole backbone to your video is that NT should have sticked with the emo Dante, but it wasn't their choice due to the backlash. I'm confused on how your world functions in this case.
Ninja Theory's Heavenly Sword, where in that game you used a transforming blade, where in its basic form was good against single targets, and also had forms for crowds and dealing massive focused damage.
I just want to quickly mention that this is a good thing right here, mentioning Heavenly Sword, because a lot of people don't tend to factor in that a lot of the gameplay decisions that were made were from Enslaved in the Odyssey to the West and Heavenly Sword. So thank you, Susie, for at least mentioning that.
Rainstorm is back, but it's like the slowest, weirdest looking thing ever. Why so slow?
Who said it needs to be fast? In previous DMC games, this move looked odd. It could be used for like maybe a few seconds. While here, the animation looks much smoother. The idea is that you can keep the enemies in the air for a longer amount of time, instead of it just lasting for a second or two. I think the game also benefits a lot more from Inverse Rainstorm, which can be used for lots of setups and even can be chained very easily. Everybody mentions how slow it is, instead how the enemies can be held in the air and how it can be used for positioning.
One of the more interesting firearms you can get is something called Koobley. It's an explosive dart gun that you can tag enemies with for a delayed explosion. Pretty good for setting up larger charging enemies in trap combos. And that's all I have to say about the guns. They're really not as eventful as your melee attacks.
Okay, so this is a massive oversight in the analysis. The guns are one of the biggest changes from the old series to this game. It is all due to the charge mechanics and the gun special in the game that changes the way the game is played. If you want to know more about it, go to my core of gameplay of the DMC section for me to go into detail. But the guns are very important, and she's not addressing that.
So once again, unlike the original games, Stinger is no longer a lock-on directional input. This time, Stingers are performed by tapping the movement stick twice in the direction of the enemy. So if an enemy is right in front of you, you have to press forward, forward, and then the attack button to zoom in on said enemy. This is very cumbersome and doesn't feel good when you want to throw one of these things out in the middle of a combo. It can also be easily interrupted by a passing enemy, or if two demons are right next to each other. That doesn't mean Dante is going to automatically choose the enemy you want to Stinger.
How is it cumbersome? You just do the combo in the middle of it and then put the input in. I don't see the problem here. And just like my friend said,
one thing that she definitely did not do her research on is the buffer frames in this game. The buffer frames are absolutely insane. This is an exaggeration, but when you are in recovery, you have about a minute to input Stinger.
yeah.
The game is very generous with inputs.
You as the player have a lot of time for the input. I've never had a problem of putting in the input. I want to cover the next point. The one about passing enemies and two enemies, but I can't because the clip she uses doesn't show this. I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. Editing is really important for a video. If you say that there is an issue, I expect you to show it to me in said issue. So you don't show random gameplay where you're fighting a knight. You should show me what you're talking about. That way I can confirm what you as the creator are trying to tell me. But you don't show me proof of this, like at all, in any of the point of the video for me to confirm your point. This is really bad editing choice for your video. And do you know why she didn't do this? Because it doesn't happen. I've rarely, and I mean rarely, reached a point where the Stinger doesn't work. One of the reasons why that is because it can curve. It doesn't have to go in a straight line, meaning if the enemy is a bit off, you'll still hit your target. You want to know the other reason for this? The other reason is for the fact that the enemies are spread out. The only time they get together is when you want them to be. Besides, if it doesn't work in certain scenarios, all the other forward moves work like a dream due to them having a large area of effect.
That's the thing though, Bayonetta also has a lock-on button. It's not the only way to Stinger, you have options in that game. In DMC you don't. Hold your horses. We'll talk about this again in just a minute.
This is kind of a pet peeve of mine. I hate this setup. We all know you've played the DE version. We all know DE literally fixes all the problems. So why are you focusing on the 2013 problem? Sorry, it just annoys me.
Pretty much every enemy will go down easily to strong attacks. This will also, in a lot of cases, boost your style rating to the highest possible level, netting you more red orbs at the end of every mission, and basically being very strong incentive to not experiment. It might seem like a simple concept, but using what works 100% of the time is what most people will do in a lot of games.
So I think her point here is entirely subjective because people won't usually gravitate towards what works 100% of the time. People will gravitate towards what gives you the happy chemical the most.
Yeah,
Right,
and your
makes you
move, like Dante's moveset is still so large that people won't know the most efficient combos or whatever. They'll just be doing, rebellion combos most of the time.
Susie, you're doing it again. You're telling me something that's false and not showing it to me. Your own video proves you wrong. Just as you were saying this, you take down an enemy with 6 hits. Your own edit is proving you wrong. And do you know why she didn't show it? Because it doesn't happen. I have played this game for a long time and I've never seen an enemy that goes down with 2 strong hits. Maybe she's talking about the original version of the game, but if so, why would you use DE footage? Her whole point just doesn't add up. Ugh, we're not even halfway through the whole statement. Just because it works well doesn't mean that people will use it all the time. People like using a wide variety of moves and setups. I also want to mention, what is she talking about? She may be talking about the Trinity Smash or one of Eric's charging moves, but I don't know for sure. And her own editing doesn't point me in the right direction. She then talks about the fact that you don't need to experiment, but this is wrong. First, you don't point me to the moves that these so-called problems are. Second, there is a decay meter in the game, meaning that every time you use it over and over again, it gives you less points. And third, strong attacks have always helped the style meter. If you do a ton of damage with Royal Guard or a heavy weapon, the style meter goes up a lot. Damage in the style meter means a lot.
Some you'll encounter happen to be color-coded, only taking damage and stagger from specific demon or angel weapons. The Hell and Frost Knights, the Ghost and Blood Rage variants are some of the various color-coded enemies. These guys really suck on your first playthrough. A lot of the time when they show up in the early game, you'll most likely only have one of each colored weapon and not many attacks to go with them. This is obviously super restrictive from a basic gameplay standpoint. You'll be painfully mashing out the same attacks until they die, killing the fun and flow of combat. Once you've got a few playthroughs under your belt, this problem is somewhat alleviated but not entirely taken care of. Even if you have every single unlockable skill for every weapon, the basic hack and slash gameplay formula is still being limited. You can't really experiment with these types of enemies. The game is literally stopping you in your tracks and telling you you have to play a certain way, which totally sucks. Imagine crafting a carefully curated combo that involves all of Dante's weapons. Well, if one of these guys shows up, have fun putting all of your hard work on the shelf for a while until you flowchart these guys to death.
Alright, here we go. I'm about to defend one of the biggest criticisms against the game. So let's fall into this. The argument that is used over and over again is the fact that it limits you. But I argue that it does the opposite. But first, if the player played DMC3 and only used Rebellion, Evanry and Ivory, and Trickster, what's stopping them? That's the problem. DMC has a lot of options, but it's never really strongly recommended to use a certain kit, style, weapons, or guns. Sure, A&R work well against spiders, and Cerberus works well against the last enemy type, but these in the greater scheme of things are small changes, so much so that people will barely notice it. That's the point. The game wants you to use and play as much as the game as possible, so having this linear focus isn't helpful. But here, let me explain. We're not just talking about the average player, we're talking about the Escapists of the world. If you haven't seen it yet, the Escapist boldface mentions that all he does is stinger, uppercut, and a couple of basic air combos. But the color-coded enemies forced him to go outside his comfort zone. Even though he didn't want to put the effort in, he had to change. Now he understands more about the combat than he did before. Am I saying the color-coded enemies are good? No. Rather, I like how it's done in DE. But using different weapons for certain enemies is a good idea. One, I think that DMC should do more, not to the point where your weapon should bounce off, but a strong weapon that is better than others. But let's just say it's a bad thing for the game. I'm going to pull a whataboutism here, but there's a reason for it. In past DMC games, you absolutely had your options limited in combat. Remember the enemy type that would attach itself to scarecrows, hitting you at random points? Remember the enemy type that would stay hidden in the walls and would attack you with no warning? Ah, the good old days. How about that for limiting? Even DMC3 has its problems. Remember the enemy you had to just walk around to attack? And the fattest one of all, remember the enemy where you couldn't even hit it if you were looking at it? Now that's limiting. But nobody ever mentions this. DMC has always struggled with enemy design. I'd say it's one of its biggest flaws in the series. So yes, I will take 2 weapons rather than some bullshit gimmick. And I'm not even mentioning half of the enemies.
That you can parry only using specific weapons, like Dante's fist weapon, Eric's, and Rebellion's overdrive slashes.
No, this is yet again false. You can parry with any weapon you choose. In DE, even the opposite colored weapon. So I have no idea where she got this idea from. She clearly needs to do her research.
Every single enemy around Dante floats in midair, encouraging you to start air comboing. The problem here is that DT doesn't last very long. So for a few seconds, Dante has this insane advantage against his foes, but can barely do anything creative that isn't just hooking himself up to them, spamming the same attacks until they die, and trying his best to hook his way to another enemy before the DT gauge runs out. You can obviously extend Devil Trigger with upgrades, but even then, DT doesn't last very long, even when you max out the meter.
I know it can feel like God mode, but there are a few clear ways to use this. You're right, the bar is key, but the way you're talking about it shows no understanding. Sure, the bar is quick, but it fits the game. If it would last as long as previous DMC games, it would be too powerful. Knowing how much is in the bar helps you understand what purpose it's for. Are you going to use it for healing? Are you going to use it to clear out as many enemies as quick as you can? Or are you going to use it to take care of a certain enemy? How much you have in the bar will be how effective it is. See, DT is more than just clearing enemies. It has a purpose, just like all the other previous games, but this game functions differently. Just like Roy said, DT is what you make of it.
The lock-on system in DE isn't as good as it should be. For one, it's not a real lock-on. Dante's stinger can be mapped to a lock-on directional input, like the older games, but his entire animation framework is exactly the same as DMC vanilla. Unlike the original DMCs, where when you locked on, Dante in those games was hard-focused on whichever enemy was in front of him, only being able to move forward, back, left, and right, allowing for those satisfying lock-on directional attacks. Here, it's more of a camera lock-on, which isn't inherently bad, it just doesn't jive with me personally.
Susie, stay out of this. You have no idea what you're talking about. But let's not all get worked up. Let's hear her out. Let's see what her reasoning for this statement is.
I'd rather stick to the non-lock-on options available here. It also gets really confusing because when I'm holding down a lock-on button in a DMC game, I expect things like the launcher and dodge to also act in the same way it originally did. But those things are still mapped to single button presses, so you're not getting a full DMC-like lock-on here. Still
All right, pause it.
single button.
What? But
Why?
like, that's a personal thing. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
I was literally
expected
just
it.
going to say that. That is literally a personal problem. That
Yeah.
is you getting confused.
Then play the game more. Fix
Yeah.
your issue right there. You just get used to that system. If you don't like it personally because it feels different and you're not used to it, then maybe play the game more and then get used to it. That's the whole thing behind like muscle memory and like training your brain to do that. Like,
I understand the confusion coming from older games, but that is literally an accessibility issue with you.
woman, that's your problem. This problem goes away if 1, they just haven't played the last games, or 2, my personal favorite, they just played the game more. Why would you put this in your video? In isolation, it means nothing. So let me give you an example. A man dislikes something about DMC4. I miss A and R. They're gone in DMC4, and because of that, you're not getting the full DMC weapon experienced. Curse game, 0 out of 10, I shit my pants again. This point doesn't make any sense. Sure, there are parts to a review that are subjective, but your reasoning defines all logic. You know that... Never mind. Go back to copying and pasting points. I'd rather deal with that than whatever creepy nonsense this is.
It feels very janky, in my opinion. Whenever I play DE, I rarely take advantage of this new feature. I just default to using the assigned weapons, which totally sucks.
But she also doesn't like Definitive Edition's color-coded enemy mechanics.
Wait, how? But it fixed it. Wait, how?
Okay, so I'm gonna say something, and you guys probably won't like it.
No, just say it. Just say it.
She specifically states that it feels janky hitting them with non-color-coded weapons.
What?
And,
Wait. Do you like ice cream or not? Which one is it?
yeah, I don't understand it. Like,
wait,
so you want it to be fixed, but you don't like the fix?
That doesn't make any... Wait, that's like a completely contradictory statement.
Yeah.
If she's like, okay, like it doesn't work, it limits your combat, and then as soon as they do that, they let her do that, and then she's like, oh, it's janky. It's like, what? What do you mean? That fixed the system. That fixed the problem that you were directly talking about. That,
Yeah.
oh my god. That's...
I kind of understand where she's coming from, but not entirely.
I'm going to explode. There are 3 major problems with this statement. 1, what does jank mean? I would say the use of the word of jank means off to me. Not the worst word or anything, just odd when you place it. Jank also sounds like something is misplaced, but actually the definition says it's extremely poor. So my question is, does she think that this changes it? Before, I thought she overall thought that she was okay with the change, but just had problems with it. While here, if she's saying it bad, then how so? You specifically state the fact that no lock-on is bad and should give you options, but your wording goes against that. 2, why doesn't she take advantage of the change? Why not? In facing off in DE, there are a ton of times where I switched over to the opposite weapon to do more damage or different change, whether it be when facing off with a blue enemy and need more damage, or when facing off a red enemy to do more consistent damage. Either way, I take full advantage of this, and so should everybody. Style truly is understanding the enemy types of the game, then using it as much as possible. 3, I think she's yet again being a hypocrite here because the reason she thinks it's bad is the same reason DMD is in all the other DMC games. I think the reason she's talking about jank is because you can't stagger the enemies with other coded weapons. DMC3, DMC4, and DMC5 have the same thing for D&D, except there it stops the staggering, period.
It being one of my favorite video game franchises and all.
My ass. This is what I'm talking about. This is a massive cognitive dissonance here. Like the use of stagger in enemy design. Other games exist when talking about the negatives, but when the positives come up in previous games, it just disappears. It comes off incredibly bad faith. Let's face it, no matter how this game would have turned out, the reaction would have been the exact same. And these videos don't prove me wrong otherwise.
Must Style mode sees Dante only dealing damage with a high enough style rank. This mode really is for true Devil May Cry legends.
No, the style meter is not the end of the world. Sure, the bar is great and that all makes for good gameplay, but at the end of the day, that's not what makes the game. The tech, the combos, the chaining, the weapons, the guns, the styles. This is what makes DMC better than the other action games, not the stupid style system. Now don't get me wrong, I like it, I think it's cute, but losing it isn't the end of the world.
This game released in 2013, which was still the era of cinematic games, so of course, some of that type of design finds itself in this Devil May Cry reboot.
Bro, these are a couple scenes at max that have the quote-unquote cinematic set pieces. Sure, missions like 1, 4, and the trade, but the rest barely have any set pieces. I still don't understand why people are focusing so much on this. Nobody has even explained why it's bad. They just show it and then they go, well, it's bad. I get the point what you're trying to get across, but the execution isn't there.
Is it as good or memorable as some of the previous DMC games? I personally don't think so, but the gameplay is fun, and that's kind of all it has to be, right?
Call me old-fashioned, but seeing so many videos on the reboot, every time they say the gameplay is good, I believe them less and less. Besides, I would like a bit more details to how she reached this conclusion.
In this version of Devil May Cry, we play as Dante, a half-demon, angel, Nephilim, who's slumming it big time, living out of a trailer at a theme park. This game quickly shows us how cool Dante is by showing him partying, he's drinking beers, he's smoking.
He drinks at the beginning of the game, sure, but this Dante never smokes. I thought you of all people would know that since you mentioned how different those Dantes are. Sure, you could be talking about the new overall Dante, but she needs to expand on that for this statement to be correct.
A lot of it feels like missed opportunities to actually tell some interesting real-world stories through the lens of Devil May Cry. A lot of what happens is also pretty cringeworthy.
That's it. She said the word. SWAT, get her!
They're not in yet. I gotta get to them first. Can you... This.
Heads on your head! Face down!
Cat, get out of sight!
He's running! Get him! No!
For me, all of the characters are unlikable. There isn't a single person in this story that I identified with or really cared about.
Let me guess. She'll show me little to no evidence, or even fair evidence. How boring.
The humor feels like something out of an early 2000s edgy action movie, which often clashes with the darker aesthetic this game forgets it's going for most of the time.
What darker aesthetic? If anything, this game is more grounded, but that's not darker. How is this game dark? You need to show examples, but the only example you show during this line is when Cat gets captured. But how does it clash with the aesthetic every time Cat has a scene after this point? It's pretty serious. Then if there is a scene that is more silly, it usually has an in-between scene to make as a transition for the player to one scene to the next. But Cat has never been treated like a joke. Maybe if you really stretched it, you could show the ending scene. But that's when all the conflict is over, so it's not jarring. So again, I ask, where is the darker aesthetic you mentioned? The only thing you show editing-wise is Cat being taken, but as we've gone over, that doesn't work. So let's look over this in a bit more detail, since her editing doesn't really take her this far. What parts of DMC Devil May Cry have this so-called darker aesthetic? Dante's backstory can be what she's talking about, but even then, that's just for backstory. For instance, Hot Fuzz, the protagonist has quite the serious backstory, but the rest of the movie is comedy. That doesn't mean the tone clashes, it's just the backstory that is there nearly solely to set up for the character. And we can say the same thing about Cat's backstory as well. Maybe the SWAT scene, but the SWAT was necessary for the story. Before that, they took down Mundus' greatest demons. So it was a consequence to their actions, so it needed to happen for them to have stakes as well. The last thing I can think of is where Mundus and Vergil reveal their true selves, but nothing about these is dark. Sure, their actions are messed up, but at the end of the day, they are the antagonist, and they never go too far in the quote-unquote dark way. So Susie, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The only thing that I can think of, and I mean the only thing, is the first trailer, but the tone of that video isn't in the game, and you admit that, so... We have 40 minutes of this video, and the explanations so far have been dog shit.
Reboot Dante is probably the most unlikable action game protagonist of all time. From scene 1 all the way to the end, he annoyed me. He's so mean to basically everyone at all times.
I want you to bring examples of where he was mean to literally everybody.
Okay.
Well, even then, most of them are justified. Like, 90% of them are justified. Like, he was being mean at first to Kat and, like, certain other people, but and then he learned to grow out of it. It's almost like it's a part of an arc, guys. Can you believe that?
Dante, mostly, what you get from him is interacting with demons and things he just doesn't like.
Yeah.
He thinks demons are scum the entire time through it, until he meets Phineas, which she has yet to mention, by the way.
We've been over the unlikable stuff. It doesn't work. A character is up to you. However, arcs and character actions are way more solid than likability ever will be. Example, I love Good Time. It's one of my most favorite movies of all time. The main character is completely unlikable and does some really shitty and bad things. But a little bit of the humanity humanizes him in a way that makes him feel like a real person trying to save his brother. Everybody that has a sibling at least understands this in some way. And it's the only good thing he does. So yes, he's not a likable character, but at the end of the day, a likable character isn't a sign of a good character. Now the next thing she says really annoys me to no end. He's just mean all the time. At the beginning of the game, yes, but over time he grows out of this. As seen in the car scene, in the scene where Kat gets captured, in the trade scene, in the payoff to the I don't give a shit line at the end of the final scene, there are all so many scenes to choose from, and you talk about none of these. Him being mean is a part of the character arc. It's literally a part of the arc. How do you miss it? Did you skip the cutscenes or something?
Whenever I replay this game, I always skip every cutscene.
Oh, yeah.
His humor is the most mixed bag I've ever seen. Sometimes the jokes hit.
The worst of them is Dante. The whole world would benefit greatly by his non-existence.
I'm taking you off the air.
Most of the times they miss.
So which one of you fat asses wants to be Limbo's biggest loser? Congratulations. You win.
And occasionally, a joke will miss so hard that it loops all the way back around and becomes a hit.
What in the shitting hell is going on here?
Will they ever explain why the joke is bad? Well, I can only dream.
This Dante never seems like he's having fun with any of the bosses in this game either. He's just shitty to them.
What do you mean? Dante is having fun all the time. The talk with the Succubus, Bob, and Lilith all show this. Even the non-boss fights show that he does this as well. Boy, I can't wait for the hard-hitting evidence here.
But I really wish NT just followed through with how this Dante was first presented to us. A quiet, dark loner who, yes, smokes cigarettes. I dream of a world where I can play a DMC Devil May Cry, where Dante is like a thoughtful, quiet person.
Susie, wake up. We're not in 2011 anymore. That video was more than 11 years ago. Stop talking about him. Sure, I love to see that game/Dante, but comparing him to 2013 Dante to a Dante that only has one video is completely unfair. That's like comparing the DMC4 trailer Dante to the Dante we got. Either way, it's not fair. It's completely unfair to compare this version of Dante that's not even out. Wow, that's some good stuff there. I believe comparing DMC Devil May Cry to the old Dante was unfair, but man, this takes it to a whole new level.
Can you imagine if like Kat or Vergil were like, hey Dante, maybe quit smoking, it's bad for you. And at the start he doesn't listen, but as he grows into a real devil hunting savior of humanity, he begins to smoke less and eventually quits. You know, a cute detail that would humanize this totally weird protagonist. Oh well, my dreams mean nothing.
This already happens in the game. At the beginning of the game, Dante says he doesn't give a shit. Then at the end, he admits that he does. Bingo! And just like that, we found our humanizing thing that is simple but effective. It is literally that simple. Why couldn't you pick up on this before?
Whenever I replay this game, I always skip every cutscene.
Oh, sorry. I forgot, my bad.
Unfortunately, in the final game, she's really boring, and it's hard for me to care about the things she goes through. Even though her and Dante don't really get a lot of relationship progression throughout the story, they do work as a team, and a lot of the time their interactions boil down to, "Whoa, you went through some crazy stuff as a kid. Whoa." And that's it.
Look, I get it. Kat isn't the deepest character, but saying that, she has a lot of good things to her. Kat did a lot for the heavy lifting throughout the story, helping them get out of certain situations and for holding them out while being tortured. Kat time and again put her life on the line for humanity, and her backstory defines her character. She had a lot happen to her, but chose to try and save the world anyway. If I had to sum her up as a character, I'd say willpower, I think. Boiling it down to the scene as,
"Whoa, you went through some crazy stuff as a kid. Whoa." And that's it.
Is unfair. If I were to do that to Lady, that would certainly be unfair to the character. But how is this character forced to you? It's not like she's a playable character or the end-all be-all. Sure, she's useful.
Useful?
Sorry, Kat. Is an important character, but not as important as Mundus or Vergil. So how is she forced?
Like, the Bill O'Reilly memes are right in your face and are fantastic, but there isn't enough street-level character to really flesh out the game's world.
Huh? You don't think that Dante's a street-level character? He literally lives in a trailer, grew up as an orphan, and is poor. How is that not street-level enough for you? The better question is why? Why do you need a street-level character to understand the positions of power? Showing in all forms of storytelling can be done at all times, sometimes with the littlest intent. A good example of this would be the first cutscene in the game, where Mundus literally controls the president through debt, and there is no need to have a street-level character for that.
I wish there was more of this type of police drama throughout the story. We don't even get a name for the city we're in, or the police department that's doing this raid.
Why? What? How? Huh? Why do you need to... How is this even... Okay. Alright, just give me a second here. She just basically wants it to be police brutality, the game. It's basically, she is literally creating what she wants the game to be, and then because it didn't meet those standards, she's like creating, like, she's not, okay, so if you want to provide a solution to an issue, you first have to show the problem. Ralph the Movie Maker did the same thing as well. In Ralph's review of Joker, he does the same thing with the therapist. What Ralph and Susie don't understand is that more depth is good, but filler isn't. The story of the game needs to have two things. One, furthers the conflict between Dante and Mundus, and two, furthers the characters. That's it. How does the name of the police and the location help with those two things? Every single cutscene in this game does these two things. Backstory is for the character, the Bob is for the conflict, Phineas is for both. Every scene has a purpose. Why would the police and the location matter to the game? It just isn't necessary.
An extra level that maybe showed off how the police operate in this demon-infested government would have helped make the surveillance state idea stand out even more.
No, we don't. We already have Mission 4, that's all we need. It establishes what we need to know about the world and how it works. Another mission isn't what we need. But tell me, Susie, what would you add? Because there is no reason to add something here. We already know how the cameras work, we already know how Mundus controls them. What else do we need? So let me give Foxcade some credit here. The reason why he made fanfic about the Dreamrunner is very different from Susie's fanfic. Fox made the claim that the Dreamrunner was more of a rival than Vergil, due to the Dreamrunner facing off against Dante more than Vergil. So because of this fact, if the Dreamrunner was connected to Vergil, this would greatly benefit the game. So this fanfic makes sense. However, Susie doesn't. She skipped the part about why not knowing the police's name and went straight into the fanfic. But she needs to demonstrate why the original is a problem and show good facts about why. You need these things to make a proper change to the story. So yes, fanfic is fine, but you need a reasoning for it.
After this, you don't trust Vergil anymore, right? Lilith and her baby are villains, yes, but what Vergil did is pretty messed up, right guys? God, look at Vergil's car. There's a giant V on the grille. Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Vergil Mobile.
That wasn't just a turn, that was a 360 style spin. That's schizo shit right there. Okay, there are two reasons why she made this statement. She was meaning to bring up the sniper scene and the V-Mobile, but she wrote it in the scripts and kind of blurred it in between, where she doesn't properly separate the two. Or two, she's trying to make a point that somehow the V-Mobile is bad, and it's not like the game is actively calling attention to the V in the design, it's just a small detail. I don't even understand why you would make a deal out of this. Even if this is the point you're trying to make, then please elaborate more by what you mean, because this reaction from most viewers is going to be confusion, like we were.
No, that's not the point.
To you,
I would like to point out.
Is she parodying herself? I don't get. Like,
I would like to point out that this serves no purpose in the script.
Yeah, the Vergil Mobile has no point in terms of like overall storytelling, so I don't know why she's bringing this up.
It's just a subreddit meme that I assume she saw and thought was funny.
And the way to make this point doesn't make sense either. Having to talk about one scene then switching over to another makes your point hard to understand unless you're directly trying to make a joke, which I doubt you're trying to do. Which in this shitting hell is wrong with this video, man? Susie, what the heck?
After you defeat Mundus, Vergil has a pretty sudden villain transformation, wanting to rule over and control the surviving humans.
Sphere Hunter, a second ago you mentioned what Vergil did at the trade was terrible, and was a sign of something bad. Now you're saying that the change is sudden, but you didn't notice that because you were too distracted by the V-Mobile. I feel like I'm talking to a baby.
Kat literally says to Dante and us that this Dante is the Dante.
No, that's not the point of the scene. I can understand a little bit why you think that way about the game, but it doesn't make any sense. When Kat is saying, you are Dante, she's talking about him in the world, the reason why he keeps on fighting. Dante just lost his brother in which he was going to kill him. There is a lot that happened to him in such little time. He defeated Mundus. He learned that his brother was evil. He was going to kill his brother. He realizes he needs to protect humanity, and in the end he leaves his brother. And his brother leaves him. That's a lot to happen to this character in a short amount of time. It's okay for him to feel lost, and Kat is trying to reassure him that he can continue forward. That is why he's Dante, to fight for humanity to the bitter end, to fight for what's right, even if that means that things can be sacrificed. And Kat helps him see this. So yes, it's a bit cheesy, but that's what the scene means. It's not being disrespectful to previous Dante, but rather this Dante coming to his own.
Like, did you notice how I barely mentioned Mundus? He hates women, he hates Dante, he has bald hair, and is an evil businessman. That's all of his character. This is the villain of the game, people.
You didn't talk about Mundus because you didn't want to, and boiling down the whole character to being bald, hating Dante, and hating women just doesn't make sense. This is Dante's ultimate conflict. He's literally fighting the one man that took everything from him. So beating him for Dante is overcoming the last goal in his life, and Mundus enslaving humanity, and Dante wants to change that. Beating Mundus is more than just taking down the bad guy. It's one of the key parts of Dante's character. And Mundus is more than just what you said. He has a clear goal for power and domination, to win at all cost. And his justification is the same as Vergil's. Mundus controls the world not just because he likes it, but because he sees it as the only way to keep humanity in check. Remember, in his eyes. Trying to strip the character away from everything he is in the story is kind of unfair. So I don't think he doesn't hate women. I don't know where that came from.
They mostly echo the same feelings I had when I first saw that video back in 2010. Man, this trailer doesn't feel anything like the game we got. I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from with this video.
At most, these have 3 likes, and that's your evidence for people liking emo Dante? Even that isn't very convincing. Okay, so let's play this out for a second. You can find a ton of these comments on the first DMC Devil May Cry trailer from 2011. The biggest one is the one with 743 likes. Now sure, you may see that as a lot, but that doesn't mean everybody wants that Dante. But seeing the whole community like it is extremely rare. If you look at any other DMC video, no matter who mentions it, or what they want to see, they don't care for that version of Dante, or anywhere else for that matter. Now sure, there are maybe some people out there that want to see that version of Dante, but that's extremely rare. If you look at any other DMC video, no one mentions that they want to see that version of Dante, or anywhere else for that matter. Maybe, and I mean maybe, you'll find 1 or 2 comments about it when somebody shares that version of Dante in concept art, but at the end of the day, not many people want to see that Dante. As a wise man once said,
"Oh, you're stupid, Susie."
That's terrible. Like, wow, that was bad. Let's start off with the evidence she used in the video. Every time she made a claim in this video, it was nearly all false. She never showed the gameplay or footage of her demonstrating how and what works. The stinger input, for example. Something that needs to show proper footage, yet she just doesn't do that. She never shows proof of said something she has. That's like your whole backbone to an analysis. Her take on the changes to DE is like a punch to the face. Every gameplay change in DE is great. Not because it gave us new stuff, but because it fixed old stuff. Everything that had a problem in the original game has been fixed in DE. So you're going to have to use some pretty hard-hitting evidence to say that these changes are bad. And her point is that it doesn't feel like any other DMC games. Seriously? What makes you think I give a shit? That point is personal and it doesn't make an impact on a well-founded level. But if I were to say like, I like it because it feels different than the other DMC games, that statement is just as valid. All of these DMC games have something different, so different controls and styles of play will change too. And that's okay, but your point is nonsense, and that's not even mentioning your take on the color-coded enemies. Then we have your take on the story, which was just awful. Your take on Dante is just wrong. You said he's the worst action game character of all time, and completely don't talk about his arc or his change. You're like ignoring 90% of the character, then saying he's bad. It's almost like you, don't do it, Editing Splitter. Don't play that clip.
Whenever I replay this game, I always skip every cutscene.
Well, sorry guys, I tried. Her points that she made on the police came out of nowhere and made no sense. So I'm torn on this video. No, the quality of shit, I know that. But what I'm torn on is the gameplay or story. Which one's worse? For the gameplay, she'll tell me a problem but won't show it, and for the story, she'll just make up problems. At the end of the day, this was a really bad video on DMC Devil May Cry. At the core of it, I don't think it's what actually is in the game that matters to her. Her whole point of the video was that the reveal trailer was better. But Susie, if you can hear me, it's okay to think that DMC would have been better that way. I could look at the concept art all the time and wonder what this game could be on isolation. But that Dante is dead and gone. You have to accept the reality that we may never see that Dante again, and that's okay, because you can't make bad points and then hide behind that. It's just not fair to the game. But it's okay to want that Dante, but you need to understand if you want to give that Dante a chance, then you have to give this game a chance too. The enemy types. Dreamrunner. Intro. Alright, it's time to talk about the enemy types in this game, in a very quick fashion. Honestly, I think most of the enemy types are pretty great, but in order to know, we must see what lies beyond. Note, I won't be talking about the first enemy or the elite version of it, due to how basic it is. Revenger. This chainsaw-wielding maniac is one of the best enemy types in the game, with an added DT to go along with it. They can use this state whenever they're attacking, which means you can't knock them back. But there are ways to knock them out of this state. Round Trip and a charged up Eric's will do the trick quite well. And on top of this, the sound that they make is truly dreadful. Overall fun and great to play against. Even DMC5 took influence from it. Pathos. These flying rats will get in your way pretty often. On their own, they're easy to take care of. However, dealing with other enemies becomes a problem. So the quicker you take them out, the better. They basically are just normal flying types for enemies. Harpies. Unlike the Pathos, Harpies are hard to deal with. They can't be defeated easily with the claw. In order to bring them down, you need to shoot them. Then you can get to them. However, due to their health bar, they can take quite a bit of damage. When you go after them, you need to do it fast. But the main weakness that they have is that they can only shoot one at a time, meaning that they can be easily dodged. Overall, It was an interesting time. They can be annoying, but knowing how to deal with them is the first step. Tyrant. The Tyrant is the first big enemy we fight. Just like the Ravager, it has a DT. On top of that, it can charge and jump after you, making this foe extremely dangerous. But there is one weakness. In its back lies the key to victory. You can hit, pull, or shoot to take it down. In this state, you can do anything you like. You can launch it into the air or unload all the combos you have on it. But be careful, because as soon as it gets back up, it will use DT, and its DT can last a while. Good enemy type. Rage. The next one up is Rage. Rages can be hard to understand at first. You can't keep them in the air, their moves are quite quick, and their DT is pretty long. But you can deal with them. If you have Ricochet, use it. And as long as you keep your distance and attack when need be, you'll be fine. Knights. The Knights are really simple. They are a normal enemy type, but with a shield. Witch. The Witch is quite an interesting enemy, not just for this game, but for the series. This is the first and only support enemy type. This enemy can shield other enemies, so the Witch is the #1 priority. It's very important that you reach it before the shields on other enemies, and there are a few ways to do it. 1, you can use the angel weapons attacks to take down her shield, or 2, you can wait for her to shoot projectiles and parry them and knock them back against her shield. You need to be careful when fighting it. Not paying attention will be the death of you. Butcher. The Butcher is yet again another big enemy type. It has saws for arms and can rip you to pieces if you're not careful, so you need to jump when need be. His main attacks are hard to dodge, so the other thing you need to do is parry all the projectiles that he throws at you. Every time you land a parry, it weakens him in a state and will stand still for you. In this moment, you need to give everything you got, because if it gets up or its health is less than 1/4, it will use its DT. And if you want to juggle him in the air, go for it. Overall, great enemy. Dreamrunner. Alright, let's talk about the most overhyped enemy type in the game. The Dreamrunner is great. Every move can be parried, and his attacks are lightning quick and strong, and can hit you all the way from
Mày chửi thầy tao bắn mày liền á. Ủa tao bắn mày á. Mày tưởng tao có súng hả? Tao bắn mày á. Có súng đây nè.
China. Even your bullets do nothing against him. A lot of people say that he's the best, not for the reasons that I've stated. They mostly like him because he's hard. And I don't think that's a proper reason why. And the reason why he's overhyped is that he doesn't have a weakness unlike many other enemy types. The only thing I can think of is parrying, but even then you have to wait. Hard doesn't equal good, but that doesn't matter because it's still a good enemy. Just a bit overhyped. Color-coded enemies. I've already talked about it in my Sphere Hunter section, but let's go over it again. The color-coded enemies forces you to go outside of your comfort zone, and I'm saying that the color-coded enemies are good? Are they? No, rather how they're done in DE, but using those different weapons for certain enemies is a good idea. One, I think that DMC should do more. Not to the point where your weapons bounce off, but some weapons that are better than others. By having you go outside your comfort zone, you know that you need to use said colored weapons. This is something that puts you in a position to use the limits of your tools and work with them. Is it great? No, I wouldn't go that far, but I think there are some upsides that people are looking over. And in total, there are only 2 types of enemies that are color-coded. Other than that, that's it. These weapons shouldn't be looked at as their own, but rather in the context of full. Conclusion. In total, not a lot of people like the enemies in this game, but I honestly think it's the most underrated. Sure, there are some color-coded enemies, but also butchers, witches, and dreamrunners. The most frustrating part about all this is that older DMC games had a lot of gimmick enemies that you had to work through. But in DMC Devil May Cry, that's not the case. The only gimmick is the color-coded enemies, but even then, there is more than just a gimmick. I think DMC has always struggled to make enemies in a way that's fair, but also challenging, so they have to do a weird balancing act. Sometimes it works, and most of the time it doesn't, just like the Blitz. But since Ninja Theory wanted to start from a blank slate, this is all thrown out, giving the enemies weaknesses and key ideas of their gameplay. The fact that you can juggle nearly every enemy in this game is amazing. This even goes from big enemy types as well. Overall, I think that the enemies in DMC Devil May Cry are stronger than people think, and some are on one note, but most have more to it, the key points of interest, and since every enemy is in a category, it leaves for a lot more interesting fights with multiple different enemies at once. So let's... Sorry, my bad. That was me having to actually explain the fact that DMC Devil May Cry is better than DMC 2. There's an actual people out there that hold this position. I'll get to why at the end of this section. So to know going in, I'm not a fan of DMC 2. Its use of characters isn't great. I don't like the gameplay or the levels. Bosses are a joke, and so on and so forth. But for some people, honestly think that DMC 2 is better somehow. So I'll prove them wrong. Gameplay. Okay, so let's start off with gameplay. Gameplay is one of the easiest slam dunks for DMC Devil May Cry. In DMC 2, your gameplay is heavily limited. You have a melee weapon, guns, dodge, jump, and DT, and that's about it. While in DMC Devil May Cry, you have far more options and moves. Each weapon in DMC 2 is barely different, while in DMC Devil May Cry, every weapon means something to you, whether you like it or not. It has a purpose. While in DMC 2, there is barely a difference. All this means that your combo pool is heavily limited. The only thing that DMC 2 has that's groundbreaking is that it lets you flip guns on the fly. But in DMC Devil May Cry, you can do this already with the guns and the weapons and the modes. DMC 2 has nothing on that. Now, the only good thing that DMC 2 has is the DT customization. So yes, that's one thing DMC 2 has over DMC Devil May Cry. But I'm not done yet. So we've established that DMC Devil May Cry Dante beats the combo pool, but what about the raw gameplay? Sure, DMC Devil May Cry is easy, but it's not brain dead. Some of the things that you do in the game challenges you. Some of the enemies are bosses. However, in DMC 2's normal moves and mode, the enemies are flat out broken, either if they serve no purpose or just there to annoy you like the vultures. They don't stand out due to most of them having similar attacks. Playing the game on hard mode, not because I like the challenge, but because the game is actually playable that way. Which DMC Devil May Cry doesn't even come close to having this problem. Also, let's talk about the guns in DMC 2. In DMC 2, the guns are overpowered. They can juggle multiple enemies even in the air, even if they start out on the ground. Most of the enemies and bosses are either 1, too far away for you to hit, or 2, have moves that are too risky to get up and close. So the guns are your best option nearly every time. DMC Devil May Cry doesn't have this problem. The weapons may have 1 or 2 overpowered moves, but overall the game is balanced, and I can't say the same thing about that for DMC 2. So yeah, DMC Devil May Cry clears in nearly every way. Story. Okay, let's talk about the thing that most people hate about this section. I don't like DMC 2's Dante. Hypocrite, LMAO, hypocrite. Hold on. It's not for the reasons that you think. Dante being serious is actually just fine with me. In canon, it doesn't make much sense, but honestly, I've never cared too much about the canon in most media because most new things can tend to be better than the old ones, so I try not to judge based off that. It doesn't mean it isn't a problem, it just doesn't bother me as much. The problem with Dante in DMC 2 is the fact that Dante has no purpose in the story. He doesn't go through much of an arc, nothing really has been revealed about Dante that doesn't put him in an interesting light. He's not certainly into fascinating or compelling this time around, so I'm left with a character I just don't want to be around through the whole story since there's so little effort put into his character. So the main protagonist is a serious issue. And DMC Devil May Cry just doesn't have this issue. Look, you can say all you want about Dante and DMC Devil May Cry, like the dialogue or him being edgy, which I heavily disagree with, but for the sake of the argument, let's put that into the field. Dante has a really good arc in this game. There is clear payoffs and clear moments that you put the dots together to make a character that fully grows throughout the story. While Dante in DMC 2 has none of that. But what about Lucia? Lucia is quite a decent character. Not great, but decent. She has an arc in a way and is good. But the problem is her arc is a bit one-dimensional. While Cat and Vergil are a bit more fleshed out due to how much time they have, while Lucia in the campaign is short-lived. So the character in DMC Devil May Cry are better. But I think that overall the story of DMC 2 isn't appealing. Mundus, Bob, Escapist, and Vergil all have interesting designs and dialogue that give them purpose. Most of the bosses don't even have this, some barely even have lines at all, and the themes of DMC2 are... hold on. Oh, hold on, I'm checking my notes here. Oh yeah, nothing at all. While DMC Devil May Cry has political stuff on the surface, but the deeper you go, it's more about a story of humanity and what to do about it. DMC2 doesn't have any of that, so yeah, the story of DMC Devil May Cry is much better. Sorry I didn't talk all that much about Arias, but I don't think there's much to talk about. Music and atmosphere. This one I don't even have to try. The atmosphere in DMC2 is piss poor. Everything is either gray or black. Nothing about this world stands out. Everything seems lifeless and dull. While DMC Devil May Cry has lots of use of interesting color and use of level looking differently and sounding differently as well. Speaking of which, the music in DMC2 is really bad, man. There is no life or lyrics. It's just the same soulless theme played over and over again. While in DMC Devil May Cry, Home Truth and Gimme Death Race clears nearly every song on its own. So why do some people think this? Well, there are two big reasons. Because 1, they hate DMC Devil May Cry so much that they think DMC2 is better. For those people, I'd say L plus ratio. Wrong again. And there are a second group that just try to defend DMC2 just because they like the game. And to those people, I say, I get it. I get it 100%. To have a group of opinion that the game is bad and it's hard to deal with. But pick your battles. If you want to compare DMC3 to DMC Devil May Cry, fighting tooth and nail over this probably isn't the smartest decision. Because at the end of the day, DMC3 is better. But comparing the game that is overall has certain elements gives it a lot more ground. So it's okay if you like DMC2, but understanding that there are certain battles worth fighting. But I don't mind hearing your opinion, even though I may disagree. So I'm not doing this out of malice, even though it started off that way. I'm doing this because I'm defending my game just like you're defending yours. This one's quite interesting. This one is probably the biggest influence on DMC Devil May Cry, with more than 1 million views currently. In fact, you can trace back near all the arguments to GamingBrit. That's why I want to cover this video last, to see where it all went wrong. I also had a little help. Enjoy.
Hey, you know the most iconic hack-and-slash franchise of all time? Yeah, the one with the campy story, carefree action, and lovable protagonist? How about we reboot it as a try-hard Orwellian wobfest starring one of the most insufferable, obnoxious douchebags you ever laid eyes on?
The narrative here is that Dante was an asshole too in his own way, and the same thing could be applied to Nero. The very nature of DMC is to be rude to other demons at all times, and this Dante does it in his own way. Besides, like many of you before and always after, forget that the asshole part of Dante is for an arc. How many times do I have to say it to make you guys understand? If we have a character that's closed off from others and her arc was growing out of this, why would you say being closed off is a bad thing for her character? But of course, that's because of the wave you try to emulate and in certain ways create. And let me explain the tight writing to you guys once again. Edgy is a tone, not a point against the game. Would it be fair to call all hopeful games to be too bright? Because that's simply, you don't like the tone? Of course not. A tone is only a certain way to categorize this story, not the end of the stick.
So yeah, before you ask, there isn't actually a Devil May Cry in DMC Devil May Cry. Only lame people run their own businesses.
Buddy, I think you're all mixed up here. This game takes place before Dante even has the business. If this were to take place on a timeline, it would be before DMC3, meaning no DMC yet.
It's when I'm not just expected to think this talking skid mark is a cool guy I should sympathize with, but also that he is somehow an improvement on the Dante of the previous games where problems start arising.
Who said that Dante is supposed to be an improvement? Nobody said that. Tameem didn't say this. Capcom didn't say this. Your mom when I was banging her last night didn't. Okay, whatever. Point being, nobody said that this was trying to improve Dante, but rather be a more modern take on it, just like past versions of Dante. But how are there problems when Dante's past is brought out to play here? DMC 4, 1, and 2, Dante didn't even go through an arc, and weren't even known for their complex stories. DMC 4 is literally the beach episode of anime. The only game with a complex story in the past games is DMC 3. But that works for a variety of reasons.
Hobo Dante said a naughty word. What a badass.
Fuck you!
On this homework assignment, I'm giving you an F because you didn't explain why it's bad. Just like none of you have done before. The closest I've seen to this is my favorite son, but even he didn't do a good job. I can't believe that further influencers and the DMC fans would fall for this without even having a proper reason why.
Because angels are in Devil May Cry now. At least we're told. I don't think I saw any in the actual game.
Yes, because the Demon King was in power and the angels lost their seat of power. But if we had the second game, I'm sure it would have brought in due to how well the game sets it up. But oh well.
When you played Devil May Cry and the difficulty was putting you on edge and you were on the verge of quitting, you remembered Dante. Would he give up? Would he stop in the face of peril? You can't let Dante down, because no matter what stands in his way, he fights till the end. Not for himself, but for his fellow humans. Because as part human himself, he has that humanity that separates him from his foes.
Oh my god, please kill me.
Good lord, who the fuck thinks that way?
You can't, first of all, you can't let Dante down. You don't
Who the fuck thinks that way? Dante
Even
won't
then-
give up, so I won't either! What are you, some kind of 12-year-old protagonist?
What? What does this even mean? What in the frickety fried fuck does this mean? This is solely an appeal to emotion. Nothing about this is grounded in anything. I can say the exact same thing about DMC Devil May Cry's version of Dante and it would have the same effect. Nothing like this has ever occurred to me, and it never will.
So okay, back up a bit. If there is no lock-on, how are dodges performed? Well, you see, dodge is now also a dedicated button, mapped to R1, and also L1.
Oh, great.
Sing it with me now. Change the controls. Hallelujah. Change the controls. If you're deaf or dumb, please understand you can change the controls on command. Just change the controls.
Now, even when the Devil May Cry games were doing odd things, I always felt that there was an effort to move the core gameplay forward, to build on what was previously done. DMC just dilutes it down to its basic mechanics and tries to sell us off some fairly crunchy feeling attack animations.
Tell me you haven't played the game because this makes no sense. The DMC combat is still there, it's just different and works with a newer taste. Take example gun cancelling. In previous games it was overshadowed by Royal Guard, while in DMC Devil May Cry it has room to breathe with nearly cutting full animations. In fact, things like dodges gets expanded upon here versus in DMC games. Sure, it's not the same, but it's just there, just changed a little bit. You know why, dear viewer, this bothers me so much? Because these are the same arguments used against DMC. Calling DMC button mashing while not understanding the system. If we want to call DMC a good game and an in-depth system, we have to explain why and vice versa. If we can't just look at the surface and say, yep, it's just made up of animations. Over time, due to how the internet works, nobody wants to apply the same standard to other stuff that we like or hate anymore. With the internet creating communities, it's a blessing, but mostly a curse onto discourse. So saying it dilutes the system down with little understanding annoys me. It's the same thing with DMC4. I don't love that game, but to wipe away all the depth and tech from it just isn't right.
Combat has been simplified to such a degree that the learning curve is basically gone.
Yeah, and for some people it is really hard, especially if it's their first one in the series. I've seen people struggle to play this game if it's their first one in the series. And I've spent, well, like 100 hours in this game, and I'm still learning things. I'm still trying to put different things together. I still get hit sometimes. It's like, I get that the original release of it was giving out triple S's a bit too easy. I get that, but also there's still so much that you can do to build on top of that that people don't really want to look into.
How? How is it gone? Just because the combat is easier to understand, that doesn't mean the depth is gone. Depth doesn't mean hard. Depth means has more than the surface.
And what does this remind you of?
Okay, in DMC2, it's designed so poorly that out of the gate, you can stay at a standstill and just shoot. Okay, in the reboot, you have to launch them and just shoot. You can do that in any game. You can do it in 1, you can do it in 2, you can do it in 3, you can do it in 4, and you can do it in 5. So that point is completely invalid.
And what does this remind you of? And what does this remind you of? And what does this remind you of? Not only does this game look like a crappy movie cover, but the intensity of the colors actually started to cause my eyes to strain at times. Combine that with the wubtastic soundtrack, and I'll admit that I had to put the game down from time to time just to give my senses a rest.
Boo-hoo. Cry me a bloody river. You're a YouTuber that gets paid to talk about and play video games. And just because the music was loud and the visuals were more experimental, you had to put the game down? What a joke. Turn the brightness down or your volume down. This video has over 1 million views, and this is something that he actually thought was a good idea to put in his video. All because the game has too much for him. It's not because the gameplay was hard or because the story was too long. It's because the music was too loud. Wow. Honestly, wow.
The writing doesn't always sound awful, but when it's awful, it's pretty awful.
I will rip open his chest with my bare hands and feast on his beating heart.
What is wrong with this scene? It's not like we're talking about Lilith lines, but Mundus being a demon, just like past DMC games.
Where the once badass deified Sparta is revealed here to be a balding middle-aged man who decided to spend his time running away and hiding from the big bad mean Mundus instead of doing anything about it.
How is Sparta a badass? You don't even see him do anything.
We see him do like kung fu sword moves.
Oh
in
yeah,
front
that
of a
back
flame once.
that spinning back kick. That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kicked that nothing.
Okay, this will kill me. Sparta was never a deep character, and he never was from the start. He was just jump-starting the story, but was never focused on it. The only screen time this mother trucker has was a bug man with a 360 back kick at the start of DMC 1. Sparta is cool, but not a character, because that's as far as he goes. Now, can we say that his overall story connects with Dante? Which is true, but Sparta was never a true character. I think honestly people love to hear this idea of a story and fill in the blank of what they think of him, because not much is told about him. But since the reboot showed more human and weaker side of this Sparta, is somehow worse. Even though, just like OG Sparta, he's just there for background for the plot. Sparta isn't a deep character in both of these games, and that's okay because he doesn't need to be.
So, any improvements? Well, platforming, it works now. It's bland, it's very simplistic, but I must say it's probably the thing I most enjoyed out of this game. Just because it was a break from all the monotonous, dull combat. So
What?
What? Devil May Cry then?
I forgot about that. What?
Dude, oh my fucking god. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Holy shit.
The original series would be like, hey, go fight this guy. Okay, now walk into these like horribly like labyrinth-esque rooms and get lost a bunch of times, and then go take this thing and go put it in that other thing. Okay, and now go fight some other guys. Okay, now do this horrible platforming segment, and then go fight these guys, and then go into a different room that you've already been in, and then go fight these guys. Like, I'm sorry, how is this different?
This is painfully bad. He thinks that the combat that still has heavy elements from past games and is great in its own right is bad to such a degree where he thinks that the platforming sections are better. Just think about that. The platformings that have you use hooks to get from place to place is better than the main combat system that the whole series is based around. 1 million views, guys.
Can only assume we may never again see our crazy old friend.
Yeah, wow, that was cringe. I won't see Tim come back to play such an interesting character. Are you glad, Brit? You won. And I'm stuck here like a madman trying to explain the discourse and what went wrong when you get DMC 5. At least I have Hellblade. I will suffer, I will burn, let hate prevail, enslave my soul, but I'll never... Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry, guys. I really am. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Take it away, Splinter. Show me something that I missed along the way of this long journey. Of course, Splinter, but this will be the last time. Yeah, that was pretty bad. The one I can't get out of my head is the DMC2 callback. As Hollow explained, these two aren't connected. In DMC2, the guns are so good, meaning using them often works better than anything else, so comparing them doesn't even work. And the fact that he's in denial so much so that he believes that the platforming is better than the combat is baffling. No one has ever used this argument, and I can see why. But just to prove something to you, the color-coded enemies point. Dante as a character point, the dialogue point, and even the edgy thing. I want to take a second and look back on DMC Devil May Cry's criticism, how it evolved and decayed at the same time. Notice how this video didn't talk about the controversy, like other videos would. Notice how he didn't talk about the Vergil twist. I swear, nearly everybody talks about it nowadays, but during this time, that wasn't an argument yet. And it's sad that Gaming Brit contributed to this in a worse way. The one thing I can say about Gaming Brit in his defense is the fact that this video came out in 2013, so he was swept up by the wave. But also, in many ways, he created it. But I don't want to end this response on a bad note, so over time, Gaming Brit has lightened up about the game. He liked the changes in DE, he mentioned it positively in his review in God of War 2018, and in Metal Gear Rising vs. DMC Devil May Cry video, he admits that the gameplay of DMC was better because he went back to the game many times. While he doesn't like the game, seeing him come full circle is something good to see, so I'll end on that note instead. While I may have a short intro, I cannot say the same thing about my conclusion. In here, I'll cover nearly everything about the game in such a short amount of time. Remember, while I will cover many points that I've already made here, it's not as in-depth as my other sections. So go there if you want me to expand upon it. So let's get to it, there's a lot to cover. With this game's story, I honestly don't think the game is that deep. On the surface, it's a tale of a man trying to find himself and becoming a better person, whether it be through love or fights. I am skipping over a lot, but that's to get to this point. For some reason, when this game's story is talked about, a lot of people make out that DMC Devil May Cry's story should be super deep and should stand up to film and literature, when none of the other DMC games get this standard. Not to open that can of worms just yet, but DMC Devil May Cry's story is a good story. There is no denying that. The arc for Dante is fantastic, the themes of power and humanity is what makes a story worth coming back to. It's not a hard story to understand, and that's something that's okay. DMC doesn't need to have the deepest story. But the best way to compare the game's story is that it's a simple story but executed with near perfection. And that's why it's so good. And sadly, not many people see it that way. The OG DMC stories were just not executed overall well. DMC 3 is easily off the hook for this one because I think it's an amazing story. The other games, not so much. DMC 1 was more about showing cool things with little connecting it. And DMC 1 Dante had personality, yet lacks execution. DMC 2... a lot of that story was phoned in, and DMC 4 has a simple story, but the execution was bad and the story felt kind of pointless. And DMC 5 is very inconsistent. I love Nera's arc. Dante didn't really do much, and V's overall point was uninteresting due to the characters being based around a whole plot twist. But DMC Devil May Cry's story knows what it is and what it's trying to do and focuses on that. I know that DMC Devil May Cry's story is a bit on the edge, not many people like it, but if you shut out the noise and just watch it for what it is, you'll have a better experience. The gameplay of DMC Devil May Cry is the greatest strength the game has to offer. DMC Devil May Cry wanted to bring in new players with a system that can be easily understood and learn how to master the game over time. I think that DMC Devil May Cry did this very well. Each weapon has a certain skill that you need to use. With the simple to understand options, a player can pick up the game right up and know how to play it. There is a lot to the game, the tech, the gun cancelling, and more. I'm not going to say that it's better than previous games, it just has a different skill ceiling due to different mechanics. I love the chaining, I love the combos, the guns are underrated, and Angel and Demon mode could be expanded upon. But that's something I like about DMC Devil May Cry over the OG DMC. Dante and Vergil kind of have reached their end. What are they gonna do next? Give them another DT? Oh boy! Nero and DMC Devil May Cry could both reach higher heights over time. They may be good at first, but they can become better over the years. It took Dante 3 games just to reach his potential. I would love to see this gameplay system in some way. Prefer it to be its own thing this time around. I think it could really be for the best. And it's one of the best action games and the best Western action game. And it's a shame because the combat really clicks with me, and it made me want to play other action games. I'm sad that I may never see the system again. Music and atmosphere is something that I sadly didn't talk about until now, but let's briefly cover it now. The music is done by Combo Christ and Nausea. Combat Christ works on the battle soundtracks while Noisia focuses on the ambience. Combat Christ half is good. I love the Gimme Death Race and Zombie Fistfight. All of their tracks stick to some kind of core idea around the certain song. Buried Alive has this repeating quote, and Age of Mutation has a slow build up to the climax. I like Combat Christ, but I think Noisia, whatever, did a better job. With some of the tracks having sadness like Home Truths, The Trade which keeps you on edge, and The Lilith's Club that's a banger. So yeah, the music is great but could be better. The last thing I want to mention is the atmosphere. The atmosphere and the art direction is fantastic. Limbo has the perfect art style and with some really great colors and use of environments. I think most people will agree on that, so let's move on. There's a lot of question of who did what in DMC Devil May Cry's development. Some think that NT did most of the story while Insuno did a lot of the gameplay. Or it's the other way around. To be honest, I don't know exactly who did what. All we have is the final product. I have a strong feeling that NT wanted to make something closer to the OG series, but Capcom pushed their thumb to make them a reboot. And when they showed it off to the rest of the world, they got explosive backlash. In the end, we don't know who did what. If it was any other game, it would be more clear. There seems to be a lot that was cut from the game that I would love to see expanded upon, but you don't want to hear about that. You want to hear about the controversy. Ugh. The controversy has been talked about to death, and I absolutely hate it. Nothing about this moves the conversation forward. It's always the same thing. NT doesn't think Dante's cool, Dante's original look, the ladies of DMC, blah blah blah. It's so dull. Nobody just opens up with the game anymore. Everyone is just fixed on the quotes from years ago that even Tameem thinks differently about. In fact, I won't even give the quotes the light of day because they've been said 100 times before. Want more? Go to my Matt McMusles section. But if it seems like most people want to use ammo to build up to something, it's something that actually gives them the slant in the direction that they want. They don't actually want to try and play out the arguments in full. They'll just quote them, put them in mind, and say, hey, look, this quote isn't weird, isn't it a little bit disrespectful, and so on. I'm sick of this, and I'm moving on. There is no weight in any of this. This doesn't connect to the game. None of this ever did. So why even talk about it at all? When people talk about the story in this game, it just completely breaks their brain. I have never, and I mean never, seen arguments this bad for commentary on a character. So let's start off with Dante. This Dante is different, and that's okay. A reboot takes a certain element about the character and puts it in a different lens, and that's how Dante is different. And people are still hung up over the fact that it won't go any further. That's one of my biggest problems with the discourse, because funny haha man had a few good moments and that made the character lovable. And that's okay, there's nothing wrong with liking that version of Dante. But every time I want to go further into the conversation, it feels like there's a massive roadblock. Because they already like that version of Dante and nothing that you can do can stop that. So that's why there are so many surface level points. The only people that notice Dante even has an arc is Foxcade and maybe MangaKamen. Even J Reviews and Sphere Hunter denies that he has an arc at all. Bro, that's crazy. And this is all because the other versions of Dante they don't put any effort into talking about the arc. They're just stuck in the past and refuse to move forward. It's the sad part about how you look at DMC Dante's as his own. He's fantastic, his art is really great, and that's why I talk about it in my story section. I literally talk about it non-stop because Dante is always getting development in some way, making the character incredibly dimensional, with an interesting backstory that makes the character fascinating because of how well it builds the character on him. On him? Yeah. Man, I am just, I am nailing it today, wow. And with the character acting more natural, with less over-the-top scenes, Dante feels very grounded. But if I were to say that to people that I was responding to, their minds would literally explode because they can't even get that far. And to nail this point even harder, they don't even understand that that's the beginning of the game, and the reason why Dante is a jerk is because his arc and backstory. But because they don't understand the character, they'll clip scenes out of context.
But anytime the new Dante tries to do something cool or say something clever, it comes across as mean-spirited and as a result, off-putting.
It'll kill you. Don't draw attention. On your prom date, you ugly sack of shit.
Reboot Dante is probably the most unlikable action game protagonist of all time. From scene 1 all the way to the end, he annoyed me.
Now we have a half-demon, half-angel, potty-mouth teeny bopper.
I helped you back there.
I didn't ask for your help.
Interesting, isn't it? Nobody cares to do the character justice, like at all. So instead of breaking down the character or in interesting or constructive light, they'll never touch upon that because, guys, he's not like old Dante.
I hate the new Dante. Where before we had this light-hearted, pizza-loving, half-demon, devil-slayer mercenary who craved a good adventure and challenge.
Even then, his personality is too oppressive and sour to fit the character he's trying to be. Characters like this are so endearing because they're fun to watch and listen to.
Okay, the Dante in the previous game was a cartoon character, but he works perfectly as the protagonist that kind of action game needed. He was the carefree hero, the man unaffected by his dark past or troubles, capable of putting a stop to any evildoers in his path.
And it just lacks the charm that other Devil May Cry games had. That cheesy charm. People like watching the original Dante because they're so fun to watch and listen to. It's genuine.
They will never go deeper than that because they can't. It's impossible for them. They never would give Dante a chance because they never will. Here's a video literally called Why DMC Devil May Cry's Dante is a Bad Character came out before the game even released. He doesn't see the character arc because he never cared to. Dante was never given a fair chance because everyone already made up their mind. God, all of this was just on Dante and we're not even close to done with this. So let's talk about Vergil real quick. Vergil is a character that not many people understand. What I'm referring to specifically is the twist at the end of the game, which, to be honest, isn't much of a twist. Anybody that saw the train scene, the justification afterwards, and the first fight between Dante and Vergil, and the foreshadowing scene with Phineas, all shows that Vergil was hiding his true intentions. But people will flat out ignore this and rule it out completely, and their justification for this is always bad. The game was clearly built for this twist to happen, and ignoring all the signs is madness, and no, I will never stop using that line. Speaking of that line, it's a perfect example of why Vergil, in DMC Devil May Cry, was the bad guy from the beginning. The weirdest part is by far that everyone in this video has played the past DMC games, meaning they know that Vergil is the antagonist. So why they're confused is baffling. Remember, Vergil isn't the main antagonist like in DMC 3. So there is enough showing that he's a bad person, but also enough to show that he was an antagonist from the last game. So I don't understand why people can't wrap their heads around this. And the worst part is that most people in this video, but in particular Susie, talk about how messed up the plan scene was, and then talk about the Vergil twist completely being unexpected. Like, pick a lane. Then we have people reacting to Cat, which is just baffling. People will unironically die on this hill that Cat is the worst female representation. Not every character needs to be bursting with personality. Cat is a very closed off character from her past, but people will translate this as a cardboard cutout of a character when Cat is much better than that. One of the biggest reasons why Dante's arc works is because of Cat. Her going through so much yet pushing forward to be useful is not a cardboard cutout. We have multiple scenes of the writer just explaining her character, and about everybody will skip over it.
And a lot of the time their interactions boil down to, whoa, you went through some crazy stuff as a kid, whoa, and that's it.
No better example of this is Cat. You know, the cutout of a character whose character's traits are being kidnapped, abused, and jerking off squirrels.
Another new character, Cat, is completely weak and she's a half-hearted love interest for Dante. Her purpose is mainly to use her spray can filled with squirrel semen. Yes, squirrel semen.
This is yet again another instance of people skipping over character scenes and moments. So a great example is to talk about the flaws with the character is with Superman in Young Justice. In Young Justice, Superman frequently denies Superboy affection over and over again. This Superman should be caring, but instead of doing that, he is completely closed off with Superboy with no purposeful reason. The only time he gets over this is when Superboy saves the world, but this is a massive flaw with the character. And with editing, you know what scenes I'm talking about. I didn't jump over, I didn't ignore any scenes, I'm just showing the flaws with the character. The closest anyone has gotten to talking about Cat in this way is Foxcade, but that's because he comes in good faith. I can't say for others that talk about Cat. So overall, Cat, Dante, and Vergil are never put into a fair light. They are jumped over a ton of scenes just to get to the conclusion of what they want. Even if they use footage for the scenes that prove them wrong, they do it anyway. If you want to criticize a character, do it in a way you're not skipping over details. For you to bring down DMC Devil May Cry characters, you need more evidence than that. Are there contradictions with the character? Is the arc not satisfying? Does the character get character assassinated? Are there bad setups and payoffs? These are what make a core character. But nobody will ever talk about that, will they? Another thing that people don't want to talk about is Phineas and Mundus. Not a lot of people talk about these characters and what they mean for the story. Mundus is the driving force to make Dante a better person, someone who took his life away and gave him no sense of control. Phineas guides Dante and gives him a new perspective on how to look on demons and to awaken his true power. But nobody will ever talk about them in this way, or just not at all. But you know who they talk about aside from the main trio? Fucking Bob. It doesn't make any sense. Sure, he's funny, but he didn't do much more than that. And this is what I mean. The DMC community just gravitates to the shiniest thing rather than what's important to the game's story overall. I defend this for a long time, but the DMC community doesn't really understand the DMC story, because DMC has never had great stories. The community is a reflection of this, but the understanding of this game's story or lack any depth. Some don't even think Dante has an arc at all. And most of them don't even talk about Cat's backstory at all. Do you know how often people will use out-of-context clips just to make sure that they have ammo? Will they ever explain this? Of course not. Why would they? The story of DMC Devil May Cry isn't bad. Your understanding of it is. Now, people have surface-level takes when it comes to the story, but the gameplay, on the other hand, is absolutely wild. I've never heard the most chaotic shit than I have been talking about DMC Devil May Cry's gameplay. So let's start off with the most common ones and work our way down further into the most insane takes I've heard. The most common is that everybody agrees on is that the color-coded enemies. If I hear about the color-coded enemies one more time, I will shoot myself in the head. This has been fixed in DE, and it's been that way since DE came out in 2015. So what? You can't stagger them, but you can't stagger them in DMD either since DMC 3. Where were you guys when that happened? You can still hit the enemy. In fact, you can use this to your advantage by switching with other weapons. This teaches what Dante can do with Demon Mode and Angel Mode. In previous games, the player can just run with whatever and not even touch Dante's full kit. So the color-coded enemies pull you to understand Dante's arsenal. And if your argument is that limiting, just wait until you mess around with 3 and 4's enemy types. If you think that's limiting, try that. Nobody wants to bring this up. Another common point is DT in previous games. DT was different, with a large bar and a slight buff, while in DMC Devil May Cry the enemies are thrown into the air, but the bar goes down a lot quicker. This is the lens that many people hate. If you guessed that DE fixed this, you would be right. Will they ever acknowledge that?
Devil Trigger comes back once more after a certain point in the game, acting like it normally does, except time stops and enemies float in the air.
Dante gets increased power, speed, and armor, and all enemies just begin to float around him. This causes a huge issue in that Dante has to pull every enemy to him, or pull himself to every enemy.
If you use the hardcore mode, this problem goes away entirely. But just like the color-coded enemies, even though it's fixed in DE, they'll never mention the fix. Or will go into great length about the original game, and then talk about the fix as an afterthought.
Every single enemy around Dante floats in midair, encouraging you to start air comboing. The problem here is that DT doesn't last very long. So for a few seconds, Dante has this insane advantage against his foes, but can barely do anything creative that isn't just hooking himself up to them, spamming the same attacks until they die, and trying his best to hook his way to another enemy before the DT gauge runs out.
Another thing that they don't like about DE is the transformation. The DT is the look of OG Dante, and people of course hate it. But, you know, most of this was because of a cute fan service for the game. It was never a fuck you to old Dante, it was just showing that he's becoming Dante and developing to him over time. But did that stop the DMC fans?
First of all, not a big fan of how it looks. Dante's DT mode has always been a special part of the series. Past games would even see them bringing industry veterans on just to design that one look. Usually Dante touts a demonic form, steel armor covering his body, wings sprouting from his back, but here, his coat just turns red, his hair white, and the world changes color. It's like they regressed the character Dante as a whole and then expect you to be surprised that his final form is just OG Dante.
Oh, and he also gets the white hair and the red coat, just like old Dante. How cute!
Instead of giving him something unique, they recolored his hair and jacket to look like the original Dante's. They could have given him something really cool, and it might have been the bright side to an otherwise bad character, but they decided to throw that potential away for this.
The last major thing to cover is certain weapons. Some people think that only certain weapons help while others fall out of use. I think these points sound good at first look, but doesn't make much sense the more you think about it. The guns have their place due to the charge move. It's super helpful against other enemies, and with time right, all the weapons have their purpose. They all need each other to work. Like I talked about in my core gameplay section, each move has an opposite that plays really well into Dante's full kit that gives the player tons of options with fewer moves than previous games. Now let's get to the fun part. Sphere Hunter says so much dumb stuff in the little amount of time that she has. She said that DE color-coded enemies felt jank, even though before her main issue with the color-coded enemies couldn't be attacked with different weapons.
A lot of the time when they show up in the early game, you'll most likely only have one of each colored weapon and not many attacks to go with them. This is obviously super restrictive from a basic gameplay standpoint. You'll be painfully mashing out the same attacks until they die, killing the fun and flow of combat. Color-coded enemies taking damage from all weapons feels a little limp, unfortunately. While enemies can in fact take damage from all weapons now, they don't stagger like if you hit them with an appropriately colored weapon.
So Susie, pick a lane and keep with it. Just a minute, this was a really good change. Sure, you can't knock them back, but this is something that happens in DMD as well. Then she, yet again, does this with another mechanic of the gameplay. That would be the lock-on system. She then whines about there being no lock-on in the base game, but as soon as she gets it, she makes a terrible argument like this.
So once again, unlike the original games, Stinger is no longer a lock-on directional input. This time, Stingers are performed by tapping the movement stick twice in the direction of the enemy. So if an enemy is right in front of you, you have to press forward, and then the attack button to zoom in on said enemy. This is very cumbersome and doesn't feel good when you want to throw one of these things out in the middle of a combo. Dante in those games was hard focused on whichever enemy was in front of him, only being able to move forward, back, left, and right, allowing for those satisfying lock-on directional attacks. Here, it's more of a camera lock-on, which isn't inherently bad, it just doesn't jive with me personally. I'd rather stick to the non-lock-on options available here. It also gets really confusing because when I'm holding down a lock-on button in a DMC game, I expect things like the launcher and dodge to also act in the same way it originally did, but those things are still mapped to single button presses, so you're not getting a full DMC-like lock-on here.
What? So you don't have a certain animation for being in lock-on, and your problem is that? But how? And if anything, it's better due to the lock-on now giving you more freedom of movement instead of being stuck in an animation. But how is that bad? Then the last thing is something that Jay Reviews, Gaming Brit, and Susie completely misunderstand. Watch this and you're about to see adults rant over the fact that how controls are mapped when they can just change the controls at any time.
Well, now the launch is mapped to the circle button as its own dedicated move. Oh, so it's a style then. Styles and DMC. That was a good one. So okay, back up a bit. If there is no lock-on, how are dodges performed? Well, you see, dodge is now also a dedicated button mapped to R1. And also L1.
Oh, great.
Then how do we enter Devil Trigger? By clicking L3 and R3. Wow, I didn't know we were playing the God of War.
But this does, however, make it far less comfortable to dodge or lock onto an enemy, since that means you have to hold both a bumper button and a trigger button.
Locking on is still done by holding R1, so you have to hold down two trigger buttons at the same time while using the face buttons to attack. This is what I mean.
Then, J Review says that the loading screens cover for the color-coded enemies. This is by far one of the weirdest and most out there takes I've heard, and he never just expands upon it. Isn't it lovely?
Since already there are issues like blue enemies and red enemies only taking real damage from weapons of the corresponding color, which just limits the amount of creativity that you can put into your combos, hence why the loading screens have to show you how good their combat is.
And just when you think it can't be any worse, the button mashing and attack animations. For background, there are people out there that think DMC games are all about beating them through button mashing and flashy animations. That's it. But we, the DMC community, would never make that point against other games. That would be unethical and unfair. Something that the DMC community would never ever do.
At least as a decent fan of Devil May Cry, especially since it was super easy to rack up the higher ranking, I mean, instead of getting flashy combos, all you had to do was button mash and there you go.
Damn it, Splinter, I was in the middle of something. Point being, all of the values that they have just goes out the window without a second thought. It's honestly really sad. I don't think this game is bashed for its gameplay. A lot of people think that the gameplay is quite good, but that doesn't stop people from trying. This is going to be a strange comparison. DMC Devil May Cry's discourse reminds me a lot of the discourse around Kenny G. If you don't know, Kenny G is a very popular saxophone player. One of the best, in fact. But with the popularity comes a curse. Kenny G's songs didn't have any vocals, meaning his songs could be played anywhere for background music. So you can even hear these songs in the elevator or the dentist. In fact, you've probably already heard his music before, but just don't know it. But because his music is used in the worst places, there is a lot of hate thrown his way. Not because the music itself is bad, but rather what time and place it's played. The same kind of thing has happened to DMC Devil May Cry. It was a victim of timing, and a lot of other things too. If DMC Devil May Cry came out after DMC 5, I'm pretty sure the reception would be much better. But because DMC 4 ended on a really open-ended note, a lot of fans wanting more. The reboot was also a victim to Capcom pushing them to do a reboot. Honestly, NT should have just done DMC 5 or some kind of spin-off. But by far, DMC Devil May Cry was a victim to one of the most dangerous things of all, the fanbase. If it doesn't matter how good the game was or is, they didn't want it, and because of that, they threw a fit and never gave the game a chance. They never gave it a chance since the very beginning. Even when the first reveal was met with hate, even though they changed that Dante, they continued to use an outdated Dante to project what they don't like. It's seemingly easy ammo. I just think in general, the DMC community isn't very good. When it comes to talking about 1 through 3, I think the community does a good job. But the next 3 games are where things get really messy. DMC 4 is a game that the community talks about its flaws in the wrong way or praises the game in a wrong way as well. And DMC 5 is praised even though the game has a lot of flaws that not many people want to point out. I just dislike the community. And every time I watch these videos about DMC Devil May Cry or comments or posts, I just lose faith in the community. And even though I've covered a lot of videos, there are so many left out there. K-Bash and 4 Solid Snake, just to name 2. But I'm at a loss for words. But this quest of mine is past me. So I hope to see the points that I've made in this video and make you think about what I've said. That this community never gave this game a chance. So did NT ever get over it? The answer is a great yes. NT went to work on Hellblade. A group of only 20 people made it, and it paid off to such a point where they won the Games for Impact Award at the Game Awards. Hellblade then caught the attention at this time to Xbox and saw that there was talent. So Xbox bought NT, meaning that there was no more survival mode, nothing stopping them from what they wanted to make, or to stop their ideas. This may sound bad for other studios, but NT were always trying to get by, with the threat of bad sales looming over them. But now, in a way, they're free to do whatever they want, to do whatever they make. And they got to work on a sequel for the first time ever. That's great news. I can't wait to see whatever they put out. I love this studio, and I can't be any more proud. Now to talk about something that some of you want me to talk about. Will there ever be a DMC Devil May Cry 2? And the answer is probably not. We may never see our lovable jerk again. With DMC 5 selling over 5 million copies and NT being bought by Xbone, it seems very unlikely that we'll see a DMC Devil May Cry 2. And I feel at peace. If you think the discourse around DMC Devil May Cry was bad enough, imagine DMC Devil May Cry 2 if it would have been released after 2016. Any form of politics would have triggered the anti-SJWs and it would have been called this game woke. Discourse would go from terrible to a nightmare. And we just got a taste of it with MangaKamen's video. But just think, it wouldn't just be in one video, but all of them. Oh yeah, that's something else. Oh man, can't wait for that. But if DMC Devil May Cry 2 would have happened, NT would have never made Hellblade, or been bought by Xbone to pursue their dreams. And we never would have gotten DMC 5, even though I have many problems with that game. It's still a good game. I'm glad to see Nero being good in the story, and Dante being a very flawed but very good character. So maybe we don't live in the worst timeline, just a flawed one. The perfect timeline is where we get a DMC Devil May Cry 2, a DMC 6, and a Hellblade 2. But we may never see that. So with this video, I'm letting go. Goodbye, DMC Devil May Cry. We may never see each other again. And I can't stay here forever. I need to move on, DMC Devil May Cry. But even though I may be one of the few people that defend you on YouTube, there will always be another. And if you're out there, I'm giving you the chance. You will surpass me in every way. And I'll be there to cheer you on. So this is the end, DMC Devil May Cry. Part of me will always be there with you, but it doesn't mean all of me will be there too. That's it. It's the end of Splinter. I thought this day would come much later, but I've reached the end of my rope. I had a lot more videos planned. A video on DMC 3, 5, and Splinter Cell Blacklist, along with my video on Young Justice Season 3, but maybe one of these days I'll come back. But for now, I don't want to do YouTube videos anymore. I don't want to be Splinter anymore. I grow tired of pulling all my effort into something just to never see the return of it. I'm tired of pulling all-nighters and pushing away my friends and family. I've made a lot of mistakes, so now I just want to let go. I met a lot of good friends along the way, but there has to be an end. I always wanted to be a filmmaker, not a YouTuber. I'm glad I didn't blow up. All the choices I made, I just don't want to be Splinter again. And there are pressures from third parties, but even then I knew this day would be here. It's been a blast, but this is how it ends. So let's just sit back, relax, look back, and watch the rain fall. Goodbye, Splinter. We eased each other's boredom for a bit, but it had to end. My name isn't Splinter. It's Casey Wood.